that I will call to order the Common Council meeting of Tuesday, April 19th, 2022, and ask the clerk to call the roll.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Alder Vidver.
Present.
Alder Vidver is present. Alder Wahelia.
Present.
Alder Wahelia is present. President Abbas.
Present.
President Abbas is present. Alder Oberos.
Present.
Alder Oberos is present. Alder Benford.
Present.
Alder Benford is present. Alder Bennett is excused unless she's in.
Here.
Do not see her. Alder Carter.
I'm here.
Alder Carter is present. Alder Conklin.
Present.
Alder Conklin is present. Alder Curry.
Eric, Alder Bennett is here.
Oh, my apologies, Alder Bennett. Thank you very much. I appreciate you raising your hand there. Alder Evers.
Here.
Alder Evers is present. Alder Figueroa Cole.
Here.
Alder Figueroa Cole is present. Alder Foster.
Here.
Alder Foster is present. Alder Furman.
Present.
Alder Furman is present. Alder Harrington. Alder Halverson.
Present.
Alder Halverson is present. Alder Harrington McKinney. Leave that open for. Alder Heck.
Here.
Alder Heck is present. Alder Lemmer.
Here.
Alder Lemmer is present. Vice President Martin.
Here.
Vice President Martin is present. Alder Miadze.
Present.
Alder Miadze is present. Alder Verveer.
Here.
Alder Verveer is present. Madam Mayor, we have a quorum.
Thank you very much. All right. So just a few things. Actually, why don't we start with the meeting instructions, please, from our tech staff.
Thank you. Welcome to our virtual meeting. If you lose connection at any point during the meeting, you can reconnect by clicking the link or calling the number in your original email. Members, if you're able, please activate your video and keep it on for the duration of the meeting. Staff, if you're able, please activate your video when you are speaking. All panelists have the ability to mute and unmute themselves. Please continue to use the raise hand feature when you'd like to be recognized to speak, ask questions, or request a roll call vote. Lowering your hand will take you out of the queue. Members of the public who have registered to speak. The name you entered in Zoom must match the name you entered in registration. You will remain muted until called upon. City staff will tell you when your time is up. After speaking, a member of the body may ask you a question. If you need to share documentation with the Common Council, please send it to the email listed on today's agenda. Mayor, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So as I always do, I'll just remind us that we are all here trying to do the work of the city and that we appreciate it if we can treat each other accordingly, whether that's members of the council, staff, or folks that are here with us as registrants. We ask you to be kind to the best of your ability and to certainly refrain from using profanity in your remarks, please. I will also note that we are staring down a potentially very long meeting tonight. And so in hopes of averting some of the length of that, I would like to give particularly our registrants a few tips on items that we expect to be referred. So item 16, we expect referral to be the motion. That's the Tokay Boulevard item. And then items 82, 83, 84, and 85, we expect referral on to a future meeting. And then item 161, which was on the addendum, we also expect referral on. And so all of those items, our expectation is that they'll be referred to a future meeting. You'd have another chance to speak on them. And I think that the council would probably join me in asking that if there was an opportunity to speak on something at a future meeting, that you would please take that opportunity, as we have many people wishing to speak on items that will definitely be taken up tonight. So just a word to the wise there. All right. That said, we have a number of folks that we are honoring tonight, which is very exciting. And so we will start with item 1, which is Legistar 71038, recognizing April 2022 as Hmong Heritage Month in the city of Madison. And to read the resolution, I will turn to President Abbas.
Thank you very much. It is my honor to read this resolution. Whereas the Hmong are a diverse South Asian ethnic group whose roots can be traced back to many countries, including Laos, Thailand, and Vietnam. And whereas during the Vietnam War, American War in Southeast Asia, Secret War from 1955 to 1975, countless Hmong cooperated with the American Central Intelligence Agency and fought voluntarily alongside United States Armed Forces. And whereas following the fall of Saigon and the withdrawal of the United States military in 1975, these Hmong allies and their families were forced to flee their homes or face retaliation from communist regimes. And whereas thousands of Hmong refugees resettled in the United States throughout the 1970s and 1980s and have spent the past decades contributing to cultural, historical, and economic fabrics of those communities. And whereas Wisconsin has the third largest Hmong American population in the United States, making them the largest Asian ethnic group in the states. And whereas in 2004, Wisconsin proclaimed its first Hmong Heritage Month. And whereas in 2022, on the 18th anniversary of Hmong Heritage Month, Wisconsinites continue to come together to remember the sacrifice made by and celebrate the culture of Hmong people. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Mayor and the Common Council recognize April 2022 as a Hmong Heritage Month in the city of Madison and around the United States. Be it finally resolved that the city encourages and invites all the residents to celebrate this month by learning more about the rich history and culture of Hmong American and how their experiences and contribution have shaped our state and nation.
Thank you, Alder. We'll take that as a motion by President Abbas and a second from Vice President Martin. And we have with us tonight Supervisor Brenda Yang. Supervisor?
Yes, hi everyone. Hello, City of Madison's Common Council, City of Madison Alders, President Abbas, and Mayor Rhodes Conway. Thank you so much for having me here. I just want to say, not a lot of you guys know me, but my name is Brenda Yang, and I'm the newly elected District 19 Dane County Board Supervisor. And it is an honor to be here tonight and for you guys to recognize the significant impact of the Hmong culture and the Hmong population and the Hmong heritage in the state of Wisconsin, and to have a chance to speak and be honored and recognized here with all of you. I consider all of you colleagues and co-conspirators in helping making our communities better for everyone. And just like President Abbas said earlier, Hmong Americans are the largest Asian ethnic group in the state of Wisconsin. And we have been here since the late 1970s. And then in 2005, there was a huge influx of Hmong Thai refugees as well. And so we have an even larger influx of Hmong people as a result of that, and specifically in the city of Madison. And we contribute so much to the economy, to the culture, to the richness of Madison and Dane County and who we are, and making our culture rich. And so thank you for this opportunity and for this recognition. I will definitely take that back to my community and let them know of this acknowledgement and this recognition. Thank you for having me here tonight, Mayor and President Abbas.
Thank you, Supervisor, and congratulations on your election and your swearing in.
Wonderful. Yeah, so I must leave you guys to your meeting because I know you have a long meeting tonight. So I send all my blessings to each and every one of you during the hard work it takes. Every one of you. I thank you so much for your work and your fight and making sure all of us are heard and represented. Thank you so much, City of Madison.
Thank you. All right, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we record that a unanimous vote in favor. And we will move on to item number 2, which is Legistar 70420. celebrating the United Way of Dane County's 100-year anniversary. And we'll start by turning this over to Alder Figueroa Cole.
Thank you, Chair. Okay. Whereas United Way of Dane County is celebrated 100 years of bringing the community together to address some of our toughest issues and most urgent needs, with a mission to unite the community to achieve measurable results that change lives. UWDC is committed to being a catalyst for inclusion and systematic change, building a Dane County where everyone can succeed in school, work, and life. And whereas United Way of Dane County was founded in 1922 as the Madison Community Union, a group of 14 local agencies. And whereas United Way of Dane County invests in early childhood care, parent support, nutrition, housing and homelessness reduction, literacy and math skills, employment, safety, physical, dental, mental health, and civic engagement. UWDC takes a comprehensive approach to the whole of Dane County, curates community will and resources, and measures effectiveness to stabilize families. And where United Way of Dane County since 1922 has raised more than $500 million to address the greatest needs in Dane County. It has also provided 29,234 families with housing case management services since 2006 through its coordinated network of agencies, housed 728 families with a total of 1,614 children since 2009 through its Housing First and Family Housing Stability programs, and tutored 95,952 students through the Schools of Hope initiative since 2000, with 21,413 tutors trained through this program to help these kids improve literacy. As part of its Days of Caring initiatives, UWDC placed 50,184 volunteers since 1994, serving a total of 117,905 hours in our community. And whereas United Way of Dane County has incredibly resourceful to our community during the COVID-19 pandemic, playing a key role in supporting our community during the pandemic with staff working overtime and providing critical resources to the 211 center, with which so-calls increased by over 400%. In 2020, UWDC raised $2,361,000 for its emergency and recovery fund and was able to fund 90 nonprofits, provided 155,441 meals, and helped 1,891 individuals with rent support.
And whereas United Way of Dane County, under the leadership of Renee Moe and her dedicated staff, takes an intentional approach to naming racial disparities in our community and working to measurably reduce inequities. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Mayor and Common Council of Madison, Wisconsin recognize the United Way of Dane County has made an enormous and invaluable contribution to Madison over the last 100 years. Be it further resolved that the Mayor and Common Council recognize that many people from all walks of life have benefited directly from the United Way of Dane County's work. Be it still further resolved that the Mayor and Common Council recognize that the United Way of Dane County is able to provide such valuable services in our community because of tens of thousands of volunteers, donors, and partners that contribute and collaborate. And be it finally resolved that the Mayor and Common Council express their congratulations to United Way of Dane County, its staff, volunteers, and donors, both past and present, on 100 years of serving our community, and express our gratitude and continued support for that service. We'll take that as moved by Alder Figueroa Cole and seconded by Vice President Martin. And we have with us Renee Moe, and I think a few of your staff as well. Renee, would you like to say a few words?
Thank you so much, Mayor. Thank you, Common Council, for this wonderful honor. And I really do represent those donors, volunteers, nonprofit partners, and local families all across every Madison neighborhood. And we're so excited to work together and celebrate 100 years of innovation impact and to work with you for the next 100 years. So thank you so much. It's very much an honor. And it's all about family well-being and working together to achieve more change together. Thank you.
Thank you, Renee, and thanks to all of your staff for the great work that you do. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor, and we will come to item 3, which is Legistar 70824, commending Robert F. Phillips, City Engineer and Public Works Team Leader, on his retirement from the City of Madison after 33 years of dedicated service. And it's my honor to start reading this resolution. Whereas Rob has earned the respect of colleagues, city partners, residents, and elected officials during his career in public works since 1988, all within the City of Madison Engineering Division. And whereas Rob began employment with the City of Madison Engineering Division in 1988 as an entry-level engineer, specifically designing street reconstruction projects after graduating from the University of Wisconsin-Madison in 1987. And whereas, after going above and beyond with Design to Streets, leading public works projects, managing federally funded projects, and leading the city's bridge inspection and construction program, in 1992, Rob earned a promotion to principal engineer of the division's transportation design section. And whereas Rob then made tremendous impact as the principal engineer for the transportation design section, with overall management of the city's streets, bridges, and paths projects for 7 years, until being promoted to assistant city engineer in 1999. And whereas during Rob's time as assistant engineer, he assisted in overall management of the division, negotiated contracts for the city, directed staff in public works contracting, and acted as city engineer while the current city engineer temporarily led another city agency for 1 year. Rob then earned his promotion to permanent city engineer and public works team leader in 2010, a position Rob has held until this date of his retirement. And whereas Rob proudly served on the mayor's management team, served as the executive secretary of the Board of Public Works, Madison Metropolitan Planning Organization's Technical Coordinating Committee, the Employee Relations Committee, and served as the Public Works team leader in addition to his current role as city engineer for the City of Madison. And whereas Rob's approach to his work resonated with his colleagues as professional, creative, human, and thoughtful, all things that have contributed to incredible relationships that will continue for years to come for Rob personally, and will serve the City of Madison even after his retirement. And
whereas during his tenure, Rob has led or had significant involvement in numerous projects of great importance to the residents of the City of Madison, such as the construction of John Nolan Drive in conjunction with the construction of Monona Terrace, the reconstruction of East Washington Avenue, the construction of County Highway M, preservation of the Madison Municipal Building, and rebuilding of most of the major streets that serve downtown. And whereas Rob was always a team player who challenged, encouraged, and led his team with the most respect and dedication to a community he adores. Whereas Rob's leadership and dedication has inspired excellence and ingenuity from his staff and throughout the engineering division to propel the city forward for decades to come. And whereas Rob's outstanding career has earned him a happy, long, and active retirement. And whereas while we know Rob will miss serving the Madison community and tremendous relationships at the City of Madison, we also know that Rob will now enjoy spending his time with his wife, Lori, his 2 kids, Nicholas and Emily, extended family, and his many lifelong friends. Now there it be resolved that the mayor and the city council do hereby commend Robert F. Phillips, city engineer and public works team leader, on his retirement from the City of Madison after 33 years of dedicated service. And be it further resolved that in recognition of his long and outstanding service to the City of Madison, and as a demonstration of the high regard and affection for him among his colleagues in city government and among the people he served, the new Wingra Cannonball Path Bridge over Wingra Creek, just east of Fish Hatchery Road, shall be named the Robert F. Phillips Jr. Bridge.
Thank you, Alder. A big virtual round of applause for Rob. We'll take that as being moved by Alder Furman and seconded by President Abbas. And Rob is here with us, and we'll give you the honor/option of speaking last, Rob, because it appears there are a few Alders that would like to say a few things about you. So Alder Harrington McKinney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I'm so pleased that I got popped in first. And Rob, you hold a special place for me in my heart. And as a new alder, the first thing I got hit with was the Jeffy Trail. And you walked me through that. Literally, I remember being surrounded by about 50 very angry constituents and didn't know as a new alder which way to go. And so I landed in your office and I spent a lot of time in your office, and you were so patient in unfolding what was before me, what went before me, and then what exactly our next steps were. And so I appreciate you. I appreciate your patience, your teaching, and all that you represent and you stand for. And so as a new alder, a first-year alder, I would not have made it that first year had it not been for you. And so congratulations on your retirement. You will be missed, but you are greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alder. Vice President Martin.
Yes, thank you so much, Madam Mayor. I also want to extend my thanks to our retiring Director Phillips. During August of 18, when we experienced really extreme flooding in the city, a lot downtown, but also in my aldermanic district, that was devastating to a lot of my constituents that lost so much in these floods. And I want to just, extend my appreciation for all of Rob's efforts during that time. He made sure that my constituents felt like that they were heard. He listened to the concerns, and he and his staff came up with solutions to help prevent a situation from like this happening again. And I know that again, I was a relatively new alder at the time, and that kind of immediate action in an emergency situation where we needed to get FEMA involved was really helpful, both to my constituents, but also to me, so that I could support them as well. And I really don't think that we would have gotten through that particular really incredibly hard situation without the leadership and the guidance of Rob Phillips. So thank you so much for everything that you've done for this city. Your work has been incredible, and I consider myself very lucky that I got to be one of the lucky few who has gotten to cross paths and work with you. Thank you so much, and please enjoy your retirement.
Thank you, Alder Martin.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Albrust.
All right. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Phillips, congratulations. I hope you have an awesome next chapter into retirement. But I did want to say a few words because, like literally one of the very first issues that I had was like this sort of quarrel between residents at the landfill and the neighbors that lived right off of a landfill, and like how things were sort of maintained and managed, and they just felt like things should be different. But city engineering had their perspective on like what is the safest way to keep those residents there safe. And I'll just say like the city engineering team like really just was super helpful and tactful in that. And I know that was a real big testament to your leadership and your approach. And I know that there's been several conversations that we've had over the years, and I just feel like you've always been, even if like you disagreed with something that I wanted to do or an approach, you were just very tactful and diplomatic about it. So I just appreciate the really like friendly and congenial approach that you had when dealing with me. And I know that you were a District 20 resident, so that was pretty awesome too. But again, in short, I just want to say, I just remember that like specific tough challenge up front and your team being really, really helpful throughout that process. So just want to say thank you to that. I'm sure that there's many, many other alders that had experiences like that with not only you, but with your team as well. And so just want to acknowledge your service to the city and really, truly hoping that you enjoy this next chapter in life.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Carter.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Rob, I've spent many a day in your office trying to figure out what we were going to do with Capitol View neighborhood. I hope you have recovered. But I can say that, again, my district was affected by the 2018 flood, as you well know. Some of the residents had 4 feet of water in their house. And just the work over the years that your staff has done, trying to work with the Alliant Energy Center and stormwater runoff. We're still working with them, so we haven't given up. But the dedication that you never tired of hearing our problems. You always gave us some hope, a glitter of hope and solutions. And I really appreciate that. I have to admit that the tagline from Alder McKinney's district, we all have a Jeffrey Trail. Good luck and enjoy your retirement.
Thank you, Alder Carter.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Foster.
Thank you, Mayor. And Rob, just really wanted to chime in briefly. We've had an opportunity to work together since before I was Alder, and most people know I push pretty hard on stuff, especially when it comes to street projects, and you've dealt with that really, really well. But more than just dealing with it, I just want to make sure and recognize and make sure everybody knows that you've really been a force for progressive change in street design, and that's not an easy thing to do when you're in charge of keeping everything rolling. That tends to be a weight to try and kind of do things business as usual. And I've really seen you step up in a lot of examples and really, really push the city and staff to try and embrace some of the change that we've really been working on in the transportation space. So just really want to acknowledge that, really appreciate that, and apologize for some of the grief that I've caused. Thank you much.
Thank you, Alder Foster.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Furman.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to also just quickly reiterate what my colleagues have said. It's been a pleasure working with you, Rob. I enjoyed our time on Board of Public Works very much. One of the things that I really appreciate is how direct you are and how creative you are. The city really has benefited greatly from that creativity, push towards progressive policies and green policies. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Alder Furman.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Abbas.
Thank you very much, Rob. It was a pleasure working with you. I'm excited to see your next chapter in your life. And also, I will acknowledge I appreciate all of your advice and knowledge, especially when I manage council agenda. Sometimes it's hard to figure it out which agenda items going to go so long. So I appreciate your advice on those things. Also, I had a really great time working with many staff members from your department, and they're extremely professional and very knowledgeable. I had a really great time working with your department. So thanks all for your leadership and for running your department really efficiently and effectively. Thanks.
Thank you, Alder Abbas.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Miadzi.
Yeah, I wanted to start by congratulating you too, Rob. It was, being a new alder, it was amazing. Of all the issues I heard about in my district, one of them was a Troy Drive bridge. And I just remember calling Rob up and trying to say, hey, we got to get this done, even going to the mayor's office, talking to the mayor, how do I get this done? And I remember you told me, hey, settle down, Alder. We'll take care of this. We'll champion this. And ended up championing that and got that into the budget. And then I got $3.5 million for it. So I just really appreciate everything that you did in order to champion this for me. And I wish you a happy retirement. And thank you for your service.
Thank you, Alder.
Thank you, Alder Miyadze. Alder Evers?
Thank you, Mayor. Just real quick, if we were meeting in person, Rob, I'd reach back and give you a high five and say congratulations. But since I can't, I'm just going to say it here. Congratulations. All the best. It was great working with you. And I hope to see you around town.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Benford?
Thank you, Mayor. So, Rob, when I first met you in 2003, as much as I loved Larry, I was kind of terrified of him. So you were like this great person to be able to connect with. And I'm sure you get this all the time, but back in 2003, I thought maybe you were in your early 20s. So when you told me recently that you've been with the city for 30 years, so off the line, I'm dying to know your secret. So congratulations, Rob. Have a great retirement.
I was afraid of him too, Alder.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Verveer?
Thank you, Mayor. Rob, it's going to be very difficult for me to say goodbye to you, especially with Lori right there next to you. This is a bit emotional for me. I don't know that I was ever scared of Larry D. Nelson, or team leader, as I called him, once we created the Public Works team leader position. But I have to say, just speaking of Larry, as I begin my thoughts about your illustrious 3 decades plus serving the community the way you have, that I think because your predecessor was such a force to be reckoned with, and I say that obviously with the utmost respect and compliment toward Larry, there were some that probably doubted that you could fill Larry's huge shoes a dozen years ago, or maybe even when Larry went over to the water utility that one year and you ran the division then. But you have proven yourself, Rob, over and over and over, that you were not only capable of filling Larry's big shoes, but you have leave some huge shoes of your own for your successor. I can go down memory lane with you as well, as someone that's had the honor and privilege of working with you for all but 6 of your years in city government. That it really has been an amazement to watch what a masterful manager you are, a mentor you are for your people. I don't know that my colleagues realize how beloved you are by your staff. You truly are. I still remember working with you as a rookie alder, and you were principal engineer then on the John Nolan Drive reconstruction in conjunction with Monona Terrace. And that was just the beginning. If we were meeting in the council chambers, as was previously mentioned, not only would I give you a hug, but I would encourage everyone to, as we were leaving the CCB tonight, or simply look out the windows of room 201 and see your fingerprints, your beautiful fingerprints all over the streetscape outside the CCB. Of course, I remember working with you very closely in Archie Nicoletti on the MLK reconstruction so many years ago that we've now, of course, reconstructed MLK all over again under your leadership. Every single solitary block in the 4th Aldermanic District, whether it be, whichever redistricting you want to point to, has been reconstructed while you've been in the city engineering division. And, save for a couple of blocks that we've been waiting for Judge Doyle Square to be completed, I would say that every bit of city infrastructure downtown, and I'm sure citywide, has not ever been in the best condition, the best quality, either anecdotally or statistically today, than certainly that first day you stepped foot in the city engineering division 33 years ago. You leave the city in such great shape in terms of our infrastructure. It's just remarkable. And the downtown is probably the best example of that. Perhaps we had the benefit of tax incremental financing, as you know, Rob, that powered much of that. But I can't tell you how much, and you know this, I've enjoyed working with you and with your staff. You have done such a beautiful job of mentoring your staff. The succession plan you leave as your legacy is truly, truly remarkable. You're probably one of the best. I know I'm going to get myself in trouble when I say this because I've had the benefit of working with so many absolutely fabulous city managers in my 27 years on the council. But if you're definitely one of the finest, if not one of the best problem solver I would say that I've ever worked with. It's just wonderful watching your mind work and try to solve problems that we come to you with. I've said this to others, and I'll say it again tonight. I often thought that rather than the mayor being your boss, you acted like the common council was your boss, Rob, because you treated all of us with such respect and worth, and you really wanted to do what the alders thought was best. I know within reason, of course, but you really, really had always treated, I think, all city council members, past and present, with not only the respect, but really wanting to do right by all of us. And it, perhaps is a bit ironic that on your last formal common council meeting, we do have some agenda items tonight where we couldn't get that problem solving done. And I find it quite ironic tonight that's the case. And I'm sure you wouldn't have it any other way, but wanting to be at this council meeting tonight with your very competent colleagues to see these plans and specifications and so forth, and designs for reconstructions that aren't the most popular today through the process. So I could go on and on. The innovation, the fact that you recognize climate change well before August 20th, 2018 hit us in the face and led to literal tragedy in our community. But you have just been so brilliant in so many ways. I've seen you work, in public at the finance committee. Never had the pleasure of serving on the board. It always conflicted with the LRC meetings. I was there as an honorary member, Rob, and was there whenever I could be for projects downtown. But the fact that you recognized climate change well in advance of most everybody, the fact that we have such a powerful stormwater utility, probably the first in the state, if I remember correctly. As a finance committee member, I have to tell you how it has not gone without notice, how quietly, brilliantly you have submitted both operating and capital budgets and have grown the engineering division to astronomical proportions. I think we've seen this statistic sometimes during our budget process each year, but the engineering division has grown so substantially in terms of staffing. It is unbelievable. It's not even a close comparison, of course, to when you step foot in the division as a newly minted engineer, or when I step foot in the building as a newly minted alder. The fact that there's been so much growth at engineering. I just think of facilities management, for example, where it was just two architects over in the planning department for years in the basement of the MMB, and now they're sitting on top of each other because that section is so huge at facilities. Green Power program, everything you've done in terms of innovation, in terms of stormwater, the list goes on and on and on and on. One award after another for the projects that you've been the leader of. Again, if we were in the CCB, just look out the window and see the MMB renovation, all of the street reconstructions that have taken place there, the fact that the downtown is quiet zones and underground into utilities. I can't thank you enough for all that you've done and the leadership you've shown your staff that I love working with so much. Let me just close by saying that one reason why I really am going to miss you so much, of course, is the fact that I would overstay my welcome more often than not in your office. When I would be visiting Marcia Hacker, that I couldn't help myself to also chat with you, even though my real rationale for being in your office was to see my dear friend Marcia. The fact that Marcia retired at the same time the pandemic hit Madison has meant that, of course, I haven't seen much of you the last couple of years in person, Rob. And I want you to know I've missed that very much. I have found the most pleasure I've ever derived is from our conversations in your office, where you've always, without fail, invited me to sit at your conference table. Of course, never do I have an appointment, but I'm in there gabbing with Marcia, looking at her latest vacation photos or what have you. And just seeing the problem solver, Rob Phillips, at work while standing in your doorway or sitting at your conference table, and then you becoming so animated, especially when we're talking about perhaps some other elected officials of the day, or talking about Wisconsin Southern Railroad, and I'll stop there and not get us all into trouble. But the true Rob Phillips coming out in our private conversations, either on the phone, but more often than not in your office, because I couldn't be seen anywhere near your office with Marcia finding out and scolding me for not visiting her. So those visits I will always treasure for many, many, many years to come. I know I've gone on way too long, and we have a ridiculously long agenda tonight. My apologies to all those that are waiting to testify, but you have to realize what a pleasure it's been working with this gentleman for the last 27 years. And I can't tell you, Rob, how grateful I am to you, how grateful I am for your public service to our community all these decades, and tell you how much I'm really going to miss you on a personal level, and wish you and Lori and your family all the best as you enjoy your well-deserved retirement and not have to worry about these long council nights or board meeting nights. You deserve it. Congratulations. Godspeed, my friend.
Thank you, Alder Verveer.
Thank you, Alder. Rob, I'll save the speeches and storytelling for your retirement party, but I do want to say publicly how much I personally appreciate your leadership. The one word that jumps to mind when I think of you is steadfast. And you have been incredibly steadfast for the city of Madison for decades. And I saw that as an alder, and I see it as a mayor. And I'm so incredibly grateful for the work you've done for us. I'm grateful for the support and advice that you've given me, and the lasting imprint that you've made on our city. Congratulations on a well-deserved retirement. And now the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I'm just really moved by the comments from all of you. That just means so much to me, and I certainly have very much enjoyed working with the Common Council, and we've accomplished quite a bit together. Alder Foster, you have a lot of good ideas. I tell that to people even when I'm not in your presence. So I do want to acknowledge you, Mayor. I really appreciate your support and your leadership during the pandemic. You stood up for democracy, and I think it's worth mentioning that the time you picked to be mayor is the most difficult time in decades, if not longer. And you didn't run away, and you work extremely hard. So thank you, Mayor. Likewise to the Common Council. You care deeply about the city, and you care deeply about the planet. And these are things I care about as well. And it's just been such a pleasure to work with you, current alders, and so many past alders as well. Also former Mayor Soglin and former Mayor Cheslevich for their support as well. I'd like to acknowledge my management team, if I could. Chris Pedikowski, he's the Engineering Transportation Design Section Head. Such a hard worker and gets a lot of work done. He led big projects such as the reconstruction of University Avenue, County M, and so many more. So appreciative of the work he does. Christy Bachman, under Chris, she helps everyone from residents to staff alike. She figured out how to keep things running inside the engineering division during the pandemic. She does the tough jobs, and she doesn't complain. She is really awesome, kind as they get. Jim Wolf, a principal under Chris as well. His innovative work on difficult street construction projects is very much appreciated. Greg Fries, our deputy city engineer, he would never say this, but he is one of the leading stormwater experts in the state of Wisconsin. And he is depended on by more than just the city of Madison. He's dependent upon by others outside our boundary as well. Really smart guy. He wouldn't say that either. But I'll say that we're very lucky to have him. Janet Schmidt. Janet is really, along with Greg, is the inspiration behind the watershed studies. She works so really hard, and her response since the 2018 floods has just been remarkable. And again, we're just so lucky to have these people. Mark Motor, principal in charge of sanitary sewer design, very knowledgeable, hardworking. If you don't know him, it's really only because everything works so well. John Farney, our city construction engineer, hard worker, always there when you need him, day or night. And believe me, I've needed him on many nights. Brian Cooper, city facilities. He has done everything the city has asked him to do, which is a tremendous amount. He worked on the Central Library, MMB, homeless shelters, renewable energy, and so much more. Again, just very lucky to have him. Hannah Molinsky, our PIO, in such a short time, she's just transformed how we communicate with the public. And we are so fortunate to have her. Steve Danner Rivers, he's our engineering financial manager. He's as solid as they get. I can't imagine what I would have done without him here with me while I had my time in charge of the engineering division. And then there's Kathy Cryan. She can do literally anything. Literally anything. I've never known anyone quite like her. Smart, innovative, fearless, committed to equity. She has a soft side that you're not going to often see, but she has a very soft side to her. She's the one that began the Green Power program to train underemployed individuals in the electrical field. But her advice to me over the years has been just so much appreciated. And also a special thanks to former city engineer Larry Nelson. He taught me so much. He was a tough act to follow, as Alder Verveer had said. Also our Public Works and Transportation team, who also taught me a lot. They are truly a group ready to take on new challenges in innovative ways. I'm telling you, I have such a good team assembled right now. I wasn't able to make this morning's morning management team meeting to say goodbye. I caught a cold somehow during this pandemic, but I want to say thank you to my fellow department heads. You're a tremendous bunch, such a talented group, and I'm just so thankful for the time we had together. Finally, I'd like to thank my wife, Lori, who's here with me tonight, my children, Emily and Nicholas. They've always been my most loyal supporters. We have a remarkable city. We push to do the right things, not the easy things. I'm so proud of this city and what we've been able to accomplish while I'm here, and I'm proud to call Madison my home. Thank you so much, all of you.
Thank you, Rob. A huge virtual round of applause.
I think my wife would like to say something as well.
Could I please,
Lori,
just express my gratitude toward you, Mayor, and to all of you who have worked on solutions alongside my husband. I'd like to do that. I've witnessed the time and effort that everything takes, and I'm grateful for that. And I can tell you that through my eyes, he cares. He has always cared deeply about everything that he does. So I'm very grateful, and I'm very honored to be sitting next to you, Rob Phillips. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations, Rob. I hope that all of the staff and alders listening in tonight will join us at Rob's retirement party, where we can tell even more stories and give even more congratulations that are well-deserved. But until then, Rob, please know that we're all wishing you the absolute best, and that we hope you have a very long, happy, and healthy retirement.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor. And I am going to defer to my staff tonight, so you probably won't be hearing from me. Thank you.
Excellent. So it is moved and seconded. Is there any objection to recording an enthusiastic, unanimous vote in favor of the resolution? Seeing no objection, we will record that vote. That takes us to item 4, which is Legistar 70970, proclaiming May 21st, 2022 as Kids to Parks Day in the city of Madison, Wisconsin. I'm going to defer reading this one and just ask for a motion, please.
Move motion to adopt.
Second.
Moved and seconded to adopt. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, that item is adopted. Takes us to item 5, Legistar 71001, celebrating the 10th anniversary of the Foundation for Black Women's Wellness. For this reading, I will turn, I believe, first to Alder Conklin.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you. I see we have Aaliyah Stevenson and Christine Russell here tonight for the foundation, because Lisa wasn't able to be here. So with that being said, I'm going to give it over to Alder Curry.
Thank you. Whereas the Foundation for Black Women's Wellness was founded by Lisa Payton Kerr in 2012 to mobilize, support, and advocate on behalf of Black women's health. And whereas founder Lisa Payton Kerr has tirelessly dedicated herself to envisioning, leading, creating, strengthening, and growing the Black women's wellness movement, launching the first Black Women's Wellness Day in Bowie, Maryland in 2009, and expanding to Madison, Wisconsin in 2011. And whereas the foundation's purpose is to empower a generation of well Black women through eliminating health disparities and other barriers so they, their families, and their communities may live long, healthy, and thriving lives. And
Okay.
Yeah, I can pick it up then.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Whereas, thanks to founder Payton Kerr's work and the endless support of other committed individuals, the foundation has increased its reach to over 7,000 women and girls throughout Dane County through health promotion, education, and family stabilizing support services, and impacting thousands more through their advocacy work. Whereas in 2022, it will be a full decade since the foundation's inception. Thank you.
Now, therefore, be it resolved that the mayor and the Common Council of the City of Madison recognize the extraordinary impact the Foundation for Black Women's Wellness have had on the lives of countless Black individuals in Madison, Dane County, Wisconsin, and beyond. Be it further resolved that the mayor and Common Council commend Lisa Payton Kerr, the foundation's past and current board members, its employees, and other steadfast and committed volunteers for their hard work and invaluable contributions to the community. Be it finally resolved that the mayor and the Common Council congratulate and celebrate the Foundation for Black Women's Wellness, its staff, volunteers, donors on their 10th anniversary, and express gratitude and support for their continued efforts.
Thank you, Alders. We will take that as moved by Alder Curry and seconded by Alder Conklin. And we do have with us Aaliyah Stevenson and Christine Russell, if one or both of you would like to say a few words.
Wow. Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much. I am the Director of Health and Wellness Programs for the Foundation for Black Women's Wellness. It is an honor to be here. And on behalf of the Foundation Board, Lisa Payton Kerr, our founder and CEO, the staff of the Foundation, we thank you and are so grateful for the honor to be able to serve Black women and their families in Madison for the past 10 years. We could not do this work without the powerful partnerships, and we are grateful for the ongoing support of the City of Madison and our collective efforts to secure the well-being of Black women. Black women who have been disproportionately impacted by health and birth and social disparities. We thank you, Alder Conklin, Alder Curry, for this acknowledgement. We thank you, Mayor Satya, for your unwavering support. We thank you, Common Council, city staff, and public health partners. We look forward to the next 90 years. Thanks again. Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the incredible work you do in our community, and keep it up. So it's been moved and seconded. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of item 5. That takes us to item 6, Legistar 71071, honoring the 50th outdoor market season of the Dane County Farmers Market. And I will turn to Vice President Martin.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So in order to honor the 50th outdoor market season of the Dane County Farmers Market, whereas the Dane County Farmers Market is celebrating 50 years of operations for the outdoor market season, and whereas the Dane County Farmers Market was founded in 1972 as a collaborative initiative between the City of Wisconsin, the Central Madison Committee of the Chamber of Commerce, and the Dane County Extension, and began with only 5 farmer vendors on the Capitol Square. And whereas the Dane County Farmers Market has grown to be, sorry about the noise, has grown to be the largest producers-only farmers market in the country, with 223 vendor farmers as of 2022. And whereas the Dane County Farmers Market is a year-round market, while the original event, Saturday on the Square, is still the largest draw for customers and vendors. Dane County Farmers Market also operates the Wednesday market on MLK Jr. Boulevard, a holiday market at Monona Terrace, and a late winter market at Garver Feed Mill. With this schedule, DCFM is able to provide year-round selling opportunities for members and year-round local shopping opportunities for community members. And whereas the Dane County Farmers Market, with help first from the Friends of the DCFM, and then from the Community Action Coalition, and now run in-house, has provided SNAP services to the community for over a decade. And whereas the Dane County Farmers Market accounted for over half of all SNAP spending and exactly half of the Double Dollar program spending within the Double Dollar program network in 2019. In 2020, even though the DCFM operated on a smaller, modified scale, still more than $29,000 in EBT and DD were spent at the DCFM. In 2021, roughly $110,000 in EBT and Double Dollar programs was spent at the DCFM, about $42,000 in Double Dollars benefits, and about $66,000 in EBT benefits. And whereas the Dane County Farmers Market is an event that residents of Madison, Dane County, and even outlying counties and states gather to celebrate and support local food, fellowship, and the confluence of urban and rural life. And whereas the Dane County Farmers Market is consistently used as an example as to why the City of Madison is one of the best places to live in the U.S. with institutions such as UW featuring DCFM as a reason Madison is a great place to live and study, and organizations including Destination Madison promoting DCFM as a great reason to vacation in Madison. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the mayor and common council recognize that the Dane County Farmers Market has made a genuine impact on the residents of Madison and Dane County and the community at large, and express their gratitude and continued support.
Thank you, Alder. We'll take that as moved by Alder Martin and seconded by President Abbas.
Yes.
Yep, thank you. And we have with us a couple of people from the market. I see Chrissy Ramakrishnan and Jamie Bugle both here, if one of you would like to speak.
Yeah,
and also Rachel Figueroa is here.
Good evening. Thank you. My name is Chrissy Ramakrishnan, and I'm the Food Access Coordinator for the Dane County Farmers Market. Thank you to the Mayor and Common Council for recognizing the impact that the Farmers Market has in making local Wisconsin products accessible to all. We look forward to continuing to provide SNAP services this year and serve all of our customers. And I'll pass it to my colleague, Rachel.
Hi, my name is Rachel Figueroa, and I'm the Assistant Market Manager for the Dane County Farmers Market. And I'd also like to share thanks to all of the staff at the City of Madison and State Capitol Police and administration who help us run this beloved Madison tradition in the downtown area each week. And we greatly appreciate everyone's continued support. And I'll pass it on to the Market Manager, Jamie Bugle.
Thank you all so much for recognizing the farmers, bakers, and cheesemakers for their hard work, creativity, and consistency in bringing nutritious and delicious food to Madison year-round. And we hope to see you all tomorrow at our market.
Thank you, and congratulations on 50 incredible years as one of the highlights of the Madison season. And we love the market. It is likely the reason that I decided to move to Madison after thinking I was going to be here for 3 months. It was a Saturday market that convinced me. Alder Verveer, would you like to say a few words?
Yep. Thank you very much, Mayor. I too just want to remark on the fact that it's been 5 decades of tremendous contributions to our community by the Dane County Farmers Market. It brings so much to the quality of life of our community. I want to personally thank Chrissy and Rachel and Jamie for all the fine work that they do and their predecessors have done. It's been a pleasure working with their staff over the years. I've represented my piece of the downtown. And lastly, I wanted to ask Mayor if we could please, without objection, have every alder made a co-sponsor of the resolution.
Thank you, Alder Verveer. Is there any objection to adding the entire council as a co-sponsor to the resolution? Seeing no objection, we'll ask the clerk to do so. Thank you, Alder Verveer. It has been moved and seconded. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of item 6. And we will move on to item 7. I apologize. I've now written over the Legistar number, but item 7 is commending and thanking Alder Syed Abbas for his dedicated and conscientious service during his tenure as president of the Madison Common Council. And give me a minute. It's my pleasure to read this one. Whereas Alder Syed Abbas was elected by his peers to the office of President of the Madison Common Council on April 20th, 2021 for the term of 21-22. And whereas Alder Abbas met regularly with myself and Common Council Vice President Arvina Martin to discuss city issues. And whereas during his term as Common Council President, Alder Abbas also served as chair of the Common Council Executive Committee and served on the Board of Park Commissioners, the Jeffrey Clay Erlinger Civility and Public Discourse Award Committee, the Finance Committee, the Public Market Development Committee, and the Warner Park Community Recreation Center Advisory Subcommittee. And whereas under Alder Abbas's presidency, staff for the Legislative Management System Specialist and Chief of Staff positions were hired. And whereas Alder Abbas created an internship program for the Common Council office, and whereas Alder Abbas created the President's Work Group on Environmental Justice and the President's Work Group on Racial Justice, Anti-Racism, and Equity, and whereas Alder Abbas served as acting mayor during my absences from the city, and whereas Alder Abbas has met the demands of his additional duties with committed and dedicated service, and whereas Alder Abbas fulfilled his duties as Common Council president while ably representing and responding to his 12th district constituents' concerns and issues, now therefore be it resolved, the mayor and Common Council commend and thank Alder Syed Abbas for his dedicated and conscientious service during his tenure as president of the Madison Common Council. And Vice President Martin, would you make the motion, please?
I move approval.
And if somebody other than Alder Abbas would please second. I'll see Alder Furman as a second. Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Alder Abbas, did you wish to speak?
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Thanks for reading resolution. And it was my honor to work with you and work with other city staff and council member. I will first of all start with thanking my wife, Holly. Without her support, it will be almost impossible to sit on the lengthy meetings. And also my two kids, 2 and 4-year-old, their love and care, and because of my family, wherever I am here today, and wherever I am, it's because of them. So I'm really thankful to my family. I'm also very thankful to council staff. I would like to acknowledge Debbie Field. Last year was extremely hard year, and this year, including in the time when I joined the council office, we only have 2 positions, legislative analyst, and Debbie was working really hard, and she worked above and beyond to make this council office running smoothly. And also, I would like to acknowledge our chief of staff. Previously, I worked with Karen as legislative analyst, but she took a lot of leadership role and worked extremely hard. Both of them worked extremely. I'm so impressed with their work ethics, and I had an honor working with both of them. So thank to both, and also thank to Madeline for stepping in and taking care of the council agenda items, which was after the departure of Lisa, it was a big gap. So all 3 of them, I really acknowledge them. I will also like to acknowledge Alder Bavir. Thank you very much for all of your support. Your knowledge of over 26 years was extremely helpful. Your advice was helpful. Also, you checking our agenda item in the absence of Lisa, and finding those agenda item mistakes, or I will say suggestion, and also really looking into spending your time to making sure our council agenda for all of our council look good in a public domain, and catching those errors. I really appreciate all of your work. Thank you very much, Alder Bavir, for what you do for the council for so many years, and also during the stressful time when we were short on the staff. So truly appreciate you too. I also appreciate my other colleagues during that particular stressful time, asking for more accountability, reaching out to me for questions. I did my best during my role to manage the council agenda. It was extremely challenging. As we can note, tonight is a really long agenda item. Trust me, I tried to move some agenda item left and right, but those were really sensitive and attached with budget, have a fiscal impact. So during that year, I tried my best to move agenda items and stable the meetings as much possible as I can. So thank you all for your support. And in the last, I would like to say, the most importantly, my constituent. And without their love, their care, and their support, I won't be here sitting in the Common Council. And their encouragement and sending those mailing card and emails of encouragement all over the city of Madison, but especially resident of District 12. I'm really humble, and I really appreciate your love and care. Thank you so much.
Thank you, President Abbas. We do have a few registrants that wish to speak on this item, so we'll start with those and then we'll go to your colleagues. Our first registrant is Beth Sloys of District 18, to be followed by Paul Nodler.
Good evening, and thank you, Mayor. And congratulations, President Abbas, on a difficult year well spent. I'd like to take a few minutes to thank you for your leadership, especially during the continuing difficulties that we face in the midst of a pandemic. I want to thank you for your leadership on issues related to the North Side, in particular, during the Oscar Mayer Special Area Planning process in 2020. As a direct result of your work, we now have a safer Econ Park neighborhood with a bike and pedestrian path slated for Coolidge Street. I know that the decisions made during the 2020 Oscar Mayer Special Area Plan process were made as you convene the neighborhood members to hear our voices loud and clear, and now our voices are represented in the plan. In addition, the Sherman neighborhood can now look forward to the conserving of 16 acres of green space. Both as District 12 Alder and as President of the Council, your intention to protect public health and safety has been evident throughout, whether through your work to include specific environmental justice language in the Oscar Mayer Special Area Plan, or protecting people from harm's way from F-35 jet noise. You've been true to the cause. The City Council voted 2 years ago to include this environmental justice related language into the plan because of your work. You stated, please include, address racial justice and social equity during the OMSAP redevelopment process, which must include assessing and preventing human exposures to toxic chemicals at the site and or release from the site among all people, and particularly at risk, low income and people of color. President Abbas, you continue to work to protect public health and safety by advocating to protect area residents from harm's way. Current redevelopment projects will only be improved with your involvement to protect current and future neighbors. I'm grateful to you for your continued work on the issues that are important to area residents, and as you continue to make sure that public engagement is first and foremost in the decision-making process on all issues. President Abbas, Syed, I'm grateful for your work. I thank you for your service to the community, to the Common Council, and to your district. We are the better for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Paul Nodler of Maple Bluff, to be followed by Bonnie Rowe.
Mayor, there's no one by that name in the list. Bonnie is here.
All right, then. Bonnie Rowe of District 11.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the council. President Abbas, I remember when it was time for President Carter to step down last year, my first year of watching meetings. And I thought to myself, how will anyone step into those big shoes and lead like she did? I had the highest respect for the way President Carter, and now Alder Carter, conducts herself with a humble strength, thoughtful, respectful, and wise leadership, and an ability to use just the right amount of humor when things got tense. And then you were voted in, President Abbas, and you stepped into those big shoes and won over so many hearts and minds. You are a brilliant and likable person, always listening to understand others, always taking time to make your intentions clear and give the reason behind why you support or oppose something. You bring so many people along because you also are a leader with integrity that people want to follow. You're a leader with a bright mind that's always searching for the best path forward to make this city you love a better place for all residents. You're a leader with a big heart, one that inspires dignity and builds trust and collaboration. You take an interest in others and work hard with them to get things done. Because of your respect and diplomacy, you're able to reach across the aisle, so to speak, and keep things moving, taking it to the point of decision. And you're a young leader in a busy season of life with so many years of leadership ahead of you. I'm excited to follow your journey and see where it takes you. Thank you for all your hours of hard work, for representing your city so well, and for all you have given and will continue to give to our city and our state. Thank you for being a true model of leadership and providing an example for many to follow. I wish you all the best on the path ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll turn next to the council. Alder Carter.
Thank you, Mayor. I always have to start out apologizing for my barking dog, but this is how we live over here. First of all, I just want to say that President Abbas, you have been an exemplar. Can't even say the word because I'm getting emotional. But you have been a wonderful leader. You have reached across the aisle. You have reached behind. You have reached in front. I don't think we've ever had a leader in recent history that has really dedicated so much time to find a compromise. And a council that has been extremely divided, you have been that shiny light. And you have brought to the forefront equity, being equitable in the chamber, because we all agree with equity for our residents, but we don't always agree with equity among ourselves. And you have been tirelessly an advocate for trying to achieve that. And I so appreciate it. As I came in at a difficult time in our nation's history, you followed with a difficult time in our nation history. So I hope that any president going forward would have a better course to ride on without so many challenges. But I truly respect you, not only as a colleague, but as a friend. And I wish you the best of luck as you pursue all your many, many, many endeavors. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Carter. Alder Miadze.
I don't know I think everybody's pretty much summed it up. I know we got a long night, but basically I just want to say, as an alder and a neighboring alder that started out new without knowing too much about the area, I really appreciate Alder Abbas' leadership as far as, just talking about the environmental, and also, like everybody talked about, racial justice, that he's even brought up presidential work groups in order to move a lot of our agendas forward on a broader scale. So I really appreciate his leadership during this unprecedented time. And like everybody said, as a person of integrity, explaining exactly why he votes, and being articulate to it and sticking by who he is. I really appreciate his leadership, especially during this unprecedented time. So I appreciate everything that you do, and I wish you good luck on your next venture. I'm sure there's a lot to come.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Wahili.
I'm sorry, I'm breaking my fast so I can have my camera on. But I just want to say a few words. President Abbas, you have been a champion in this council. Your leadership, your patience, your commitment, and your dedication just tells all. So all I want to say is thank you, thank you, thank you, and good luck.
Thank you, Alder. All right, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of item 7? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor. Item 8 is Legistar 70886, commending and thanking Alder Arvina Martin for her dedicated and conscientious service during her tenure as Common Council Vice President. It is also my honor to read this resolution. Whereas Alder Arvina Martin was elected by her peers to the office of Vice President of the Madison Common Council on April 20th, 2021, for the term of 2021 through 2022. And whereas Alder Martin provided invaluable support and advice to Common Council President Syed Abbas, and whereas Alder Martin met regularly with myself, staff, and Common Council President Abbas to discuss city issues. And whereas during her term as Common Council Vice President, Alder Martin served as Vice Chair of the Common Council Executive Committee and served on the Ad Hoc Landmarks Ordinance Review Committee, the Affirmative Action Commission, the Community Services Committee, the Ho-Chunk Nation City of Madison Joint Planning Committee, the Landmarks Commission, the Madison Cultural Arts District Board, Madison Food Policy Council, and the President's Work Group to review and revise the Chief of Staff position description. And whereas Alder Martin has met the demands of her additional duties with committed and dedicated service, and whereas Alder Martin fulfilled her duties as Common Council Vice President while ably representing and responding to her 11th District constituents' concerns and issues, now, therefore, be it resolved that the Mayor and members of the Common Council commend and thank Alder Arvina Martin for her dedicated and conscientious service during her tenure as Vice President of the Madison Common Council. And we will take this, I believe, as moved by President Abbas. And can we get someone other than Vice President Martin to second, please? Alder Harrington McKinney waved first. So moved by President Abbas and seconded by Alder Harrington McKinney. We'll do it in the correct order this time. Alder Carter.
Thank you. Arvina, while we've been serving for a while together, I can tell you that I appreciate your commitment to the city, your commitment to your constituents, and I appreciate your commitment to the council. I can tell you that, you're a rare flower, and I'm so happy you chose to run and you chose to stay. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Figueroa Cole.
Just a quick thank you again for taking the role of leadership and for all the support provided in this first year, and all the opportunities that you have provided to learn about other communities and cultures. I really appreciate it. You definitely rock, and definitely a big thing for me is your leadership on the CARES implementation. So kudos to you. Thank you, Arvina.
Thank you, Alder. President Abbas.
Thank you very much, Vice President Martin. It was a pleasure to work with you. I really enjoy your perspective as well as your calmness on various matters, and also bringing very diverse ideas on many complex issues. So I very appreciate you. As my colleague, I echo them also on your leadership on CARES as well. So thank you all for your service for the city and also for the council as well.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Lemmer.
Thank you. Thank you, Alder Martin. I've really appreciated your kind and compassionate style of leadership. I've appreciated your collaboration. I've appreciated your great ideas, and I've appreciated how you always fight for those who need a seat at the table, whether it's been your efforts to expand the CARES program or improving the landmarks ordinance or supporting our immigrant community. You've been hardworking, you've been dedicated, and you've been so focused on strong and solid priorities. You've been a great listener, and you have such an empathetic style that is so helpful and so needed with the many challenges and issues that we faced this past year. And it's made you so successful as a vice president. So thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Heck. Alder, you're still muted.
There we go. It's my first Zoom meeting. Arvina, excuse me, Vice President Martin, thank you for your leadership over the past year and for lending us your time, patience, and guidance. When we've had difficult decisions to make over this past year, your leadership and advocacy for what is ethically right, what is equitable and collaborative, I think we heard that already, has set a much appreciated even tone and got us through some tough jams. We are a better body for your service. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Harrington McKinney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Alder Martin, I want to give you kudos. And when I served in that position as vice president, I really understand the shoulders that the president stands on. I so appreciate you being there, being calm and consistent. And so the support of the person that's ahead of you is incredibly important. And you did it with such grace. And I wanted to acknowledge you for that. And I can appreciate what some of those spaces were, but you stood steadfast and you served with honor. And so I bid you adieu for that position, but I'm glad you're still on board and get an opportunity to have coffee with you. That's still my invitation to you.
Thank you, Alder. Vice President Martin.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you to everybody, to all the members of this body. Thank you to those who said something. I have to say it's really weird. I feel like I'm dying or something and that people are giving me a eulogy. So it's kind of strange. But I do want to say that I appreciate every single member of this body. We don't always agree on things, and we shouldn't all agree on everything. Otherwise, we make no progress. I think that this body is made up of so many intelligent, caring people that want to do what's best and best for our city, for our mutual constituents. And a lot of times that those decisions are hard to make, and they're not necessarily fun to make, but I do think that every member of this body deserves a round of applause for making it through another very difficult year under circumstances that we still have. I mean, I'm ready for normal times and not having any of these huge global events that are affecting the things that we do. But it's been an honor to serve in this particular role, to support President Abbas and his work as council president. He had a very difficult job to do in a very difficult time, and it's really hard to think about what you would do unless you're actually in the situation. So thank you, President Abbas, for serving us, serving the city of Madison, serving this body, and all the folks that live and love our city. And I also want to say thank you to our staff. Again, we had a really rough year with shortages in staff, and our staff handled it with amazing aplomb. And, I cannot be more thankful to Debbie and Karen and Madeline, as well as all of the other city staff that would take me hours to name. That kind of makes me feel like I'm giving like an Oscars speech and somebody's going to start playing music to send me off. But regardless, I thank you so much for the opportunity, and thank you so much for trusting me to assist our president throughout the last year. I look forward to continuing to work with you all, and let's keep doing this work. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Martin. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of item 8? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of item 8. And then President Abbas, a motion to convene as a committee of the whole.
Yep. Move motion to convene as a committee of the whole.
And a second from Vice President Martin.
Yep.
Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote to convene as a committee of the whole? Seeing no objection, you're convened as a committee of the whole, and President Abbas, I'll hand the chair over to you.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. We will start with the election, agenda item 9, legislative file number 70994, election of Common Council President 2022. I will move, I think so, Clerk Office, Eric. You will gonna take a lead from here? Nope. Who's gonna send? I thought you were sending an email with
Actually, I believe we have other clerk staff who will be handling the election itself.
Okay, then let me see who.
Hey, folks. Shelby and I will be handling the
Thank
election
you
this
so
evening.
much for
Sorry about
saving
that.
me. I got panicked for a second.
No, it's okay. It's all good. All right, so this evening's Common Council election will be conducted using the Poll Everywhere software. You were emailed instructions for Poll Everywhere, including the link for voting. When you click your choice, your vote is recorded. You will see your choice highlighted on the page. There is no need to click a submit button. Once clerk staff see that all 20 votes are cast, we will announce the voting is closed, lock your choices, and display the results. Nominations will be taken from the floor, and alders will cast one vote for their choice as president. An alder may abstain, as with any other vote, but write-ins are not permitted. The winning candidate must receive at least 11 votes. If no candidate receives 11 votes, then additional rounds will be conducted until one candidate attains 11 votes. If there are more than two candidates, all candidates remain on the successive ballots unless they withdraw from the election. The software will allow alders to use the same link to vote regardless of how many ballots are needed. After the election of president is complete, the nominations and election of vice president will occur using the same process.
Thank you very much. Before we take any nomination from the floor, I would like to ask if anybody have question about the process, so clerk office can answer that. Alder Bennett.
Yes, my email is a hellfire of 1,000,001 emails. Can you boost that email or tell me what address to see, because I do not know where I can find this.
We'll resend it right now.
Thank you.
Can you please resend to all of us? Thank you. I appreciate that. Alder Cole, Figura Cole, please go ahead.
Thank you. Would it be too much to ask to throw a question there as a test so we all can know what we're doing? Or is that too much to ask? On the software.
IT already set all of this up beforehand.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Thank you.
Any further question about the process? And I can see the email is here. Please check your email and verify you got the email, and then we can start the nomination. If you have not received an email, please raise your hand. Alder Vihela, you haven't received an email from the clerk office?
No, I did receive, but then we just click the link, right? For voting.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. With that, we will start with the council election for president. Can I get a nomination? Vice President Martin.
Thank you, President Abbas. I would like to nominate Alder Keith Thurman for the position of president, and I will speak to that when it is appropriate.
Can I have second, please? Second by Alder Conklin. So Alder Furman is nominated as council president. I will ask anybody else who nominate any other alder. Alder Benford.
Thank you, Chair. It would be my great honor to nominate Alder Wahelier for president.
Thank you very much. And Alder Bikini, that's your second. So we have two nominations for council presidency. Alder Furman nominated as council president by Vice President Martin. And then we also have nomination of Alder Wahelier nominated by Alder Benford, second by Alder McKinney. Any other nomination from the floor? I will say one more time, any other nomination from the floor? I do not see any nomination. Vice President Martin, as you nominated and you wish to speak, so I will give you floor first.
Thank you so much, President Abbas. I kind of said some of this a little bit ago, but as we know, this year has followed the trend of the last few years is one of the most very difficult years for all of us as members of council, as residents of Madison, of Wisconsin, of the U.S. and the whole world. A lot of things have come up that we haven't expected. And I know that I thought I saw myself running for president myself, but the realities of the world and combined with my job and responsibilities to my family, it was clear that I would not be able to do the job of president and do it justice. Luckily, I know that there are so many members of this body who are more than capable to take on the leadership and all that entails. And it's with that thought that it is my honor to nominate Alder Keith Furman to the position of council president. I've gotten to know Alder Furman throughout our terms as alders in adjacent districts. And through this time, I've been able to discuss many issues that we don't always agree on, but we've been able to talk to them. And even when we don't agree, we have been able to come to an understanding and with respect for each other's positions. And even though, again, that they might be opposed to each other. I have found it very easy to work collaboratively with him on issues that face our neighboring districts. And we've managed to come up with compromises and creative solutions on a variety of issues. I've also been witness to Alder Furman's style of meeting management as a part of the Landmarks Ordinance Review Committee, aka LORC 2, during that whole process. The work that's been tasked to this committee is very specific and technical and regards a subject that I don't think members of our committee on a matter that we're not like subject experts on. As a chair of this committee, he led solid discussions between the alders and city staff, as well as other stakeholders, so that we are on the same page and can update this ordinance so that the rules and regulations that are particularly really specific and jargony are understandable to the public at large, and that they work to both protect Madison's historic legacy while also providing opportunities for growth. Throughout this process, Alder Furman was very explicit in making sure that every committee member was able to voice their thoughts and concerns or ask their questions. In my experience, he views his role as a meeting or a committee chair or leader to facilitate the discussion in the most constructive way possible. And he does it without making his own opinion, his own policy idea, the focus of the committee's work. I will also note that, like many of our BCCs, LORC meetings can very easily devolve into longer discussions that may not necessarily directly follow the charge or the scope of the committee that we've been charged with. I very much appreciate Alder Furman's ability to not only keep our meetings on task and focused, but also so that they finish on time. This kind of time management is absolutely imperative in a leadership role, and I admire his ability to make sure that not only our voice is heard, but is also conscious of the demands on everyone's time, making sure that our meetings do end at an appropriate time. This kind of guidance keeps our discussions focused yet robust, while also being conscientious, again, of those time constraints of committee members, as well as those of city staff, of the public, and other stakeholders. Alder Furman has also been very involved with city issues beyond those that are touched on by his own policy proposals or his district. Even though that he was not a member of CCEC this last year, he attended most of those meetings and frequently attends other meetings for other issues or items just for his own edification and understanding. And he does have a solid and thorough grasp as to the issues the city faces right now. He's consistently reached out to new alders upon their election to help them with their transition from candidate to an elected official. As we all know, there's quite a learning curve that can happen when we start our new roles as to serve our constituents. And not only does this provide our newer colleagues another person to bounce questions off of and ask advice, but it provides him the opportunity to hear the concerns and ideas of our new colleagues. Lastly, I know that Alder Furman does all these things because he wants to know. He wants to be educated on the issues. He wants to work or understand the work and the thoughts of his colleagues. and he has been a member of this body long enough to see many of our policies, rules, and regulations in practice, and wants to make sure that we as a common council and council staff have the tools at our disposal for us to be successful, so that we all may serve the residents of Madison to the best of our collective abilities. So with that, that is my nomination for Alder Furman. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice President Martin. Alder Furman, would you wish to speak?
Sure. Thank you, Council President. I want to first start by thanking Vice President Martin for her support and her friendship. I was looking forward to supporting her as president in this election, but understand her decision, admire her discernment, and know that she will have a huge impact in any endeavor she undertakes. She has been such a powerful voice and source of wisdom on this council and to me personally, and I am humbled by her support for me in this process. So thank you, Alder Martin, for all you do and for the work you've done as vice president over the last year. In the last few weeks, I've thought a lot about what my definition of leadership is and what being council president means to me. My definition of the job of council president is to be able to help empower others. It's something I've been given the opportunity to do in the last year with many of the new alders. We haven't always agreed in our votes, but I've worked with my colleagues in assisting them in navigating our complicated system to accomplish their goals and priorities in a challenging environment. One thing that I think is important about the role of president is that the president is still just one of 20 votes when it comes to passing legislation. The president is not co-mayor or a majority leader. We're a collective and a co-equal body, and the role of president is to help facilitate and coordinate all the different items we have to address as a council. Being Alder is really challenging, and the president can and should work with colleagues to help this body operate as efficiently and effectively as possible. In addition to the standard administrative responsibilities, as your council president, I want to work with the Common Council Executive Committee and the entire council to focus on 4 large goals. First, it is critical that we make sure we provide our council office the tools they need to thrive. We have a new chief of staff, and I think it's important we give her feedback and support to run a successful office. The staff in our council office are invaluable in helping us succeed. So many of the other things I know we want to accomplish depend on empowering our fantastic council staff. That office and the positions in it have evolved over time, and I think collectively we've learned a lot and are at a point where we can make real progress on stabilizing that structure for all involved. The next area of focus is engagement. The council must continue its work on improving our resident engagement. We must continue to build on the work of the Task Force for Government Structure, ResJ Public Participation Guide, and the Performance Excellence Initiative Voice of the Customer. This includes filling the new engagement position in the council office, restructuring our boards, committees, and commissions, improving our public information meeting process, and continuing work on establishing a 311 system. Third, we must invest more time and energy on improving our training process for alders and committee members. Because of how difficult this job is, it's likely this body will continue to see a turnover of new alders every 2 years. We must work on making sure new alders have mentors and comprehensive training that is easy to access and easy to reference for the multitude of different situations we face. That's everything from understanding the different city departments and their functions to training on diversity, equity, social justice, and facilitation. I'd like to expand training opportunities for our volunteer resident committee members as well. And lastly, I'd be focused on working with the entire council and council staff on developing better methods to deal with conflict. There's been considerable disagreement on this council in the last year, which has culminated in ugly and unproductive discourse. Policy disagreements are inevitable, but we must figure out how to stop the personal attacks. In order for this work to have any legitimacy, it's important we work together to figure out the necessary support systems to improve our interactions. I want to work collaboratively with as many alders as willing to come up with effective, just, and meaningful ways to ensure this is an environment where we're all able to work together to carry out the work our residents elected us to do so. I recognize the goals I outlined won't necessarily be fully completed in a year, but I'm hopeful that with collaboration, we can lay the foundation to make this institution better for each other, future alders, and our entire community. I humbly ask for your support in my candidacy for Common Council President. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alder Furman. Alder McKinney, did you raise your hand?
Yes, I did. Should I concede now? Proceed?
You can please move forward with that.
Okay, thank you. I nominate Alder Nasra Wahili for president of the Madison City Council. Alder Wahili is an inspiring leader with an extensive experience and background. Her experience is in budget and development, performance metrics, and management best practices. Raising over $6 million as Director of Development and Communications at Second Harvest Food Bank of Wisconsin, developed and led NBC 15's Share Your Holidays annual event, raising $1.4 million. As Development Director at Madison Area Urban Ministry, now just Dane, she increased agency funding more than 70% during her time there. She is on the board of directors of the Boys and Girls Club of Dane County. That is not why I support her as president of the council. She understands how to be in community as well as with community, and she understands how to engage diverse communities. But more importantly, she understands the importance of building and supporting trusting relationships. Why would these be important skill sets for the council president? Leadership is certainly understanding how to balance our city budget, the property tax levy. She understands that allowable tax levy increases do not keep pace with the cost of growth, and that we cannot balance our city budget by increasing property taxes. Since being elected as Alder, she has worked with the finance department to better understand how to transition into a participatory budget for our city. She has worked with and not against many city departments with the goal of better understanding our city ordinances, resolutions, and the 6 elements of a city that can better work for all of us. I am confident that she will listen to the voices of our underrepresented populations as well.
Thank you, Alderman
Wait a minute, I just didn't finish. I nominate her as I believe that as president of the council, she engages in creative leadership that calls leaders in rather than shutting leaders out. Part of the process of disciplined power is to break down silos. She is not one that aggressively lives for power, but will draw in persons and with a commitment to meeting people where they are with humanity and respect. I believe her leadership will be thoroughly collaborative and discovery. She will have the support of our knowledgeable city staff. She will bring forward her moral and ethical philosophy. I believe she will create a space that will show honor and respect as a council person, that will bring training, transparency, and trust into what has been described as a very toxic environment. I believe she will hold herself accountable as well as her fellow alders. A fresh air aimed at reframing the false narrative of what works best for moving our city forward. I believe she is best qualified to recognize and evaluate adverse consequences and an expert in facilitating and applying conflict resolution models. Represented by her various community awards, YWCA Madison 2021 Woman of Distinction, Black Power 2020 Wisconsin 51 Most Influential Black Leaders, Women of Excellence finalists, Mom Partner for Change and Visionary Award, Bravo Magazine 2015 Woman to Watch. Finally, I believe she will hold the city accountable to their underlying racial equity goals through an inclusive democracy, not threats, intimidation, and political duplicity. I may not be seated at her executive round table, but I certainly will not feel left out of being in the room and will be represented at the table and represented well. I nominate Alder Wehaley as president.
Thank you very much, Alder McKinney. Alder Wehaley, would you wish to speak?
Thank you, Alder Hennington McKinney, for the nomination. Good evening, everyone. It's an honor to accept this nomination. For the past 17 months, I have been privileged to serve District 7 at the Madison Common Council. It has been a great experience serving my constituents, my communities of color, and the city of Madison in a meaningful and profound way. I also have a great admiration and appreciation for my colleagues and the city staff for the commitment and expertise in serving our city and communities. We all know this is not an easy task that are interested in us, yet day in, day out, we serve our community and this beautiful city we call home. I want to pause a moment and want to thank the city staff. I know it's not easy dealing with 20 alders with different personalities, needs, demands, and deadlines. I appreciate you all for the work you have done and your efforts and your patience. When I immigrated from Somalia more than 3 decades ago, my hope was to get my degree from UW-Madison and live for cities, bigger cities like New York, LA, or DC. However, I ended up choosing Madison as my home and have stayed since for the last 33 years, raising 4 children and becoming an active community member and a leader. I strive to give back to my community and the city that has given me and my family endless opportunities. The Common Council has been one of the most rewarding experiences thus far by giving me the opportunity to advocate for the district I serve and serving amongst teams of dedicated staff and council members, striving to make Madison a better place. It's with this in mind that I'm running for the president of the Madison Common Council. The Madison Common Council needs a leader who is committed in creating a vision and the values of the council, set proactive policy agenda, and make Madison the best city for everyone, not just the privileged. My educational background as an MBA holder, professional background, founder of Empathy for Equity, and background in community engagement, I'm excited to bring a meaningful values to my colleagues at the Madison Common Council to make a proactive impact in our community and the city of Madison. Additionally, my background as an immigrant, Black Muslim woman, has prepared me to understand a diverse number of issues and bringing equitable solution to problems, big or small. It's a privilege to be at the council. With that privilege comes with responsibility. I know serving as a president of the council is not an easy task and will require a lot of time, dedication, and patience. However, with my experience in community and coalition building and empathy training to transform workplace culture, I believe I will serve as an effective leader to the Common Council. Some of my goals are for the Common Council. I'll be a leader who will inspire and transform the Common Council culture and environment that's welcoming, collaborative, so that the Common Council members can work together to provide meaningful change for their constituents. With my professional background, transforming workplace culture, I use empathy and wheel of change model, hearts and mind, behavior, and structure to make the change. The wheel of change is a simple yet profound model for true and systemic change, guiding us to work in an integrated way to shift our inner experience, our actions, and external realities, a roadmap for transformation. My consulting approach is guided by a quote by Nelson Mandela. It says, "One of the most difficult things is not to change society, but to change yourself." Therefore, my focus is changing individuals within ourselves. With the heart and mind, changing our thoughts and feelings, the idea, the perceptions, the belief that shape our experience, how we can learn what we learn. With behavior is changing our choices or habits, the norms, the unspoken agreement by which we interact with others. So that's an intentional changing our behavior. And finally, with the structure, changing our external system in which we live in and work, hierarchies, processes, practices, and culture of organizations, communities, and societies. For the city in general that we love, we don't have to choose either or. There are many polarizing topics in the city, whether it's a police versus anti-police, BRT versus anti-BRT, homelessness, development, businesses, anti-development, State Street, downtown, all businesses. We need to proactively learn and educate ourselves about the true dynamics of the politics involved, progressive narrative that's misleading, and learn the issue that really matters to our community and city, and use that knowledge to bridge these gaps between people. As a policymaker, we need to inspire our community with our collective and collaborative policymaking. For the city staff, we need to empower them for their work, commitment, and provide an environment of respect and learning. We have an opportunity to work together across our many differences in order to make the city better for everyone, not just the few. Thirdly, as the racial justice and racial equity and social justice, as it relates to this Madison we love, as a leader at the council, it's important we understand issues of power and privilege within us and within our community. With our institution and our system, for the past 8 months, I had the privilege of serving President Work Group on racial justice, racial equity, racial justice, anti-racism, and equity as the chair of that work group. This really opened my eyes, the amount of work Madison needs to do about equity. My good friend and colleague, Alder Brian Benford, always says, Madison is a tale of two cities. That is so true. Why do we have such disparities? If we really mean it, the reason why we still have some disparities is because our action do not directly align with our mission and goals. We need to take racial equity and social justice very seriously by intentionally changing our government culture, policies, and practice. Madison Common Council is very privileged to have most diverse members in the nation. We have opportunity to educate and learn from each other and engage our communities of color on how the city government works, the budget, and serving on various boards, commissions, and committees. In order to increase public participation, I learned that we need to communicate with our constituents and create a long-lasting partnership. With that in mind, I have the experience, the understanding, and the passion to bring this transformational change to the Common Council. Racial equity and social justice are an integral part of our work. Whether you are my colleague at the Common Council, city staff, business, please keep this quote by Brian Stevenson, author of Just Mercy. When we allow ourselves to be shielded and disconnected from those who are vulnerable and disfavored, we lose our effectiveness. But proximity is a pathway through which we learn the kind of things we need to make healthier communities. Finally, on a personal level, for those of my colleagues who have not had the opportunity to get to know me, but just have some assumptions, let me introduce myself and tell you about who I am. I am a very competitive person in nature. I don't compete with others, but I do compete with myself, as I expect so much from myself. I believe in my brand, and my brand is my why and my purpose. I try so hard to protect and honor that. I make sure I do my best as a mother, a daughter, a colleague, a friend, or a mentor. I can be serious, but sometimes I'm funny and have sense of humor. I like empowering others instead of overpowering them. My gift is loving. My strength is bringing people together for greater good. My passion is serving others. Whether elected as the president of the Madison Common Council or not, I will continue to be your servant leader at the Madison Common Council, at the Madison Common Council level, or city staff level, or the community level. I hope I'll get your vote and change this narrative that we us versus them, and try to transform ourselves and do the work in the lens of our community, constituents, and the city of Madison. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alder Vihili. I will quickly check with the clerk here. I believe everybody received the link. Bonnie, could you please, should we start the voting now?
Give me 1 second.
Sure. Thank you.
Yep, it is unlocked and ready to accept your votes.
Perfect. Thank you. The voting is online, everyone.
Alder Abbas, I have a question.
Yes, please.
It says accept cookies, so shall I just agree?
You should accept cookies, yes. Then the page will take you. Anyone have any issue with the vote or system?
Yeah, I don't quite see where to vote. I clicked in on home. I've tried to log in, my email address, everything, but it doesn't give me any, doesn't show me any polls.
So close it, click again, that icon, and it will straight away take you to the name, because clerk office opened the poll. Try it again, please.
Oh, okay. Now it is. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so we've locked it. Just wanted to double check, has every alder been able to make their choice? Yeah, okay, great. Give us 1 moment and then we'll share the results.
Honey, you shared the screen, and this screen is for Council Vice President right now. We don't see any results. Just want to make sure. You're muted if you're talking. I'm not sure you're talking right now.
Sorry, I'm just talking to myself.
All right.
1 second.
It's hard to tell on the camera with a face mask if you're talking or not.
All right, I'm going to try this one more time.
Thanks. Yep, we can see Council President. We don't see the results yet.
Okay, why is it not showing? Why is it not showing? I don't understand what's going on. Try presenting first. One more. I'm going to try one more time. Sorry. Appreciate your patience.
No worries.
It still doesn't pull in. Oh, there we go. Wait, now I have to get back to the Zoom. Okay. Did that work?
Yep, we can see the result. Alder Furman have 11 votes and Alder Wehele have 9 votes. Alder Furman, congratulations, you are the next council president. And from here, you will take, Bunny, you can stop sharing the screen. I think so. We're good here. I will give you the floor for council vice president election. Floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues, and thank you, Alder Abbas. The next item on our agenda will be item number 10, Legistar item number 70995, election of the Common Council Vice President for 2022. I'm going to open the floor for nominations. Alder Harrington McKinney, go ahead.
I would like to nominate Alder Wehele.
Okay. Other nominations, can I get a second? Alder Carter, is that a second? Great. Other nominations? Alder Lemmer.
I'd like to nominate Alder J.L. Curry.
Okay, can I get a second for that? Alder Wehele, is that a second? Oh, no, Alder Figueroa-Co, thank you. Alder Carter, I see your hands up, go ahead.
I'd like to nominate Charles Miazzi, Alder Charles Miazzi.
Okay, can I get is there a second for that nomination? Alder Abbas, seconding that. And Alder Wehele, go ahead.
Yeah.
Oh, you're muted.
Yeah, I would like to withdraw from vice president. No, I'm not.
Okay. So
thank you, Alder Harrington McKinney, for the nomination.
Okay, so we have 2 nominations on the floor, Alder Curry and Alder Miazzi. Are there any other nominations? Okay, Alder Lemmer, would you like to speak to your nomination? Alder Carter, your hand is still up. Do you have? No, okay. Alder Lemmer, go ahead.
Thank you. It's my honor to nominate Alder J.L. Curry for Common Council Vice President. Alder Curry has stood out as a bold and inclusive leader on the council this year. She's worked collaboratively and she's taken the reins on critical needs for our city. When the Dairy Drive site was identified as a viable location for the first city-managed encampment, her approach was to do all she could to lead and to make it successful. She's worked to dive in and work to increase gun violence prevention funding. She finally made the ambulance and fire station 14 happen. And she has worked hard to also improve communication and positive relations on the council. She's committed to collaborative leadership, and I have no doubt that she will work her hardest to ensure this body works in a more healthy, effective, and productive way. That's what we need right now. We need her style of leadership, and I hope that you'll support her. Thank you.
Thank you. Alder Bennett, your hand is up. I'm going to let Alder Curry speak if we're going to stick to our previous format, but did you have a question or?
No, I just wanted to speak.
Okay, we'll talk about that momentarily. We're going to have Alder Curry speak, and then we will have the other nominations speak, and then we could talk about a body if we did want people to speak. We didn't do that last time, but we certainly can. Alder Carter, we can figure that out next. Alder Carter, you did nominate Alder Miazzi, right? Is that correct? If you'd like to speak to your nomination, please. You're muted.
You want me to speak now then?
Please, yes.
Okay, thank you. Alder Miazzi came into this elected office with the goal of representing, I'm sorry, my camera's not on, the goal of representing his constituents. And that's what he's done. Time after time, meeting after meeting, he has mentioned the concerns of his constituents, something that we don't always hear from the other candidate. Alder Miazzi is not only concerned about his own constituents, but very much concerned about the city of Madison and how we go forward with policy, how we become inclusive. He's been a strong advocate for making sure the metro redesign impacts on a positive note everyone. And that is what is so important, not only in Alder Miazzi's district, but other districts like Alder Abbas, my district, where 60% of the people use public transportation as their primary transportation. It is so important for an elected official and someone seeking leadership to bring to life the issues of their constituents and the issues that address this city. We can't be a one-horse pony when you're looking at a city of 250,000 and growing. We can't be a one-horse pony when we're looking at affordable housing. Alder Miazzi has proven time and time again that his concerns are all of our concerns. He has proven time and time again his leadership. He's proven his ability to contact each of us, to communicate with us. And he has also proven his ability to contact and talk to the mayor, which is also very important. This is no time for a popularity contest because we are not in the challenging environment of 2020, but we're still not out of the woods. And what we need is a strong president and vice president. And that is what we just talked about titles, Alder Charles Miazzi brings to the table. And I believe that this partnership with the president-elect and Alder Miazzi, they will bring us to the forefront and deliver what we've been saying as our mission for many years. It's time to not think of ourselves, but to think of this city. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Carter. I'm going to give Alder Curry an opportunity to speak, and then Alder Miazzi an opportunity to speak. Alder Curry, go ahead.
Thank you, President Furman. Thank you also to Alders Lemmer and Figueroa Cole for nominating me, and the peers who encouraged me to run when I was still unsure myself. I'm truly humbled by your support. Sorry, in your addressing you, President Furman, I did not congratulate you. So congratulations. And I look forward to continuing to work with you in this new capacity. So tomorrow, April 20th, will mark the 1-year anniversary of this cohort being sworn into office. As a new alder, I'm often asked, how do you like the job? Is it everything you hoped for? I can contribute many words and feelings to my experience over the last year, but one rises above all: appreciative. I'm appreciative to be able to serve during this time and in this capacity, and to be able to challenge myself to respond to the call. I consider being able to serve as Council Vice President part of this calling as well. As Vice President, I would like to focus efforts towards appropriately addressing and resolving interpersonal conflicts when they arise. Several circumstances have exposed the fact that this body has not prioritized building strong foundational working relationships as a whole. And I truly believe that we as a body will be the most effective and efficient in policy and practice when we center our relational needs first. In addition, I'd like to focus on improving infrastructure and processes in order to better the onboarding, guidance, and resources alders are equipped with to serve. This could be modeled by bringing back the mentor program, as well as creating mutually established and agreed upon guidelines for how we conduct ourselves. So as an alder or as the next vice president, I will continue to be centered on these focal points. This is due to my personal commitment of honoring the value of shared leadership. In my opinion, referring to the roles of council president and vice president as council leadership is misleading. We are all leaders and bring a plethora of experiences, strengths, and perspectives that we must leverage to serve our city at the highest level possible. It's both really exciting and overwhelming to recognize that our historic and highly diverse body has not even come close to meeting its optimum performance. I look forward to continuing to create and build upon the collaborative work we are more than capable of producing for ourselves, our districts, and our city overall. I'd humbly ask for your support for Vice President. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Curry. Alder Miotze, the floor is yours.
Whew. After to say that I had a speech ready and I knew that I was going to nominate it is I'm humbled, so humbled with Alder Sherry Carter's comments, especially as a new alder. One thing I could say is that once I got back from National League of Cities, I reached out to every single one of, every one of you guys, every one of you guys. And it's important to me that actually try to bridge the gap that's been missing from this Common Council for so long and try to work together with one another to move this city forward. So I'm really honored to receive the nomination. I think of myself of always trying to listen to the voice of the people, not just my district, but also from the city of Madison. I always think of myself as not trying to count votes on the council floor, but actually trying to make sure that I vote with integrity about what I truly believe in. I truly try to always speak from my heart about situations. Like I said, right now, I didn't have a speech prepared because this is the first time I'm hearing about this nomination, but I'm honored. But I know doggone well, I'll make sure that I'll try to work with everybody to stop us having these meetings going till 2:30 in the morning, by trying to make sure that we move move personal issues out the way and really focus on about the city's business, about trying to make sure that we're focusing on the people that need our assistance, that we got elected for. So I'm really honored, and I really hope that everybody votes for me and supports me, and I promise to always listen to my colleagues and the city of Madison to come up with the best solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Miotze. Wanted to see if the clerk's office is ready for the poll.
All right, if you just go back to that link, it should populate with the choices for Council Vice President. All right, and all alders were able to make their choices. Great. We will close the poll and then release the results. Give us one moment. Did that pull in? Okay.
Congratulations, Vice President Curry. The next step will be adjourning the Committee of the Whole and adopting the report of the Committee of the Whole. Attorney Haas, can you, or I see the mayor has joined us. If anybody can give me help on the right verbiage for doing that, and so we can resume our regular scheduled meeting.
Congratulations, President Furman, Vice President Curry. The proper thing is to request a motion to reconvene into the council meeting. And I'll take care of the report once we get there.
Thank you, Mayor. Can I get a motion? Thank you, Alder Conklin, in a second. Looks like Alder Figueroa call. Oh, there you go. Thank you, Vice President Curry. Mayor, the floor is yours.
All right. We'll take that as a unanimous vote to reconvene into the council meeting.
Unless there's any objections, yes. Thank you.
I see no objections, so we are reconvened in the Common Council meeting. The report out of the Committee of the Whole is that the council has elected a president and vice president. Again, congratulations, President Furman, Vice President Curry, and Alder Carter. You're muted, Alder.
I was going to move for a break. So I was waiting for you to get done.
Okay. So first, is there any objection to adopting the report of the Committee of the Whole? Seeing no objection, the report of the Committee of the Whole is adopted.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Question, does the body need to do an attendance roll call coming back in from Committee of the Whole?
I believe we can record the same attendance as at the Committee of the Whole. And since we're about to take a break, we will do a roll call when we come back from that.
Thank you.
Thank you for keeping us on track. Alder Carter will move a 5-minute recess.
10 minutes, please.
Alder Conklin will move a 10-minute recess, which Alder Carter will second. Is there any objection to a unanimous vote in favor of a 10-minute recess? Seeing no objection, it's 8:54. We'll be back in 10 minutes. All right. At least 10 minutes having elapsed, I will call the council back into session and ask the clerk to call the roll.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Alder Vidver.
Present.
Alder Vidver is present. Alder Wahilia. Get back. Alder Abbas. Alder Abbas is present. Alder Burrows.
Present.
Alder Burrows is present. Alder Benford.
Present.
Alder Benford is present. Alder Bennett. Possibly excused.
Here.
Alder oh, sorry about that, Alder Bennett. Alder Bennett is present, of course. Alder Carter. Back. Alder Conklin.
Present.
Alder Conklin is present. Vice President Curry.
Here.
Vice President Curry is present. Alder Evers.
Here.
Alder Figueroa Cole. Oh, sorry, Alder Evers is present. Alder Figueroa Cole.
Here.
Figueroa Cole is present. Alder Foster.
Here.
Foster is present. President Furman.
Present.
President Furman is here. Alder Halverson.
Present.
Halverson is present. Alder Harrington McKinney.
Present.
Alder Harrington McKinney is present. Alder Heck.
Here.
Alder Heck is present. Alder Lemmer.
Here.
Alder Lemmer is present. Alder Martin.
Here.
Alder Martin is present. Alder Miadze.
Present.
Alder Miadze is present. Alder Revere.
Here.
Alder Revere is present. Madam Mayor, we have a quorum.
Thank you. All right, we are at disclosures and recusals. Are there any disclosures or recusals on items on tonight's agenda? Alder Vidver.
Item 27, I need to disclose that I'm an employee of the Department of Health Services.
Thank you. We'll note that disclosure. Are there any additional disclosures or recusals on today's agenda? Seeing none, brings us to the presentation of the consent agenda. Given tonight's agenda, I would like to suggest that we leave the public hearing items on the consent agenda unless there are registrants or an Alder request separation on a public hearing item. This is a change in our practice, so I'm letting you know now that if you want to request separation for a public hearing item, to please do so in the process of preparing the consent agenda. And President Furman, I will turn it to you for the consent agenda.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'll just go ahead and start with by saying, I guess, agenda items number 12 through 18 are public hearing items. As the mayor noted, we will keep those on consent unless they've been pulled via an Alder momentarily or for registrants. The following items are extra majority items. Extra majority vote items will be recorded as unanimous votes unless a roll call or exclusion is requested. Item number 797, legislative file 70583. Which is amending our capital budget for $4 million related to the Madison public market. Report of the Finance Committee, 15 votes required. Item number 100, legislative file 70636, amending the 2020 adopted capital budget and improving plans and specifications and authorizing the Board of Public Works to advertise and receive bids for the Cannonball Path Phase 6. Report of the Finance Committee, 15 votes required. Agenda items part of the consent agenda with additional recommendations as noted. Addendum, I think we've also referred to this as item number 161, which is legislative file number 69538, which is an alternative related to 702 Ruskin Street, and that will be referred to our 5/10/2022 Common Council meeting. Items requested for exclusion on the consent agenda that alders have received and has been posted. Items number 82, 83, 84, and 85 were requested for exclusion, but we're just going to go ahead and report referrals based on action out of CCEC. So on item number 82, legislative file 70642, establishing a Common Council prohibitive harassment and/or discrimination policy that has been referred to the CCEC meeting of May 24th, 2020. Item number 83, legislative file 70645, having to do with self-evaluation of subunit meetings. That's been referred to a CCEC meeting in June. Item number 84, legislative file 70650, regarding cancellation of subunit meetings, also referred to CCEC meeting in June. Item number 85, legislative file 70667, having to do with the self-evaluation form, also has been referred to the CCEC meeting in June. The next item that is going to be excluded due to additional referral is 123 on our agenda, legislative file 70800, submitting the appointment of our new chief of staff. Instead of being referred to our next council meeting, it will be referred to the Common Council Executive Committee on 5/24/2022 and the Common Council on 5/24/2022. And the reason for the additional referral is discussing Ordinance 33.13 in relation to the contract. Now for items introduced from the floor for referral, we've got legislative file 71082, repealing MGO section 28.182(5C) protest petition and amending 28.182(5B) to include a 2/3 favorable vote by the Common Council to pass zoning maps amendments. Recommended action is to refer to the Plan Commission on 5/9/2022 and the Common Council on May 10th. And Mayor, I would also like to do an introduction from the floor by title only, which would be appointments to the Common Council Executive Committee for 2022 to 2023.
All right, so that's where we'll start. I also have registrants on the following items: 16, 17, 25, 35, 93, 96, 97, 111, 114, and 161. That was a long list. Should I read it again? Yes. 16, 17, 25, 35, 93, 96, 97, 111, 114, and 161. Are there additional items that alders would like to have excluded from the consent agenda at this time? Seeing none, let me just note these. All right, so then just to be 100% clear, item 100 is extra majority vote item. We'll record a unanimous vote. On the addendum, item 161, sorry, that will be excluded. For exclusion, we have 16, 17, 25, 35, 93, 96, 97, 111, 114, 123, and 161. And then we have 2 items introduced from the floor for referral.
Thank you, Mayor. Move adoption of the consent agenda.
Second.
Moved and seconded to adopt the consent agenda. Is there any objection? Alder Foster.
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to clarify that the introductions from the floor are included on the consent agenda.
Yes.
Great, thank you.
So moved and seconded to adopt the consent agenda. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of the consent agenda? Alder Halverson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a couple that I would like to have listed as no vote. Agenda item 12, items 25, 44, and 110.
25 will be excluded, Alder.
Okay, 12, 44, and 110.
I think the clerk has that. Yes. Right. Is there any other notes? If not, with those exceptions, we'll record unanimous votes on the consent agenda items. And we will move on to, sorry, many papers here, to our public comment. As we do, I want to note, we do have 2 registrants who registered on item 11, which is the consent agenda. That's not an item that we take public comment on. One of them, I think, just missed a 1 and meant to register on item 111. The other registrant, Shadira Kilfoy Flores, I'm not sure if you meant to register on item 111 or a different item, but we don't take public comment on the consent agenda. So I'm not going to call on you at this time. If you did register on the wrong item, I would ask you to re-register on the appropriate item. And staff in the future are going to make sure that it's not possible to register on that item. So we will go into our public comment at this time, starting with item 16. And again, on item 16, I'll remind us that the motion will be to refer. Our first registrant is Ken Rosenberg of District 11, to be followed by Yvonne Ramos.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. I live along Tokay Boulevard. This is regarding the resurfacing project of Tokay. We had found out that it had been, let's see, I'm just getting, a public information meeting back on March 21st. We found out that they were planning on removing the on-street parking as part of the resurfacing. So I made my neighbors and other people aware that use the street for parking. Less than 48 hours later, they had the Transportation Commission meeting. At that, they had stated, oh, well, we had already decided on this because they had already approved portions of it previously. And then they didn't have any other, unfortunately, alternatives. The engineering had looked at alternatives, but had not brought any others forward because of different complications or concerns of other different city areas. So no other alternatives were presented. So it was approved twice by transportation. And then it went to the Board of Public Works next, where a number of neighbors spoke against the loss of parking. And it was one person on that, he had been a UW Assistant Planning and Zoning Coordinator, had objected to it just based on the concerns of the neighbors. Trying to coordinate with our neighbors, meeting with our Alder, and we've just kind of heard that we hopefully will have more time to speak with her and with hopefully kind of working with engineering to consider some alternatives. Just one thing that I would ask that I'm kind of surprised that hadn't been considered. So I'm not sure the best way to try to have either engineering or some other entity look at it within the city. But on the project of this resurfacing is between Whitney Way and Seago along Tokay Boulevard. The on the very west end of that is the Westgate redevelopment project, which the buildings are rising, and I don't know, within the next year, there'll be 460 plus multifamily units, including low income and senior housing in that. And it sounds like hasn't been a consideration among the city of how this 460 plus would have used parking along city streets. I spoke with a developer with that, the JT Klein, and they had said that they had followed what the city mandated in terms of parking on site. But a lot of that, there's going to be some free parking, but a lot of it's going to be different fee related parking. And it just seems strange that the
recording
city
stopped.
Put,
and
okay,
that's time.
Okay,
recording in progress.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Yvonne Ramos of District 11, to be followed by Shirley Ann Trotter.
Mayor, there's no one by that name in the list. Elliot Draxler is also not here, so we can jump to Jerry Vandenberg.
All right, Jerry Vandenberg of District 11, to be followed by Darius Ward.
Thank you. I'm Jerry Vandenberg. I oppose item number 7 because it includes permanently eliminate all on-street parking. I own and live in one of the small single-family homes on Tokay Boulevard near Seagull Road. I'm in my 70s and I've lived in my home here on Tokay for 35 years. I strongly oppose eliminating street parking on Tokay Boulevard. Everyone who spoke at the 2 previous public hearings strongly opposed it. I believe the entire neighborhood is opposed to it. There's a much better alternative or plan available, which the entire neighborhood would support. The impact of eliminating all on-street parking is grossly unfair to the residents, property owners, and taxpayers who have invested their life savings and work into their small homes, and whose property values will decrease, as well as having to suffer the inconveniences of they and their guests being unable to park on the street forever. There's a much better alternative or plan, which is fair and equitable and safe for everyone. Why not choose a much better plan? What is the better plan? According to the City of Madison Engineering Division and its project engineer, Steve Sontag, this section of Tokay Boulevard does have sufficient space to have a traffic lane and a buffered bike lane and a parking lane by narrowing the median to 10 feet. This would make everyone who uses the street happy and meet the needs of everyone. Project engineer Steve Sontag mentioned this alternative at both public hearings on March 23rd and April 6th, but neither board discussed it. City engineering also presented this alternative earlier on, but was rejected early on by decision makers prior to it being made public. Why? Because the forestry department wants to have a wider median strip so they can plant trees on it, and this would leave insufficient street width for buffered bike lane and street parking. Here's what project engineer Steve Sontag said at the April 6th Board of Public Works public hearing. Quote, "We looked at it. We asked forestry about narrowing medians versus widening them, and this is a critical tree planting corridor for forestry. They did not like the option of narrowing the median to less than 12 feet. To put parking, buffered bike lane, and through lane, the medians would be narrowed to 10 feet, which wouldn't be sufficient planting facilities for forestry." End of quote. Alders, we all love trees, but there are already many trees on both sides of these blocks. Which is more important, planting a few trees in a wider median, which necessitates eliminating all on-street parking to the detriment of the entire neighborhood, or to vote against this desired plan and to move forward to support the alternate plan to narrow the median to 10 feet, which does provide sufficient street width for a traffic lane and a buffered bike lane and a parking lane. The current plan is opposed by the entire neighborhood. The alternate plan is an outstanding solution and would be supported by the entire neighborhood. Alders, I ask you to vote today against this detrimental plan, which is before you, and to move forward to support the alternate plan, which is the only plan that is fair and equitable and safe for everyone and would serve the community well for decades to come. Thank you for your time and for your consideration.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Darius Ward of District 11.
All right, can everyone hear me?
We can.
All right, great. Thank you. All right, thanks everyone for your time tonight. My name is Darius Ward. I'm a resident and owner of a 3-unit building on Tokay Boulevard. The address is 5119, 5121, and 5123. I like to state that I'm strongly opposed to losing on-street parking in front of the multifamily housing on Tokay Boulevard. My family, tenants, and neighbors use on-street parking on a daily basis. Without on-street parking, residents, which include elderly and children, and our visitors would be forced to park blocks away from our home. In my unit, 5123, my wife, my elderly father, and myself have our own vehicles. These are 3 cars. Our multi-generational living situation is a result of the pandemic, where we lost my mother and my brother in 2021. My father had to sell our childhood home in Madison and now stays with me, my wife, and my young child. We are storing all my parents' and brother's precious belongings in our garage, so we need to park 1 car in the driveway and 2 on the street every night. Losing on-street parking would be devastating to our family. I can't imagine my father or my wife and child walking blocks uphill in inclement weather or at night. Nor would I want to see any of my tenants or neighbors or visitors experiencing the same thing. During the Transportation Commission meeting on March 23rd, the city's engineering team proposed a plan that would allow for a bike lane in addition to on-street parking. They proposed this plan due to the numerous residents voicing their opposition to losing on-street parking. But unfortunately, the commission did not support that idea. I please ask that you support families like mine and retain on-street parking and reconsider the proposed solution that would benefit everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Those are our registrants on item 16 wishing to speak. Are there questions for any of the registrants on item 16? Seeing none, we'll go on to item 17. We have one registrant wishing to speak on item 17, David Dyer of District 10.
Mayor, there's no one by that name in the list.
All right. And we will go on to item 25. Our first registrant is Mara Eish of District 10, to be followed by Bob Schaefer.
Good evening, Alders and Mayor. I have the privilege of participating in tonight's meeting from Baton Rouge, Louisiana, because it is a virtual meeting. Public involvement has been increased significantly, sometimes maybe not well desired, but it is important that we are able to participate. My Alder's platform, Alder Figueroa Cole, included a commitment to maintaining virtual access to city meetings, and I appreciate that. I look forward to learning how the city is going to maintain virtual and face-to-face access to all city meetings in the future. I hope more of our residents are able to maintain their everyday life and be able to participate in our city government. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Bob Schaefer of District 17.
Yes, I'm somewhat going to echo the previous speaker and in addition say that as a senior and many other people who may not be able to all the time attend this council meetings in person, that I think that a hybrid solution, I understand the purpose of the alders as a community or as a group, as a committee, that it is important for them to have some personal interaction that builds the community. But I think that it's also possible with the technology that our city of Madison technical people have to be able to provide both. Now, it may not be that we aren't being able to be seen now, so the video of that is not all that important. I know that on the Coffee with the Cops meetings that I've been involved in, that they have been virtual and in person. And that I think that allows the technology to be used to maintain both the in-person and the virtual. So I strongly encourage the council to look at a way to have us continue to be involved in their meetings and participate in that and helping the city. And that I do value the times that I get to interact with you. And so I strongly encourage that a hybrid solution is sought for.
Thank you. Those are our registrants on item 25. Are there any questions for the registrants? Seeing none. Our next registrant is on item 35. Again, Bob Schaefer of District 17.
Yes, this has to do with Rhino Park, and I just wanted to put my support in there. I think it's important to move forward with that, and for the resources that it will provide to the Northeast neighborhoods, and especially the neighborhood over on the north side of East Washington there. because the challenges for the neighborhood are difficult in terms of getting out and across, especially for the children. And this will be a very good activity for the city.
Thank you. Are there any questions for our registrant on item 35? Seeing none, that takes us to item 93. Our first registrant wishing to speak is Tracy Doreen Dietzel of District 6, to be followed by Mara Aish.
There's no one by that name in the list. Mara's here.
All right, Dr. Mara Aish from District 10.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify tonight. At this time of inflation, I'm wondering why we are taxing recycling. Unless there is a need for money to pay for something unrelated to cycling that I'm not aware of, that I wish you would make me aware of. Otherwise, this feels like a money grab that we are paying for things that we're not aware of we're paying for. So I would really like to reconsider the recycling fees that are going to be imposed upon us from the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for our registrant on item 93? Seeing none. Our next item is item 96. Our first registrant is Jim Larson of District 12, to be followed by Jim Brager.
Jim, I'm assuming this is Jim Larson. You are unmuted. Jim, you are unmuted.
Okay. So this is Jim Brager. I'm part of a small family partnership. We own the building behind the proposed homeless shelter. We feel this project of this magnitude will significantly impact businesses and residents in the area. We first learned about the project last Friday and felt like we were blindsided and had no voice concerning such an important and controversial project. Needless to say, we were disappointed. We've owned the building on Bertillon for 20 years and had paid over $500,000 in taxes to the city. We've always taken pride in our facility and made sure the buildings and grounds were well maintained. But after last night's neighborhood meeting, we were very concerned about the security of the building and, more importantly, the safety of our tenants. Currently, AT&T leases the building and they place a high value on security. We have worked very hard to keep AT&T as a tenant, but if they leave due to issues with the shelter, we'll be hard pressed to find another quality tenant. Having a 200+ homeless shelter as your neighbor definitely reduces your list of possible business options. We're also concerned about the reduction in property values. If we deem it necessary to sell the building, the value of the building will be diminished due to the shelter. To mediate these issues, we would definitely request assistance from the city to make us whole. In conclusion, we would support a homeless facility at the property, but a much smaller footprint. These large facilities are not good for the residents or the surrounding community. If the proposal is passed, we'd like to see a detailed plan of how the city would assure the safety of the residents, businesses, and students at the technical college. Thank you for your time, and I hope you reconsider the location and or size of the shelter. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm sorry, can we just confirm which Jim that was?
Jim Berger.
Thank you. Do we have Jim Larson?
No.
Okay. So then our last registrant wishing to speak on item 96 is Bob Schaefer.
Yes, I've spoken about this on a number of occasions, and really I think that putting the homeless people and busing them in and out, I think that is disrespectful to the people. I think that it's to some extent I can liken it to handling cattle. And that when we currently have a facility that is serving the needs in the area that they exist, I think that to put 5 or 6 miles out away from where their needs are, that I think that that's not the thing to do. We just shove them out, and I think it's disrespectful to them. They are people, they deserve respect, and not to just be shuttled around. So I think that it's like just pushing them out. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions for any of our registrants on item 96? Seeing none, then on item 97, if one registrant wishing to speak, Bob Schaefer of District 17.
Yes, now I've given a lot of thought to the public market, and that I think that in some ways it is advantageous and not for what people might expect it to be. I think that currently it's a men's shelter, and it's an easy location for the homeless people to get to. I think that what will likely happen, what happened on State Street and other places, is that it will make a good daytime shelter during the hot weather, and during the cold weather, it'll make a good daytime shelter for the homeless. It'll also, if the market that's up here in the East Town area, that when that was open, that what they had was some of the homeless people coming in there and taking food off of other people's plates, throwing food on the floor, and very much just being disrespectful. So I think that if we do go ahead and build a public market there, that I don't know that there's going to be a lot of people from out of town or other places that are going to want to deal with the people. And if you're going to try to keep the homeless people out of there, that's going to be another issue to deal with. So I really think that looking for a different place to build a public market is the best alternative for the city and for the homeless people.
Thank you. Are there questions for our registrant on item 97? Seeing none. Our next item is item 111. Our first registrant wishing to speak is Tanya Cunningham of District 19, to be followed by Peggy Scallon.
Thank you. I had sent in some slides. Are they ready to go?
Do we have engineering staff with slides?
Yes, I can bring those up.
Okay, I'm going to go through them pretty quick. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. One of the reasons I chose to live in this area is because it's a beautiful place to entertain guests, as do many of my neighbors. We love to share a beautiful neighborhood and stunning lakeside setting with large numbers of people. That will be much more difficult with the huge loss of on-street parking. Slide 2. The red indicates on-street parking. Slide 2. Slide 2. The red indicates on-street parking. Slide 3.
Would you like me to share these?
Yeah, if you could, Joe, if that's possible.
Yeah. So
Okay,
this
I'm
is
ready.
Cunningham, slide 3. Okay.
Okay. This is using up most of my time now. The blue indicates parking under the new plan. Slide 4. At a minimum, available parking, is that slide 4? Okay. On the west end of the street where I live, this is the current on-street parking. Slide 6. If I have an event with 50 guests and need 30 spots, you can see that they're all within half a block of my house. Slide 7. If some of my neighbors also host events and take half those spots, that pushes my guests out to block away. Slide 8. This is parking under the project plan. Slide 9. In the same event, if 30 cars would now spread out to cover a full block either side of my house. Slide 10. If my neighbors use half of those spots, my guests are pushed out to a block and a half or more away. The loss of parking is even more critical for other residents who may lose access to parking for for a single caregiver, guest, or delivery person near their home. While parking is not the most important aspect of this project, it is an important one for many people. The fact that there are also many who have no idea of how parking will be changed speaks to the lack of communication about the project and that the process is moving too quickly. Slide 11. By implementing alternatives, it is possible to maintain parking, preserve trees, and still keep pedestrians safe. Personally, I want no sidewalks. Slide 12. Vision Zero projects focus on high injury network streets and eliminating serious and fatal crashes. Lake Mendota Drive is not a high injury street. There's not been a single fatal crash recorded. Simply slowing traffic and keeping the street mixed use will keep it safe for decades to come. There are so many important considerations that have been left unaddressed or insufficiently addressed, including how this project affects climate issues, groundwater, water runoff to the lake, respecting and addressing the important historic elements of this neighborhood, including the history of Indigenous peoples and Lake Mendota Drive's designation as a park and pleasure drive. As to equity, the catch-all that we seemingly can't argue against without being ableist. What about equity for those who live here and pay some of the highest taxes in the city? Also, the many elderly people who will lose their parking for caregivers and be forced to pay for sidewalks and their upkeep that they may not be able to afford. There are many ways to define equity. What is our recourse against an alder who not only misrepresents us, but actively squashes our attempts to engage and participate? Our alder has been at the very least less than forthright in presenting this project. He has belittled, bullied, mocked, disregarded, and misrepresented his constituents throughout. As one alder in the recent Public Works meeting commented, it is extremely unusual to have this many express concern in opposition to this kind of project. Our alder has alternately claimed that he alerted the neighbors as soon as he knew, and at other times says that he's been talking about it for a long time. This first notice was at the end of his Madison City blog. That is not proactively communicating with residents. We've been told as though it were some sort of threat that this project would not start till next year if it is delayed.
And that's time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Peggy Skellen of District 19, to be followed by Mark Redston. Do we have Peggy?
There we go. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. We do not want the road design as it is currently proposed. We have given many reasons for this and many good alternatives. And city staff come back and insist on sidewalks on both sides because this is how we do it when we redo the streets. But we do not need sidewalks on both sides. Many people walk safely on Lake Mendota Drive, and our proximity to the lake and the historical and cultural significance of this parkway should signal that we should not take a cookie cutter approach. At a minimum, please listen to us and install sidewalks on one side of the street, but not two sides as is currently proposed from Capitol Avenue to Norman Way. Sidewalks on both sides are not necessary, and the increased paving, salting, and tree loss would make this a devastating choice. There are already existing sidewalks on both sides from Norman Way to the school. We should also have an environmental impact study. We need to be stewards of the lake and the watershed. We should slow down this project so we can do the EIS and develop better green infrastructure to protect the lake. Why the rush? We are asking for you to listen with an open mind. We are concerned for the health of Lake Mendota, the habitat the tree canopy provides, and the health of Well 14. The tree canopy is beautiful and provides a natural sense of repose for all to enjoy. If this project is rushed and the natural environment is not honored, it will be gone for generations, if not forever. Death by 1,000 cuts. I also want to say that Alderman Furman does not represent most neighbors who are not in favor of this plan. He has been contemptuous of our voices. He has obfuscated this process, despite what he says about his blog, and he has even gone so far as to use city staff time to go out and remove harmless informational signs from neighbors' yards that provide links to the neighborhood survey and ways to get involved. He then has the city building inspector send emails that defend his actions. Surely the city building inspector has more important things to do than send such emails, especially when other advertising signs are left in place. Alderman Furman does not represent us, and he tries to silence our ideas and our voices. My bottom line requests are twofold. Number one, slow down the timeline for this project. And number two, if you won't slow it down, at a minimum, please compromise by putting in sidewalks on one side only but certainly not installing them on both sides from Capitol Avenue to Norman Way as is currently proposed. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Mark Redston of District 19, to be followed by David Eberhard.
Good evening. I'm a lifelong Madisonian. I grew up in Madison's east side, and I've lived and worked in several Madison neighborhoods before moving to Spring Harbor. For the past 22 years, I've led a large environmental organization that collaborates with the city and the state of Wisconsin on climate change and water quality. I'm writing tonight in my personal capacity as a resident of Lake Mendota Drive, asking you to please slow down this project to protect our health and the environment. To successfully enact citywide plans like Complete Streets or any citywide plans, Madison needs to listen to neighbors impacted by those plans. Neighbors can and should be vital and respected partners in developing a plan. Since 2014, my organization has been installing green infrastructure in Milwaukee together with neighborhood associations, the city of Milwaukee, and others in Milwaukee's Northwest Side neighborhoods. Milwaukee respects and listens to neighborhood voices and integrates their knowledge and experience into designing neighborhood plans. The outcome is stronger neighborhoods, a stronger city, and better results. Madison's taking a different, heavy-handed approach that is opposed by most of our neighborhood. The engineers make minor design changes, but they won't budge from their plan despite overwhelming opposition. Neighbor upon neighbor speak clearly and eloquently about reasonable alternatives to the plan, alternatives that achieve every objective the city has. During this frustrating city approval process, Transportation Commission members especially consistently ignored us. They rationalized their decisions and lectured neighbors with inane personal anecdotes, even scolded us and attacked our motives. One Transportation Commission member stated at the end of nearly 50 commenters, "Can you just put a sentence or two in the record saying we addressed the environmental impacts?" Another Transportation Commission member wanted the record to show that based off one phone call from our city engineers, that important concerns about environmental health were successfully resolved. And then they all congratulated themselves at the end of the night for being righteous good listeners. I wish addressing environmental and public health were as easy as this commissioners would like you to believe. Of course it's not, and they all know that. Madison can address equity and access concerns in a street design while also protecting our environment and public health. I know many of our alders and the mayor personally, and I know you care about the environment. I am excited that the city has hired a climate resilience director and that you are thinking about these issues. But don't wait until it's too late with Lake Mendota Drive to realize that this important street reconstruction project should have been done much differently.
And that's time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is David Eberhard of District 19, to be followed by G. Patrice Kennedy.
I too am aware of our mayor as being a courageous person, willing to talk about global warming when nobody wants to touch that issue. This project needs to be slowed down. We arrived here in mid-October from another state. In January, we heard about the reconstruction project for the first time. There was incredible urgency with this project, and along with that comes incredible unpopularity with all of our neighbors. Many of our neighbors have lived in Lake Mendota Drive for decades, and they are unhappy. The consequences of this project is going to be bitterness, ill will, resentment, everything that a city doesn't want. We ask for cooperation. We ask to be heard. The involvement, enthusiasm, and creativity of the Lake Mendota neighborhood to have ownership in this project is legion. Please slow down and listen. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is G. Patrice Kennedy of District 19, to be followed by Elizabeth Bauer.
I am speaking to you today as part of a group called Friends of Lake Mendota Drive. After so many of us made impassioned pleas to the Transportation Committee last week to slow this project down and presented many other options, I was very disheartened when only 2 alders seemed to be listening. So I wish to thank both Alder Halverson, who voted against it, and Alder Myadzi, who asked for an amendment. You both heard our concerns, even though you're not our alder person. I wish to speak about the environmental impact of the current plan. Having lived on the eastern end of Lake Mendota Drive for the last 39 years, I have loved how our neighborhood encompasses both the beauty and feel of the country while living in the convenience of the city. This current plan endangers that feel. I have also watched with great concern how my neighborhood has changed. Over the summers in the 1980s, I took my children to the then crowded Spring Harbor Beach for swimming lessons. Now, when I visit the beach, it is frequently closed and sits empty due to contaminants in the water. Well number 14 continues to rapidly deteriorate with rising sodium chloride levels 3 times higher than the EPA guidelines for salt-restricted diets, despite the recent multi-million-dollar reconstruction of University Avenue. As a retired nurse practitioner, I feel inclined to warn adults moving here that if they don't have hypertension now, they will soon. If we would pause the project and take the time to do an environmental impact study, we would qualify for federal funds that could be used to incorporate more green solutions to absorb and disperse runoff, such as rain gardens and catchments. The current plan installs sidewalks first, thus creating an encumbrance to optimal green solutions. If we brought back the original intention of Lake Mendota Drive, which was to be utilized as a parkway, we could incorporate road-adjacent permeable colored pavement walkways, which feel different underfoot for those who are sight impaired, but are both inclusive, more green, and accommodate the larger groups of pedestrians and bikers that have used this parkway historically without any fatalities. Given the condition of our well and our lake, we must do everything to minimize their pollution. We can see for ourselves that the status quo is no longer working. I know our mayor is putting the environment as one of her top priorities. Here is the opportunity to use the innovative and progressive ideas these Madison residents are suggesting and make this historic and beautiful area one of the gems of Madison that can be used.
And that's time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Elizabeth Bauer of District 19, to be followed by Kristen Slack.
Mayor, we don't have an Elizabeth Bauer, but we do have a Beth with no name. Would you like me to unmute her?
Let's see if that's Elizabeth.
All right.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Those of us who live in the Spring Harbor neighborhood care a lot about the environment, Lake Mendota, and our neighbors. We have been presenting great ideas on the resurfacing of Lake Mendota Drive to the city engineer and other council committees since it was sprung on us by the Alder. The city plan says, and I'm quoting, that it balances priorities of safety, accessibility, tree protection, and environment, especially when compared to other options.
Beth, we've lost your audio.
Beth, did you switch audio sources? I think you maybe had a
What?
phone.
We lost your audio about 30 seconds ago.
Okay. The city, can you hear me now?
Yes.
The city plan says, and I am quoting, that it balances priorities of safety, accessibility, tree protection, and environment, especially when compared to other alternatives. I don't think the city plan is going to do what it says in that statement. Specifically, there is no safety problem to solve on Lake Mendota Drive. Pedestrians, bicyclists, and cars have coexisted safely on LMD for 70 plus years. Lake Mendota Drive is a residential street. There are no stores or offices that people need to walk to on Lake Mendota Drive. There are no buses to catch on LMD. The plan from the city will continue to drop polluted street water directly into Lake Mendota. We need to be cleaning up the water instead. The plan will take down trees in the process of building sidewalks. Many more will have their roots damaged and may eventually die. We need to be adding trees instead. The neighborhood survey found that a vast majority of those living on Lake Mendota Drive and in the neighborhood did not support sidewalks. The money spent on sidewalks could be much better spent cleaning up the water and planting more trees. I spent most of my career in construction management. I know that all projects have cost overruns due to various factors. Given today's economy and lack of materials, the cost for this project will be much higher than the city has budgeted. Just look at the headline in the April 15th issue of the Wisconsin State Journal about the cost doubling for a temporary men's shelter in Madison due to inflation and construction costs. Finally, we are a very economically diverse neighborhood. For some of our neighbors, the cost of the city's estimated assessment for sidewalks may force them to sell their homes because they are living on a fixed income. Some of these neighbors have lived on Lake Mendota Drive for 40 years. Is that equity? Why should we believe the estimated cost that will be passed on to residents of Lake Mendota Drive? This project will cost a lot more than projected, and it will be a waste of money if it proceeds according to the current proposal. Please vote no on this project and send it back to a work group that actively involves the concerned and visionary citizens of Lake Mendota Drive. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Kristen Slack of District 19, to be followed by Alice Erickson.
Hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Who benefits? Who is burdened? Who does not have a voice at the table? How can policymakers mitigate unintended consequences? None of these questions were taken seriously here. First, no proactive, broad, or systematic attempt to solicit neighborhood input was made by anyone at the city or our Alder. The neighborhood had to take it upon themselves to find out what people thought and developed a survey that as of today has over 240 respondents from every corner of Spring Harbor. Who benefits and how do you know who is burdened and in what ways? Finding that out isn't even built into the process. The city relies instead on out-of-context data collection that people always respond to differently than data collected in context. For projects of this scale, in-context data and input, especially from residents from marginalized groups, should be the standard. Second, who does not have a voice at the table? And I would add, why don't they? The neighborhood survey is the only effort to broadly seek feedback from residents, including those the city claims to care the most about. We have provided the survey results to numerous leaders at the city multiple times, including this council. The findings don't map on to what the city wants to do, even among those subgroups. The city just doesn't want to consider these voices. There will never be 100% agreement within any group of people. So what do you do in these cases? Ignore the majority of residents, even from within marginalized groups? If you rationalize needing even just a single supporter of the city's plans to move forward, you can do whatever you want all the time, even if the clear majority of your constituents don't support it. Coupled with the argument by the city that they're building for future, not current residents, this all but ensures disenfranchisement of today's voters. And how can policymakers mitigate unintended consequences? By engaging with communities early, regularly, authentically, and inclusively. The city's current process on this project is a case study on exceptionally poor leadership and how not to do community engagement. The city does not have a community input process. It has a community reaction process. It is the difference between authentic collaborative engagement from the beginning of a project and a top-down approach that views community input merely as a hurdle to get past. Aside from the major unintended consequences for the environment, when the city makes choices to spend their finite money on project elements where the need is low, it is making a choice to not spend money on something else where the need is high. This is in fact how inequities are designed. I've worked with big budgets. You can always move things around to avoid this trap. I hope this body thinks of this project whenever your colleagues vote no on something where the need is high or endorse a new tax on people because they claim there's no money. Hundreds of projects with fine items that are really not necessary add up and further inequity rather than dismantle it. Inequitable decisions can fly under the radar this way, but cumulatively they can do great harm. And that is perhaps the worst kind of unintended consequence because actually it's on purpose. I ask this council to vote no on the current project plan and instruct
And that's time.
with the SH&E ad.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Alice Erickson of District 19, to be followed by Angela Young.
I want to say I oppose this. 70 years into the future, this is what we were told how long this project would hold up for. Now it's decided in 3-minute chunks via Zoom. Hardly a strategy for good communication and something that's so important. I'm awestruck our Alder in the city didn't reach out to meet with us before this started. And I'm dumbfounded our Alder continues to target our Save Lake Mendota signs, ignoring the other signs in the neighborhood. Our signs were created to give a QR code with a link to provide information and dialogue, which has been sorely lacking. In the very short time we've had city notification, we now have over 200 people in support of slowing this project down. The neighborhood is a treasure trove of gifted residents who want to work with the city if only given the chance. We want this to be a successful project. As we don't really have time for discussion in 3 minutes, here are my bullet points. Climate change. Where is the environmental impact statement? Do we not care about the environmental now or for the next 70 years? Current health safety. Well 14 is in sad shape. Do you know that this well also supplies water for 6 other neighborhoods, including Viola, Dudgeon, Monroe, plus Shorewood and the parts of the UW? Stormwater management. Did you know a large storm sewer drains directly into next to the Spring Harbor swimming beach and also drains into the sacred waters of the Makimai stream bed, which settlers named Merrill Spring. My family used to swim there regularly at this park, but no more, too polluted. Did you know that 10 of the 20 Alder districts, that's 50%, share the shoreline with our treasured but suffering lakes? And history. There's a lot of history in this neighborhood. Come to Merrill Springs Park and read the informational kiosk to find more. But most important, we are a precious area unlike anywhere in the US. We have effigy mounds. We should be celebrating this history. Hopefully you all know the 1,200-year-old dugout canoe that was found off our neighborhood just last summer. As time passed, this became the area of the Ho-Chunk. It needs to be respected and honored and not turned into a cookie cutter standard white USA development. Please delay. We want a better road. We want this neighborhood to be a jewel in the city of Madison, to be shared by all neighbors, residents, and visitors. Please listen to us. Please slow down the project. I will end with an odd anecdote. We've been continually told that one of the reasons the sidewalk will be on the north side at the east end is because it will connect nicely with the Shorewood path. Has anyone visited this path? It leads to the 16th tee of the golf course, and then further on, it goes to a sign that says marina members and village residents only. What kind of reasoning is this to connect a public sidewalk to a private path just because it's there, rather than to connect with a purpose? We need accurate, smart, data-driven reasons in this large and costly project. Please listen to those who understand the ebb and flow of this neighborhood, but until recently have been left out of the loop, and particularly by our Alder. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Angela Young of District 19, to be followed by Maureen Rickman.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Angela Young, and I live at 5532 Lake Mendota Drive now, and I have lived here for over 70 years. My family came here in 1949 to a quiet rural area with friendly, helpful neighbors and a natural environment that we loved and took care of. My parents lived here until extreme old age. I am here because of my sincere and abiding love of the place. Lake Mendota and its companion street, Lake Mendota Drive, have influenced every waking day that I have lived here. The lake greets me in the early morning with rainbow colors of the horizon. The birds and wildfowl sing and cry to fill the air. Animals scramble around day and night. Generations of animals and plants continue to live and thrive here. I still hear the black crow call and the cooing of the mourning doves. Nature has lived here forever. I, with my many human years, am only a visitor. I praise every day that I have the honor to walk in this magical place. It is a place that feeds the soul and feels eternal. Lake Mendota and its companion, Lake Mendota Drive, have raised me to be involved with nature and our duties to care for it. I feel drawn to be the better person, the less intrusive human, the caring recipient of all that nature gives me in this place. I have always known Lake Mendota Drive as a parkway where everyone walked. My father walked to the UW math department every day. At 13, I walked to Shorewood to catch the bus, the only way to get downtown. Today, so many years later, there is less walking on streets for everyone. University Avenue, which used to be a simple 2-lane road, is a place where sidewalks give space and safety to pedestrians and a fast way to get around for cars. But Lake Mendota Drive has remained a walkway, not a conduit. There are many cities in the US and around the world which follow the age-old model of Lake Mendota Drive. We are the only walking street in the Midwest, the special Madison version of the living street, which we call a parkway. We have a chance to open up this place where nature, land, and lake unite into a destination parkway for those who seek a slower pace and a more reflective life. We want the world to know the beauty and wonder of our street. Please listen to what we ask. A chance as a neighborhood to share our knowledge and skills with the experts of the city to make a design worthy.
And that's time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Maureen Rickman of District 19, to be followed by Heidi Sonnenberg.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
I do have a slide. Can you put the slide up, please? I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak with you. You are, the Common Council is tasked to decide how to serve our community and the land on water at which it thrives. And I speak for myself and for the Friends of Lake Mendota Drive. So it's very appropriate that Angela Young, my co-leader of that newly formed community organization, spoke right before me. Now, you've already heard many reasons for rejecting this plan, and you'll hear more. And the most compelling is that if sidewalks are installed everywhere, sustainable water protection can't be achieved anywhere. Water protection must be the city's priority. Anything less is short-sighted. Water will continue to flow. The city must assure that the water flowing to the lake is clean, that drinking water flowing to our faucets is safe, and that the water flowing around our homes doesn't flood them. Decisions about protecting the water will have consequences for generations to come. So what has kept the city from prioritizing water? Well, pedestrian safety and equity were stated as the primary reasons. Unfortunately, sidewalks were presented as the only solution. When people spoke about alternatives, some were publicly insulted, some were ignored, and all of us were told that the city has done enough. But the city has not. There can be pedestrian walkways made of permeable pavement. They can be connected directly to the road with angled gutters. That protects the water, that provides equitable access to social recreation. It increases visibility of pedestrians, which improves safety, especially in some areas. Road adjacent walkways do not belong everywhere, but they do belong somewhere. So why does the city hold out for sidewalks only? Perhaps it is because people do not protect what they don't care about, and they don't care about what they don't relate to. Water is treated as a given in this modern society, and that is not a worldview I share. My legal identity is defined by the government, and I know that's a bit odd, but I am a first-generation non-enrollee descendant of the White Earth Nation. My actual self-stated identity is part Indian, and it's complicated, but that fuels my commitment to healing the wounds created by colonialism and by human-centric thinking. So how can the city fix that? Well, the city needs to bring forward Indigenous voices that have spoken through time about how to live in connection with the water and the land. The east end of Lake Mendota Drive is a national historic site because of its importance to the worldwide community. Now, this Indigenous worldview is not exotic or archaic or trite or outdated. It is relevant today. The city needs to honor the petition of over 140 people who ask that Lake Mendota Drive be developed in consultation with our contemporaneous citizens, the Ho-Chunk Nation, to honor the Native American heritage of this area and inform us about how to better live in relationship with the water. In addition, Friends of Lake Mendota Drive are asking the city.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Heidi Sonnenberg of District 19, to be followed by Mark Clear.
Heidi, you're unmuted.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to discuss that I've lived here for 33 years, and our children, dogs, and family use this neighborhood with walking, biking, and other activities in the area. And simply, I mean, besides everything else that everyone has said, I feel as you're walking from Spring Harbor into Shorewood, you can feel the difference of relaxation when you hit the Shorewood area, and it's because of a few reasons. You don't need sidewalks, but you feel better because they have better curb and gutter, significantly better roads without potholes everywhere, and the road is textured differently so it doesn't feel slippery. Also, I think they have an improvement because of the 20-mile-per-hour speed limit. I feel the quality of the Spring Harbor portion of LMD, if it would be continued from Shorewood with these features, could make it safer with our environment and use of the road without making the unnecessary placement of sidewalks that will also damage more of our water quality in the lake and in our well. Has anyone ever spoken with the people in Shorewood with how they manage that portion of Lake Mendota Drive to see what's going on with their area and salt protection? I feel that the 20-mile-per-hour limit in our area would also take care of a lot of problems we have with using the Lake Mendota Drive to pass through from University Avenue during the morning hours about 7 to 8, where people cut through, and that's when I see more faster traffic and improper use of that drive to make it less safe. I oppose sidewalks and hope that you listen to everyone else that's speaking and do it so well with explaining more of the environmental concerns. And I'll stop right there. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Mark Clear of District 19, to be followed by Jeff Prey. Do we have Alder Clear?
I'm here. Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Council, for taking the time on this subject. I did represent this area of the city on the Common Council from 2007 to 2018. And over those 11 years, there were many, many conversations about Lake Mendota Drive, and they started right when I was first sworn in 15 years and 2 days ago. People often ask me when the pavement would be replaced because the pavement was in terrible condition then, and it has not gotten better over time. And my answer was always the same, that the pavement would be replaced when curb and gutter and sidewalk would be installed to make it a complete street. That was usually the end of the conversation, and I did not have the fortitude that Alder Furman has demonstrated to bring this project forward to the city. And so I'm glad that he has done it. It's a good project, and I think that all of you on the council, if you have not already, will have a project like this where there is intense neighborhood opposition. The first one I had was Old Middleton Road, which is a road very similar in condition and in, I would say, its rural character that Lake Mendota Drive is today. And there was a lot of neighborhood opposition to reconstructing it with curb and gutter and sidewalk. The city went ahead, and I believe that afterward there were many residents who felt like the city had actually done a good job, that the street was actually safe for pedestrians and bicyclists, just as Lake Mendota Drive is not today. And that they were, I think, more pleased with the results than they thought they would be. I believe the same will happen with Lake Mendota Drive, and I encourage all of you to support it.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Jeff Prey of District 19, to be followed by Lessa Reisdorf.
Jeff, you should have a prompt to unmute yourself.
Or *6 on your phone. Again, *6 to unmute.
If not, let's try for Lessa Reisdorf, and we'll come back to Jeff. Do we have Lessa?
Hello?
Yes, there we go.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Lisa.
Lisa.
I'm there. I have slides also. Why are wildlife, trees, green spaces, the lake, history, and rural feel of the neighborhood I've lived in since 1961 being targeted for destruction because of one man? Why is it okay to further isolate the older 70% of this neighborhood by removing their parking services for friends and care visits and then force them to upkeep proven unnecessary unwanted sidewalks that they are not physically or financially able to maintain, all which is going to make them have to move? Why is it that over 70% of the neighborhood's legitimate concerns and expertise are systematically unheard, ignored, or bullied into submission, led by one man and blindly followed by government bodies and policies that have narrow focus and refuse to envision anything besides what's always been done? Why can one alder start an initiative with no public comments or input, develop a plan all before the first public meeting, ending with 100 questions, most left unanswered, and immediately follow it by a transportation meeting the following day, which none of us was expressly invited to? Why can one alder ignore constituents, belittle their responses, call them names, misrepresent them, target yard signs, refuse compromises, and their forward-thinking and unique project alternatives and solutions to those he has bulldozed through in 3 months since January 11th when we first saw the plan? He doesn't care. He said he doesn't care what we think. And that's painfully obvious now. What is his true agenda? Why can one man heavy-handedly budget his own project as a member of Finance Committee, then poison the Transportation Commission through misrepresentation and lies, being a member there, and then when Public Works has genuine questions and similar concerns as we do, he shoots them down immediately with more of the same pat, vague answers as a member there as well. And the project's right in his own front yard. This all sounds suspiciously deja vu of his political career in Hoboken, New Jersey. And now you are all inundated with hundreds, I said hundreds, we're all probably over 200 pages of comments and concerns from us, pleading with you to see what we see. See that Lake Mendota Drive already is one big, beautiful rustic sidewalk. It's shared walking, driving space where we meet and chat. It's the West Side Arboretum Drive. Stats already show it's already safe for kids, family, and disabled residents. All we ever wanted was smooth street surface where we can continue to walk, play, and drive. Save our lake and well water. Don't destroy our historic and natural neighborhoods because of one man's rushed and personal agenda. Work with us to examine and create the best permeable.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Faith Fitzpatrick. Spring Court, to be followed by Jim Mankopf.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
This is Faith Fitzpatrick. I'm representing the Spring Harbor Neighborhood Association ad hoc committee for the Lake Mendota Drive reconstruction, and especially on the environmental end of things. And so you're looking at photos there. I have, if you want to just kind of go through those, it's going to be hard to do this and with the 3 minutes, but there's photos of Lake Mendota Drive, and then there's photos of what Lake Mendota Drive turns into in Shorewood. And if you notice, there's no curb and gutter. Please go on to the next one there. And the next one has no curb and gutter. It has a swale and it has a sidewalk in a park that's a block from the school. So those are some examples then of where there's been recent resurfacing and either no sidewalks, but definitely no curb and gutter. So somehow we got this connection that we can't seem to get out of, even though it's not necessarily the best situation for what we are in now with climate change, flood mitigation, and the status of both water quality in well 14, and also what our Lake Mendota near shore and shoreline is like. So the Spring Harbor Neighborhood Association, the ad hoc committee, is opposed to the geometrics and recommends that there is more flexibility allowed in the design so that we can integrate the stormwater with the geometrics. This is a new approach, but one that needs to be done because of the status of the climate and where we are now. So it takes a a bit of a new vision to be able to do this and within the departments. Currently we have rain gardens and we got infiltration basins, but they're not enough. Instead of increasing concrete and funneling street runoff into more storm drains and enlarging pipes that discharge directly into already impacted beaches and public shorelines, why not take a look at how other communities have reduced overall construction costs? That's right, we can reduce costs, meet our flood mitigation needs, and improve water quality. And I do have these notes written up. I'm not sure if you all have seen them. I don't think they made it into the Transportation Commission's notes either. I was trying to find those in looking at what was assembled for this meeting. Let's use sidewalks smartly, such as where they had been requested for decades in the vicinity of the Spring Harbor School and adjacent Spring Harbor Park. Let's plan on how they fit with green stormwater solutions for the least amount of concrete and pipes and the most infiltration. Along with rain gardens that help to limit what makes it to the street in the first place, there's other techniques. They're like beads.
And that's time.
Stormwater.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Jim Mankopf of District 19, to be followed by Jana Stewart.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I won't take your time tonight describing in detail how frustrating this process has been. I will simply say that residents have felt like we are in a hierarchical rather than a partnership relationship with the city. If at the onset, Transportation Committee had asked what residents cared about, they would have learned that residents were concerned about the environment, about runoff in the lake, about flooding damage, about water quality, about salt in the drinking water, and about preserving the unique historical and cultural nature of this neighborhood. I think we need to remember one really important concept with regard to designing Lake Mendota Drive infrastructure. Lake Mendota Drive is a place where land meets water. This may sound simplistic, but I think it should have a profound effect on how we proceed with infrastructure projects. Memories can be short. Recently, we've experienced a dry period. 2021, the city received 14 inches less rain than average, but we only have to go back a few years to remember how much serious flooding occurred in Madison, including in this neighborhood. My property, as well as my neighbors on both sides and my neighbors to the back, had significant flooding damage, and some had to install expensive equipment to mitigate the situation. Yet this central area of Lake Mendota Drive, where I live and where these neighbors live, is where it has been decided to install not only one sidewalk, but two sidewalks, one on both sides of the streets. If we scale this project back and install the continuous sidewalk on just one side, that could be one solution. And it would greatly increase the amount of permeable surface that would be available to absorb water. Based on my rough calculations, we would gain 7,920 square feet of surface area just removing the sidewalk on one side of the street. Long after our city committees have gone on to other projects, residents here will be left with the impacts of this project. And what kind of neighborhood will we have? Will we have flooded basements and constantly running sump pumps? Will we have continued water runoff in our lake? Will we have a city well water that is too salty to drink? And will we have a neighborhood beach that is closed most of the time due to LJ blooms? We would like a partnership relationship rather than a hierarchical relationship with the city. Slow down this project and provide adequate two-way communication formats rather than Zoom.
And that's time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Jana Stewart of District 19, to be followed by Jeff Bauer.
Jana, you're unmuted. You are unmuted on our end.
Let's go on to Jeff Bauer. We'll come back to Jana.
Okay.
To be followed by Eric Infield.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. As a member of the ad hoc committee appointed by the Spring Harbor Neighborhood Association, I know that a vast majority of people in Spring Harbor openly oppose the geometrics Keith Furman is presenting to you tonight. He guided the plan's preparation without performing the basic duties of an alder as defined by the city, quote, communicating constituents' views to the staff and council and making city government accessible and welcoming. He violated a promise he made as a candidate, quote, to emphasize the priorities he heard from District 19 residents. He concealed the project from us until it was too late to participate meaningfully in the planning process. He continually demeans residents who express alternative views and has a city employee remove opposing yard signs. He decrees that the project must follow city policies that cannot be changed, even though the same policies are regularly modified for similar projects in other council districts. To make matters worse, citizens' comments at public Zoom meetings were reduced from 5 minutes to 3, a ridiculous restriction for a project that will affect one of the city's top historic neighborhoods for decades to come. Dozens of concerned Spring Harbor citizens identified serious problems and made constructive suggestions, but not one single city official asked a question in response. We could not see city representatives when we were speaking, causing us to wonder how many were even paying attention. Officials made several insulting comments about the presenters and then closed the sessions by heaping praise on city employees who made the plans being challenged by the affected residents. Representative government is not working as it should in Madison's 19th district. To right this wrong, the Common Council must respect the well-informed views of Spring Harbor's concerned citizens and incorporate both the views and the citizens into a new process for engineering change to Lake Mendota Drive. Working together, neighborhood residents and city officials can create a better plan than the problem-ridden geometrics presented tonight. I believe I speak for the vast majority of my neighbors in concluding that the Furman plan creates far more problems than it solves. It would be worse than doing nothing. However, note carefully that the residents of Spring Harbor do not propose doing nothing. We have presented innovative, feasible concepts for a shared-use parkway that reverses climate change, adds trees, reduces water pollution, improves public health, honors native heritage, and preserves one of Madison's most visited neighborhoods for all to enjoy in the future. Furman's proposal does the opposite on every account. Therefore, I ask you to vote against the geometrics presented tonight and pass a substitute resolution to revise the plan in collaboration with residents of the 19th District and in accord with the mayor's climate-related guidelines for 2023 capital budgeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Eric Infield of District 19, to be followed by Carol Mishlisky.
Hi, I'm Eric Infield. I also am on the ad hoc committee for the Spring Harbor Neighborhood Association, which again was created because we were not getting adequate representation from our alderperson. Anyway, this picture you're looking at is a house that I live in. It was not taken currently. It was taken about 125 years ago, long time before anybody even thought about climate change. This evening, Rob Phillips retired. You guys did a very nice honor of him. And Mike Revere even commented on how he was one of the early adapters to acknowledge climate change. Rob was quoted in the paper saying, quote, "We have faced the impacts of climate change and it has become a significantly bigger issue over the last 10 years. He also went on to say, quote, "We have only begun to address the need to rebuild stormwater-related infrastructure throughout the city while incorporating green solutions." Stormwater runoff is more than just getting water away from people's properties and flushing it into the lake. There's so much contaminants in the roads that gets into lakes that contaminate the lake that we need to work on different solutions, green solutions, to help mitigate stormwater runoff. And Faith talked about that in her presentation. She also submitted an excellent report about that. Projects that are currently under construction right now along Lake Monona are taking that into consideration, but that's because they're required to, because they're federally funded. Lake Mendota Drive is a great place to begin this process of relooking how we do stormwater infrastructure. We're at the top of 4 lakes in Madison, which everybody cherishes, that are getting ruined by climate change. Anyway, there's a tremendous amount of individuals in the neighborhood who have education and knowledge, but most importantly, concern for the environment, and they're willing to work with the city. And so the project's just been rushed through too quickly. Everybody's talked about that from January 11th to April 19th. And Rob Phillips said, quote, "Fully addressing climate change will be a monumental task going forward. I believe that we are off to a good start, and my staff has what it takes to do our part to get climate change done, to address climate change." He's right. It is a monumental task. Trying to rush this thing through in 4 months, 3 months is absolutely absurd. It needs to be slowed down and revisited. I ask that everybody here verify that everything submitted to this project has been thoroughly vetted before you vote this evening. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Carol Michalowski of District 19, to be followed by Philip Michalowski. Apologies if I'm not pronouncing your last name right.
That's fine. It's mispronounced many times. So you can hear me, I take it?
Yes.
Okay. Well, 3 minutes is not long enough to have a meaningful discussion on any topic, but that's what we're giving. So each person has to focus on something that is important to him or her. But the city should have already heard our voices about Lake Mendota Drive through our alderman, but he has not listened, nor he has presented our concerns. And when we tune into these little 3-minute segments at these last commission meetings, we talk to a black wall. We don't see whether anyone's nodding yes, no. When asked if anybody has any questions for the speakers, nobody engages with us. And at the end, they say, "What a wonderful plan," and they vote to approve. Well, a lot of us don't think it's a wonderful plan. If you've ever done any remodeling or improvements, you know that one of the first things you consider is, what do I like about what I have, and how can I preserve it? Well, there are two things that are really important to me that we need to preserve. One is the fact that groups can enjoy a walk, run, or bike ride and engage with each other side by side. This takes more than a 5-foot sidewalk where 2 people walk together and a third follows behind. Maybe the mom and the bike rider get the sidewalk, and dad follows behind. This Saturday morning, I was out on my driveway for about 10 minutes. In that short time, a group of men ran by 4 abreast. A couple minutes later, a group of 3 women ran by. Our street is a magnet for groups to engage in family and recreational activities. If neighbors and visitors did not feel safe on this street, they would not come here in such numbers. Let's not lose that. I think I have a slide up. Do I? Okay. That was taken about 11 o'clock this morning. I happened to be coming home, and just a random Tuesday, and there were 6 cars parked on the 5500 block there. And that's my block, and it's scheduled to have a chicane and no parking on either side for a good share of the block. Well, what are we supposed to do with our repair trucks, our overnight parkers, our lawn people, visitors, someone who wants to park and walk our neighborhood? I think this is just, an example of a random time of day that parking is needed. I like to liken the city's evaluation of parking needs to evaluating a church parking lot on Monday morning to see if there is adequate parking for the Sunday services. Granted.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Philip Michalowski of District 19, to be followed by Christopher Albin.
Hello. I was struck by what occurred earlier this evening when you honored Rob Phillips for how inclusive he was and how well he listened and compromised. Then you spent a good deal of time honoring your current council president, past president, about how inclusive he was and how he listened and how he tried to compromise. You spent a good hour or two honoring these two people for those qualities. And yet when we come to this Lake Mendota Drive project, it strikes me that the city staff has not listened to the residents here. There is a good survey, and to know, they didn't listen to the survey. I guess somebody called it the Furman plan. Well, it's not very inclusive. It's never been inclusive. They didn't compromise. They did pretty much what they wanted to. Let me give you one example of a simple compromise that would help. It would help reduce the project cost. It would also reduce the salt consumption. And that was to put sidewalks on one side of the street on Lake Mendota Drive. And you can get that way, you could even get more parking. So with that said, here's a compromise that people have offered. It would help well 14 in the salt situation. It would, provide more than enough sidewalks because people prefer to walk on the street here. If you go walk and right in front of Furman's house on Lake Mendota Drive, people don't use the sidewalks, they walk on the streets because that's where they prefer to go. I urge you to vote no on this proposed plan until the city staff actually comes and listens and compromises and talks to the people, really communicates and talks. Please reject the Furman plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Christopher Albin of District 19, to be followed by Leslie Herge.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Awesome. I'm Christopher Albin, and I live on Lake Mendota Drive with my wife, Sue, our kids, and our doggies. There has been much discussion and debate about what the right answer, or even a good answer, is for the Mendota repair project. Maybe the current plan is good. Maybe it isn't. Maybe it's just an educated guess. But without detailed consideration of the impact it will have on the lake and well 14, it's an incomplete guess. And that's not good enough. Lake Mendota Drive is not Regent Street or Eau Claire Avenue or Tokay Boulevard or Old Middleton Road, most of which I've lived on, worked on, or played on and around for the past 23 years. Lake Mendota Drive is a lakeside road whose construction, infrastructure, and features have immediate effects on the lake it sits immediately next to. The stakes are different here. They are much greater than they are for almost any other street or neighborhood in Madison. Until I hear either A, a cogent argument for why an environmental study is not needed, or B, the results of an environmental study that guide the city in how to proceed in this particular situation, I will contend we are all making a mistake. This is a unique situation. If we value the lakes the city sits on, in, and around, we will do the work to do this project as well as we can. We can do better. We should do better. City Engineer Phillips noted tonight how members of this Common Council have valued the importance of the environment in their deliberations and decisions over the years. Please do the environmental study. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Leslie Herge of District 19, to be followed by Thomas Knubel.
Leslie, you are unmuted on our end. Not sure if you have a headset or a microphone that might be muted.
Great. Let's come back to Leslie then. Thomas Knubel of District 19, to be followed by Marie Infield.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Tom Knibiel. I'm speaking on behalf of the Spring Harbor Neighborhood Association. Neighborhood Association formed an ad hoc committee at the end of February to deal with the Lake Mendota reconstruction project. I'm the chair of the committee. The ad hoc committee does not support the current version of the plans. We have asked the city to slow down the design process, and over 200 residents have petitioned the city to do just that. You've heard a number of the great arguments so far. I won't rehash them all, but I would like to focus on two main problem areas of this project that I and the ad hoc committee have observed. The first is process. As a background to this project, the LMD road, Lake Mendota Drive Road, is very complex. So this project is very disruptive on a road over 100 years old, running 1.2 miles along the largest lake in Madison. Adjacent to Well 14, provides drinking water to tens of thousands of people on the west side. The east end of the street is cut into a hillside, which creates even more more difficulty. Effigy mounds are on either side, which must be respected. But in spite of all that complexity, the planning process has been rushed. A successful project depends on good communication. The city's approach to communication with the neighborhood has been designed to limit community input, and this has caused a host of problems. The initial interaction with the community was to propose a design and ask for feedback on marginal issues while keeping the most impactful issues for the city's own judgment. This is not really asking for community input. It is heavy central planning and control. Meanwhile, the city further restricted communication by holding meetings on Zoom, where again, like this one, where communication with residents is limited and timed and suppressed. The communication experience is very much like Twitter. The interaction is virtual and the communication is not real-time dialogue. Public information meetings took only chat questions for pretty much like tweets, and the rest of the committees and the common council take 3-minute monologues on Zoom. Who knows if anyone listens? After the resident monologues, city staff talk with each other and consistently rationalize where they're right in their thinking, but this was done in a bubble of knowing that nobody can challenge their thinking. This lack of dialogue is very Twitter-like, easy to ignore, dehumanize, and stereotype people on Twitter, and meaningful engagement is impossible on Twitter. And in addition, the city's approach to communication. The second major issue is environmental. I want to say one thing: we are losing. There's a rather famous saying, never confuse activity with achievement. We need different thinking and a lot of innovation, which is heavily dependent on community involvement to turn around the damage we have done and are doing and to create a better Madison. I predict the environment will continue to lose, and we have good reason to believe that. In closing, community involvement is imperative to the health of representative government, but communities will not be involved if they are intentionally disconnected and disenfranchised. We are heading down that road. In democracy, the ends don't justify the means. Finally, the environment is what sustains us. We must environment first.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Marie Infield of District 19, to be followed by Neil Alexander Robinson.
Hi. So I really wanted to talk about how stormwater used to be about moving water quickly away from homes and roads. And that's how everything is designed here. I feel like we need more time to think about this. We're right next to the lake. It could probably be, we just need a couple of months or something. People are willing to pay more if necessary just to have it done right. We need to expose more of the earth so that the water can freely get absorbed. An example of how moving water used to be the way things were in Los Angeles, in the Los Angeles River. They're actually, they had these big concrete things to move the water, but now they're like chopping those up so that the water can be absorbed into the earth. So that is definitely an issue that's not being addressed here. The other thing, I think, why not start with the sidewalks that are already here and actually make them useful by extending them? There's sidewalks to nowhere. I work at Spring Harbor School. There could be so much better. I think you should work on what's existing and figure out the two ends. I really oppose sidewalks on both ends, especially because of the historical nature of Merrill Springs. That canoe found so close. I mean, we really need to think about honoring the Ho-Chunk more, because there's probably more treasures out there somewhere, or rolling around in the earth from the earth moving. We have effigy mounds. Probably the contents of those effigy mounds are migrated by the street. Let's keep the construction to a minimum, especially on the east end of Lake Mendota Drive, where all the effigy mounds are. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Neil Alexander Robinson of District 19, to be followed by John Batson.
Greetings. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Neil Robinson. I live on Lake Mendota Drive. Greetings, Madam Mayor and council members, and thank you for taking my comment. I first moved to Spring Harbor in 1964. I walked to Spring Harbor Elementary School every school day, and I never felt unsafe walking on Lake Mendota Drive, and I still don't. I also delivered newspapers on 3 paper routes in the neighborhood. I am opposed to the rebuild of Lake Mendota Drive as proposed. While I'm in favor of the subsurface infrastructure improvements, I'm opposed to the proposal that we have before us. 7 reasons. First, the process has been flawed and the public input has been ignored or suppressed by our Alder. 2, the proposal leaves us with greatly reduced parking, making it difficult to host gatherings at our house. 3, the proposal alters the quiet character of our neighborhood and turns it into just another cookie cutter subdivision. If I wanted to live in a typical subdivision, I would have bought into one. I moved here because I like it this way. The proposal reduces, number 4, the proposal reduces permeable surface and increases runoff into the lake, and it cuts down far more trees than necessary. 5, the subsurface infrastructure rebuild can be done without messing up our streets with curbs and gutters and inflicting sidewalks on us. Just patch the road when the subsurface work is done. Then you won't have to waste money on building speed bumps. We already have natural speed bumps. I like our rough road just the way it is. 6, we don't need sidewalks. Our street is safe and pleasant to stroll along, and I've been doing it since 1964. Sidewalks is a solution in search of a problem. I don't want to be liable to be fined for not cleaning snow off the sidewalk if I'm late shoveling snow because I'm out of town or I'm sick. And lastly, please do not approve this project. Delay it or restart it from the beginning and then do it right. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is John Batson of District 19, to be followed by Jeff Prey.
There's no John Batson.
Okay. Can we try again for Jeff Prey, then to be followed by Gianna Stewart and Leslie Herge?
Jeff, I see you're on the phone. So if you press, there you go. You are unmuted.
Thank you and good evening. My name is Jeff Bray and I reside at 5516 Lake Mendota Drive and are on the committee member of the Spring Harbor Association Ad Hoc Committee and Lake Mendota Drive Reconstruction Project. The committee and myself are opposed to the current geometric design. First is from an environmental standpoint. The current design needs to allow for climate change adaptations and more integrated green stormwater design solutions that will help make stormwater cleaner before it reaches well 14 in Lake Mendota. The 2 designs, street geometrics and stormwater, need to be done at the same time to get full flood mitigation and water quality benefits before they are approved by the City Council. In addition, the city should do an environmental assessment of the current design and compare this to the existing conditions. Numerous times the committee has asked for this to be done, with the response from city engineering being that we do not do this. It simply is not a responsible or cognitive answer, with this project being feet away from Lake Mendota and well 14. Committee is also opposed to design from a process standpoint. This started with the engineering survey number 1 that was sent out in December of 2021. Questions did not ask opinions about the project as a whole or about specific elements. Only through due diligence from the neighborhood have we been able to now completely understand that most or all design elements were set before the first public meeting, and it became clear on the January 11th public meeting that the city was not going to change the basic project elements such as sidewalks, road, and airing. This type of public engagement has continued throughout this process, which has not been fair to the residents or the neighborhood. For these reasons, the Ad Hoc Committee and myself are opposed to the current geometric design and ask that this project be sent back to engineering to complete an environmental assessment and engage in a more robust neighborhood planning effort. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Janice Stewart, to be followed by Leslie Herge.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. I have a slide. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. My family has had a home on Lake Mendota Drive since the 1920s. I am speaking in opposition to Lake Mendota Drive reconstruction plan in its current form. And this is a timely discussion this week as we are celebrating Earth Week. And we want to help advance Madison's climate forward goals to combat climate change in part through this reconstruction project. We want to help you succeed in this climate forward mission by investing more time and expertise to better plan stormwater and green infrastructure for the Lake Mendota Drive construction, to help improve water quality, reduce urban heat island effects, and manage flooding. We need to improve this reconstruction plan to make sure more clean water makes it to our lakes and to our drinking water in well number 14. We want the Spring Harbor Beach to stay open for swimming rather than be closed due to E. coli and blue-green algae blooms. Last summer, Spring Harbor Beach was closed 25 out of 98 days that they sampled, 1/4 of the days that was sampled by public health. This is also the highest number of beach closure days for Spring Harbor Beach in the last 5 years. And these beach closures not only reflect upon and impact swimming, these closures also reflect upon the overall health and water quality of our lakes. These harmful algal blooms are not only detrimental to beach users, but to our fishing community and other recreational users throughout the Madison lakes, as these algae blooms can create dead zones in our lakes, depleting oxygen and resulting in fish kills. The city will tell you that they have addressed our concerns about runoff and water quality. They will tell you that they've reduced impervious surface by about 5%, and that this watershed only covers about 4 square miles, so it doesn't matter, and that the salt we put on our sidewalks won't matter, and that they have all the runoff issues addressed with a few rain gardens. We are trying to tell you environmental impacts of this plan have not been adequately addressed, and that does matter. This project is located directly adjacent to Lake Mendota, and it sits directly above the aquifer and the well that supplies our drinking water. What we do here and how we do it does matter. It impacts more than our neighborhood, it impacts our entire community. We have a chance to work together here with the city and the neighborhood, taking advantage of the knowledge of experts in fields of hydrology, water quality, and climate change, and make this a model for other parts of Madison to help advance your efforts to combat climate change. We need a comprehensive plan that considers the environment, stormwater, and road geometry all together. Our lakes and our drinking water will continue to suffer until we take this step. Clean lakes and clean drinking water in Madison are vital to the health, diversity, and economics of our community. Thank you.
Our last registrant wishing to speak, I believe, is Leslie Hergé.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you. My name is Leslie Hergé, and I live along the eastern segment of Lake Mendota Drive, and I live in one of the original cabins that was built in the 1920s. It's not on the lake, but it is adjacent to both Merrill Springs Park and Lake Mendota Drive. I'm also a member of the LMD Ad Hoc Committee, and I'm speaking in that capacity tonight. As you're aware, over 225 residents requested that the city slow down the LMD design planning process. The Spring Harbor Neighborhood Association also passed a similar resolution. You've heard numerous requests and reasons for public opposition to the plan as designed, including the Ad Hoc Committee's request for an expert panel to address concerns of critical importance, evaluating the potential for reducing impervious surface, limiting the use of curbs and gutters and storm drains to where needed, saving additional historic trees adjacent to the parkway, optimizing locations for vegetation-based filtration swales, and developing environmentally sustainable stormwater techniques to improve the water quality before it actually enters Well 14, Merrill Springs, and Lake Mendota. A historic road that is supposed to last for decades should not be redesigned in 10 weeks with little to no initial community input. We've been playing catch up this entire time. This process has been city-focused as opposed to citizen-focused. For example, the Ad Hoc Committee requested a meeting with city engineering to collaborate on the design, and unfortunately, it was one and done. The Ad Hoc Committee requested an environmental assessment or impact statement, but city engineering flat out rejected that request. The response was, we aren't required to do one, and it would take too much staff time. In light of the climate crisis, the current and future residents of Madison deserve cutting-edge green solutions on all of its road construction projects, but particularly here for the reasons you've heard tonight. Environmental protection should not be an afterthought. Protecting our environment and water quality is a component of equity. Over 70% of Spring Harbor residents oppose the LMD reconstruction plan as currently designed. According to Alder tonight, he is just one of 20 votes. Tonight, we are asking the entire Common Council and the mayor to ensure that the 19 other votes are heard and that legitimate environmental concerns, as expressed tonight, of the Spring Harbor residents are listened to with fairness and respect. For these reasons, we ask that the Common Council not approve the LMD Street geometrics as submitted, but rather to extend the timetable to allow meaningful neighborhood input on an integrated street design that incorporates both geometrics and clean green street solutions at the same time. We also ask that this evening that the city make a record for how many people registered for or against this project and put it on the record. We thank you for your time and appreciate your listening to our neighborhood concerns.
And that's time.
Thank you. We have 2 last-minute registrants, Eric Puschel of District 6, to be followed by Mara Aish.
Eric, you're unmuted. You just muted yourself.
All
You're
right.
unmuted.
Okay.
There you go.
I'm commenting in support of this agenda item. My support is predicated on 2 points. The first being that sidewalks are good. The second one being that none of the stated objections, the salt infiltration into well 14, flood mitigation, additional impermeable surfaces, climate changes, seem to be substantive. Stepping back a little bit, I would like to note that Madison has made numerous commitments to this idea of building a more equitable city, to rectifying historical patterns of discrimination and underinvestment in neighborhoods that are BIPOC and working class. There are very obvious ways that these patterns have played out, but this project really illustrates some of the more subtle ways that privileged neighborhoods within the city consume resources disproportionate to their population. From the timeline of events, there's been multiple public outreach meetings, which I think no one would expect if this was a neighborhood off of Fish Hatch or on the north side. And now many of the members of the neighborhood are requesting a bespoke road design and environmental assessment, which means additional staff resources devoted to design and additional public meetings and additional contracting and construction costs. And those resources are fixed. They must come at the expense of time and money and attention to other problems. There are numerous intersections and stretches of road on the east side, on South Park, on the north side, where people have died due to poor design and inadequate infrastructure. Just in my neighborhood, residents along East Washington have repeatedly expressed concerns about reckless driving and excessive traffic speeds. And the only response we've received has been a change to the posted speed limit, which is widely ignored. There's more than 200 residents in the apartment building across the street from me. I don't need to circulate a petition to know that none of us would like to be killed in a car collision. So as the council considers this project, I hope that they'll make a clear-cut decision, regardless of whether they approve it or postpone it for a future fiscal year, up or down. Free the resources in the Department of Transportation to focus on issues that frankly affect a lot more residents than just a handful of the city's most privileged. Thank you.
Thank you. Our last registrant wishing to speak is Mara Aish of District 10.
Thank you. Alders, you have heard these concerns of putting in sidewalks where they aren't wanted and taking parking off the street and taking down trees from many neighborhoods. It seems to divide and conquer to railroad over one neighborhood at a time across the city. Those of you listening, be aware, these changes are coming to your neighborhood too. The city seems to apply a rule of sidewalks equally to all neighborhoods, regardless of the difference among those neighborhoods or how those streets are going to be used. Some are more rural and want to remain that way. Some are more urban and want to remain that way. Residents care about the impact of trees because trees help decrease the CO2 in the air. And is it Madison concerned about climate change, or is that a concern or rule applied only when it suits the city's broader goals? You can't take down the mother trees and expect the new little trees across town to do the same work. To me, these sidewalk rulings are like saying, we have antibiotics and they have benefits, so let's give them to everyone. But everyone doesn't need them or benefit the same. We have some smart residents, and our city engineering is not listening. Engineering, you do not own the streets and the sidewalks. We all do. So please listen to the residents of these neighborhoods that are offering alternatives. Yes, it takes more time, but it is going to be time well spent. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe that is the last of our registrants wishing to speak on this item. Are there questions for any of the registrants on item 111? Seeing none, I just refreshed one more time to make sure. And we will move on to our next item. Item 114. Ready? Okay. Our first registrant wishing to speak is Wendy Reichel of District 11, to be followed by Alex Shabazz.
Hello. For the last 7 years, Madison has debated whether or not to equip our police department with body-worn cameras. Meanwhile, most of the law enforcement agencies that surround Madison have since adopted them without fanfare or any of the issues we hear mentioned in the ongoing debate in Madison. Even the soon-to-be dissolved town of Madison Police Department has body-worn cameras, and a couple of their officers had to give up those cameras when they became Madison police officers in the most recent accelerated pre-service academy. But even after 7 years, tonight's debate still isn't about whether MPD should have body cameras or not. It's about whether we should gather our own data using a small pilot program so we can all stop guessing about the costs and the potential problems or benefits that could arise from our police officers wearing body cameras. After 7 long years, what is left to study and debate? Please approve the pilot program so we can finally make an informed decision on this matter once and for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Alex Shabazz of District 14, to be followed by Keith Findlay.
Hey, Common Council. Hey, Freedom Seekers. And a double hey to those who are both. I'm Alex Shabazz with the Sweetwater Liberation Lab. And I've come to ask the council to vote no to body cameras, to the pilot program. And let's just stop continuing to invest money in the police department. Period. Even if MPD has intentions for the body cams that are rooted in justice, they will inevitably transform any attempts towards justice into a way to continue their agenda of domination, control, through covert manipulation and overt violence. And we know this based off what they practice, based off what we already see from civilian cameras that are free, right? We already see, and what we see, right, what police officers do is just the tip of the iceberg. What we see, the violence, the racial disparities in the jails and the prisons, they're the tip of the iceberg. What's worse is what the body cameras won't pick up, okay? If you want to know, like, we can't trust the police in general to hold the positions of authority that they have, because they all, literally every single one of them, embody superiority, dominance, control, white supremacy, anti-Blackness, patriarchy. They all embody it, right? And those who know that they embody that the best are those closest to them. If we want to know the way that police officers operate, we should ask their spouses. We should ask their children. I guarantee you, they'll tell us a different story of accountability. And I guarantee you, they're not asking for no body cameras. So, but beyond surveillance, we cannot trust the police to do anything good with any resource that we give them. And in fact, we at Common Council, I want you to vote no tonight to body cameras, but in general, the police officers, you need to step down from your roles of authority. You can no longer be trusted to hold this position of authority because of the way that you continue to perpetuate harm, because you refuse to practice something other than superiority, right? And I just can't imagine the type of superiority complex that you must have to daydream as a kid about wielding a gun every day and taking away people's liberty. Like, how powerless must you feel? And because you feel this powerless, right? If I take the judgment out of it and just talk about your skills, you do not have the emotional capacity or the emotional intelligence to have this type of authority. So no to body cameras, no to any more resources. We cannot trust you in this role, period. Let's stop talking about body cameras as if they're actually going to get us accountability.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Keith Findley of District 9, to be followed by Kim Richmond.
Mayor, there's no one by that name in the list. Kim is here.
All right, Kim Richmond of District 16, to be followed by Jacob Winkler.
Good evening. Mayor, I see you drinking a Coke. Maybe I could stop by with a gallon of 5-Hour Energy for you. Thank you, Madam Mayor, and good evening to everybody. Body-worn cameras on MPD officers are way, way past overdue. They're a tool for transparency, clarity, and accountability in 21st century policing. Body cameras provide unbiased video and audio footage, which could be used as evidence for all parties involved. 85% of the cities our size already use body-worn cameras, and more are getting them. Those are the real progressive cities. Look at any survey or poll. 90% of the public nationwide supports body-worn cameras on law enforcement. All of the communities in and around Madison and Dane County utilize or are rolling out body-worn camera programs. Larger cities like Green Bay started using them a year ago. The Milwaukee Police Department began using body-worn cameras in 2015 after the public and members of their common council, in their words, quote, demanded transparency, unquote. If body-worn cameras were not successful and accepted in all these other communities, use would not be continued. Yes, they're costly, but not nearly as costly as those opposed to body cameras have said. They are actually cost-effective. Body-worn cameras can reduce or eliminate settlements paid out by the city when body cam footage is actually available. For example, in 2 separate cases here in Madison where 2 officers were cleared of any wrongdoing, the city of Madison still paid out almost $6 million to 2 parties. Good police departments are expensive, but bad police departments are even more expensive. Let's be real here. There's a biased interpretation in everything we do. However, that shouldn't preclude our judicial systems from having the ability to review and honestly evaluate body-worn camera video. This Common Council and other subcommittees have stated that you want police oversight, accountability, and transparency. Tonight is your chance to prove that what you say is really what you want, and vote yes for the North District pilot program. For those who vote against body-worn cameras and this fails, when the next critical event happens and body-worn cameras would have helped with evidence, what will you tell the 90% of the public why there's no video evidence? So will you vote alongside the 90% of the public in support, or the 10% who oppose them? Finally, it was brought to my attention that an email went to all alders that said, and I quote, hearing from people organized by MPD and Chief Barnes using MPD taxpayer status, uniforms, and equipment to lobby you for additional spending on MPD. That is an absolute fabrication, and this person has done this before in front of you, the Common Council, in the past. Good evening.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Jacob Winkler of District 10, to be followed by Charles James.
Jacob, you should see a prompt. There you go.
Good. Yeah, thank you. I'm glad the previous caller brought up Milwaukee's pilot. One thing that they did is they actually had a budget for processing the data as a result of that pilot. There isn't anything like that in Madison. So Milwaukee's ran $400,000, right? And some of the other callers have been saying that body cams are a neutral observer of the truth. That's not true. The perspective, like body cams usually worn on the chest, that is a lower perspective than your person's actual eyeballs. So people they're interacting with seem bigger, which in an altercation will be perceived as threat. And psychology studies show that when people are watching body cam, they're more likely to sympathize with the officer than if they had seen that same altercation from a third party vantage point. So let's dispel some of those misconceptions. Also, the proposal on the table to do this pilot doesn't take into account the committee that studied body worn cameras over the last few years of the things that should also be implemented along with body worn cameras. I know Alder Evers has added an amendment to make sure that MPD tries to do those things, but I don't understand why they're not a requirement to move forward as the committee recommended. So that's my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Charles James of District 11, to be followed by Sally Manshart.
Hey, Charles, you are unmuted on our end.
Thank you. Yes. Since the murder of George Floyd in 2020, 3 ideas have emerged regarding relationships between the MPD and the public. Accountability, accountability, accountability. Accountability to the legal system, accountability to victims of negative interactions with the MPD, accountability to the residents of the city of Madison. In order to guarantee accountability, every aspect of police work needs to be documented in detail. One of the best ways to do this is by the use of body-worn cameras. Since just about everybody on this planet has a cell phone with video capabilities, most interactions between the police and the public are easily captured. The one piece that is missing is the perspective from the police officers themselves. For this, they need body-worn cameras, which has been said before, other jurisdictions have had for years and which have proven effective in holding police officers accountable for their actions. Brooklyn Park, Minnesota is an excellent example. Recently, I've seen editorials which claim that body-worn cameras are a waste of time and money. Most of these comments are trying to prove a negative, that they don't reduce use of force, that they wouldn't really show what actually happens, that images would be blurry or out of focus, that the camera angle would be all wrong, etc. My reactions to such comments is, so what? We have no way of knowing any of this until we try them out and see for ourselves. The current pilot project before you this evening is a modest attempt to determine if body-worn cameras are worth anything at all in Madison, even though, as I say, we're surrounded by hundreds of police departments where they are already part of daily routine. Seems like a no-brainer to me. If we want to hold the Madison Police Department accountable for their actions, we need to give them body-worn cameras. I urge you to vote for this item that's on your agenda. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Sally Manshart of Mount Horeb, to be followed by Joseph Keys.
Hi, Sally, you should just see a prompt to unmute. Might be hidden behind a window.
I got did it work?
It did. We can hear you.
Excellent. Thank you for giving me the time to do that. Good evening. I am here to speak in support of body-worn cameras for the Madison Police Department. Years ago, the study on the feasibility of body-worn cameras was approved by the Common Council. Now the Common Council has delayed the already funded project in the North District. I kept asking myself, who wins if the police department is denied having this tool to use? Study after study shows this to be one of the most important tools to provide accountability on both sides. At least 95% of all our Madison police want body-worn cameras. Many have said they would buy one themselves if they could. Then I realized that denying the body-worn cameras would highly benefit only one group: the folks who want to defund the police. Body-worn cameras, if used, would show the police, our police, exactly the truth of Madison Police Department. They are an amazing and dedicated group of cops working very hard to keep our community safe. It would be very hard to sell the defund police once that kind of video is used and assessed. Then I ask you to serve the people who elected you to pass and approve the North District study. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Joseph Keys of District 11, to be followed by Shannon Kennedy.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Common Council. I am speaking in favor of the body-worn camera pilot program. Body-worn cameras have been endorsed by President Obama's task force in 21st century policing. The City of Madison's Commission Quattrone Center Sentinel Event Review, and the NAACP. As the Wisconsin State Journal reported today, 80% of large police departments and 47% of small police departments have successfully paid for and deployed body cameras. Madison governmental bodies have debated the implementation of this program for the past several years, to the point where it has become paralysis by analysis. Indulge me for a moment. In 1962, Thomas Samuel Kuhn published a book, Structure of Scientific Revolutions. You may not have read this book, but you probably have used a term from it. The paradigm shift. A paradigm shift takes place when real-world observations disprove a current hypothesis, and a new hypothesis replaces the old. We are seeing that exact situation happening today, where a majority of police departments have successfully implemented body cameras, disproving the opposing hypothesis. Thus, tonight, the Madison City Council must make that paradigm shift and approve the body-worn camera pilot program. Thank you. Respectfully submitted.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Shannon Kennedy of District 16, to be followed by Nick Davies.
Mayor, I did not see that name in the list.
Do we have Nick Davies of District 15, to be followed by Colin Burrison?
Hello. Thanks for hanging in there. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. So I want to point out, body-worn cameras are not for us civilians. They're not for the over-policed communities. They're not for the thousands who have been protesting and decrying the flaws in our so-called justice system. Body-worn cameras don't fix a process that burdens the victims of police violence. They don't fix an institutional bias ingrained at every step of the way. Because what's one more camera gun to do when officers can box in an unarmed, monitored man in traffic in broad daylight at a busy intersection and shoot him repeatedly in the back with their dash cams running, when officers can fire volleys of tear gas at fleeing protesters from a block away without authorization in full view of traffic cams. So these body cameras aren't a mechanism of police accountability. These cameras are not going to file charges against officers. They're not going to advocate for a victim at police and fire commission hearings. They're not a tool of police accountability, not in the city that we live in. Even if they're just for police themselves, then what's the harm? In the last budget, the city gave the police department a $1 million increase, while the city as a whole faced an $18 million budget reduction and other departments faced 5% cuts. Even since then, the city has tacked on grants that, while securing matching funds, also put Madison on the hook for more police funding. Even Vision Zero and Safe Streets Madison, programs that were designed to fund safer street design, have both been raided by the police department for additional money for equipment. And that's a scandal. At this point, we are literally ripping flowers out of medians to save money, and the police department has the audacity to demand yet more for themselves, not for our benefit, and not for just this budget year, but for next year too. Meanwhile, the department itself doesn't know how the success of the pilot is going to be measured. I know this because I asked them, and that was their answer. So they don't know what data they're meant to be collecting during this pilot. Should they be doing sentiment surveys? Should they be tracking how much additional staff time is being used on the camera program in particular? We haven't defined this. The ability to make a more informed decision next year is the bare minimum that this council should be able to expect out of this monetary investment. At the end of this 1 year period, as a city, we're going to be no closer to an objective decision on whether to roll these cameras out citywide. In that case, it'll be money down the drain into the hands of eager camera manufacturers and a use it or lose it overtime slush fund for Madison officers to take home to other municipalities where they live. So I'm asking you to invest in our community, make our city safer. We know ways to do that, and this simply isn't one of them. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Colin Burson of District 3, to be followed by Dan Fitch.
There's no one by that name in the list. Dan is here.
Dan Fitch of District 6, to be followed by Devin Bresser.
Howdy, folks. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, and thanks for your time and energy. Something I've been thinking about is that policing initiatives in America always manage to fail upwards. So thanks to Nicholas for clarifying that there actually isn't a mechanism for measuring success. There's no possible metric. For supporters, it sounds like there's no possible metric that this pilot could fail. So I'd like to ask, with so many jurisdictions in America already deploying body cameras, shouldn't we already see positive effects everywhere they've been implemented? We just don't. Meta-analyses don't find any meaningful effects. A previous supporter implied that they reduce use of force, but they don't across the literature. So this is an expensive pilot that does about as much as flipping a coin and then lighting a pile of money on fire. It just sounds like a waste of time and money. And it's about accountability. People keep talking about accountability, but you really can't force someone or a group to be accountable. They have to opt in. They have to choose to be accountable to their community. MPD has not chosen to be accountable. It's not a simple problem, but if we go by any of the other jurisdictions with body cameras, cameras should not be a part of any solutions until our systems choose to be accountable to us in the community. Please vote no. Thanks, folks. I yield the remainder of my time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Devin Bresser of District 13, to be followed by Tyson Vitale.
Mayor, there's no Devin, there's no Tyson, there is no Sherry. So we're all the way up to Judy Buell.
So then Judy Buell of District 9, to be followed by Rachel Neeson.
Good evening. Here it finally is, the night or the morning. You will take your vote on our very own body-worn camera pilot in the North District. What I appreciate about body cameras is that they don't just help one side, suspects, or the other side, the police. They help show what really happened in real time. It's the closest thing to a real objective look that we have. And isn't that what we all want? Truth and transparency. Please vote yes tonight to implement the body camera pilot. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Rachel Neeson of Lakewood Garden Lane, to be followed by Mara Aish.
There's no Rachel.
Mara Aish of District 10, to be followed by Gregory Glembiak.
Good evening. There's been a lot of talk about body-worn cameras, and I went to go speak to a Fitchburg police officer about his body-worn camera, and he listed many benefits from his safety and protection of the city, and to his own self-development as he learned to improve his interaction with the community, as well as training for new officers. As a past professor of nursing, I also used and researched the benefits of video in skill development of new nursing students. Why wouldn't we want this technology for our police officers also? The number of officers in the city of Madison is below the recommended staffing levels. Why not provide those that are still here with us a tool to help them to keep themselves safe in a safe work environment? If it were me, I would question if I was going to stay if an employer was not willing to provide a safe environment for me. Isn't that what you want when you go to work? A safe work environment? Do you prefer to work in a high risk environment? I don't think so. I don't think any of us would pick that. We want to work in a safe environment. As the employer of our police officers, the city of Madison owes them a safe work environment, just like your employer owes that to you. So for Pete's sake, let's do the pilot and measure the benefits and the drawbacks, and then discuss if in fact we want to proceed or not. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Gregory Galembiak of District 6, to be followed by Alexandra Wilburn.
Hello. Data from municipalities across the U.S. show that body cams are used almost entirely for surveillance and prosecution of civilians, not police accountability. Studies have consistently found that body cam programs increase prosecutorial charging rates, particularly for minor offenses. This impacts more heavily policed communities, BIPOC and other marginalized communities, the hardest. Madison already has sky-high racial disparities in prosecution rates, and a body cam program would likely exacerbate that. Moreover, body cam program is expensive. Labor costs for body cam associated tasks by all body cam wearing officers and for training are the largest elements of this. Allocation of time to body cam specific workload leads to less time for routine policing tasks, resulting in downstream pressure to compensate by increasing patrol staffing. Data storage is also expensive. Overall, such a program is likely to cost Madison millions of dollars a year, something we can ill afford given upcoming budget constraints. A body cam program would mean that Madison would be allocating much more money to MPD rather than social needs. Body cams are subject to manipulation by police officers and create perceptual distortions favoring police officers. There's a reason police want them. They're a tool to privilege the prospective officers under the objective reasonable standard of Graham v. Connor and entrench the status quo. Police almost always judge body cam video as clearing officers. Moreover, there's evidence that body cam perspective increases the degree to which viewers believe excessive force against BIPOC bodies is justified. In the future, MPD body cam footage could be subpoenaed by ICE or other federal agencies and mined with facial recognition software. The right of federal agencies to subpoena such records for immigration enforcement has been upheld by federal courts. This will especially be an issue when the xenophobic Republican Party again captures the presidency. Michelle Alexander, author of The New Jim Crow, is correct in stating police body cameras are not a solution. Campaign Zero, the Black Lives Matter organization that promotes evidence-based solutions to police violence, used to favor body cams, but now, given evidence from research studies, warns cities against implementing new body cam programs. The Movement for Black Lives, a coalition of more than 50 groups representing the interests of Black communities across the United States, has called for, quote, an end to the mass surveillance of Black communities and an end to the use of technologies that criminalize and target our communities, end quote, specifically including body cameras. PSRC recommended placing this resolution on file. EOC recommended against proceeding with the body cam pilot program, but that if a pilot were done, it should follow the body cam committee recommendations. I'll add that even though I'm opposed to this pilot program, I do wish to recognize Alderman Tag Evers for authoring the second substitute that at least seeks to comply with the body cam committee recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. Our next speaker is Alexandra Wilborn.
Alexandra, you should have a prompt to unmute. You can come back.
Okay, Amelia Rocco-Marr.
Hi there, can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
Okay, great, thank you. Hi, I want to first talk about trust. Actually, that's all I'm going to talk about. I'd like to just remind folks who are commenting and just folks who are listening that the police department puts forth a lot of effort and resources towards PR campaigns for the things that they want. And so when you're hearing about how horribly understaffed they are and how difficult things are, I have no doubt that policing is very difficult. It's a tough job. But when they want more funding and they want more tools, they're going to put forth a campaign to convince you as such. And they'll even try to make graphs and propose studies and without actually doing the work to do any of that correctly. And they will design studies and create graphs that with an outcome in mind before, right from the outset. And their graphs and their studies will lead specifically to those outcomes every single time. The thing is, when you give the public details, real details, and facts, then they're allowed to make an informed decision. And it's been incredibly disappointing to watch Chief Barnes through this process while he's been attempting to inform the public. He started off with a body cam company that had body cam salespeople giving, answering questions to the public, serving the public pizza. I can't believe that's ethical at all. I just can't believe that's ethical, but that's what he was doing. And then he had a discussion online where we could all call in and get our little snippet of time to speak. And this is where trust comes in, okay? It was him and Brian Austin, Assistant Chief Brian Austin. And Assistant Chief Brian Austin is somebody who, when the police department was busted for writing all this horrific stuff on a whiteboard, someone took a photograph, the photograph was leaked. Instead of trying to find out which cops wrote the horrific stuff, he looked for the photographer. That's the person pitching these body cameras and asking us to trust him with the footage. That's the person who was made assistant police chief. Additionally, very close friend of Officer Steve Heimsness, who, before he murdered Polly Heenan, unarmed Polly Heenan, he had made statements on the police computer such as, "I'm the right cop for the wrong job, no witnesses, no problem." Statements he was eventually forced out of the department for. And his best friend, Brian Austin, assistant chief, police chief. This is all reported on the news. I'm not just pulling this out.
And that's time.
Chief Barnes. I'm sorry.
That's your time. Thank you. Our next registrant is Jesse Ransom of Sweeney Drive, to be followed by Steve Verberg. Do we have Jesse?
Yep, I'm here.
Go ahead.
So there are two reasons to implement body cameras. One is for police accountability. The second is for increased conviction rates. MPD currently has cameras on their squad cars with protocols how to use them. These protocols state to officers to be careful for what is recorded, as public could get access through the Freedom of Information Act. The FOIA forces agencies that refuse to be transparent into giving the public and media an avenue to get that information to fight corruption. In no way does a FOIA equal accountability or transparency. It is a threat of loss of funding and legal actions. Madison police were recently involved in a shooting and had 3 squad cars at the scene. Per their protocols, they should have had the squad car cameras running and pointed at the pre-planned action. MPD did not follow the protocols with the current cameras we already pay for. In addition, when MPD was asked to release video that could have seen something, they said no, because it's part of an investigation. That video was being withheld from the public, serves no strategic value in terms of an investigation, but rather allows the public to have a cool down period. That shows that MPD is not trying to use the new cameras for police accountability. The only other use for body cameras would be to increase prosecution. In May of last year, Zachary Westmeyer, a Florida officer, planted drugs on hundreds of people while wearing a body camera. Most of that footage was lost or deleted when requested. Eventually, enough people came forward that Zachary was found guilty of 62 counts and over 120 people being exonerated, all while body cameras. Body cameras do not give you accountability. Good leadership does. In 2020, Madison police pepper sprayed peaceful protesters during a march. This was even caught on news feed when a reporter was hit from a tear gas canister on camera. Madison police refused to identify officers and kicked off a summer of protests when all they had to do was be transparent and accountable. I just got a report from last Friday. An officer crashed into somebody, lied on the police report, said they hit their brakes real fast, even though that there are witness accounts. So we're probably going to be trying to launch a website real quick for police accountability, because we're clearly not getting any. And body cameras is not going to help that. Body cameras, if there's accountability, then yes. If there's transparency, yes. But there's not. So, yeah, we're working with a few groups to try to actually force.
And that's time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Steve Verberg of District 16, to be followed by Benji Ramirez Gomez.
Um, Good evening, Mayor and members of the Common Council. I'm Steve Verberg. I live on Madison's east side. So I guess the question is, would body-worn cameras provide more transparency or better understanding of what the Madison Police Department does and doesn't do? Well, you could ask someone like me who spent some time, quite a few years actually, as a journalist, regularly trying to tell the public about what the police department does and doesn't do. Not the Madison Police Department all the time, but worked in a couple of different states. Fact is, the police departments tightly control the narrative of what goes out to the public, tightly control what the public finds out about what the police do. That won't be any different with body-worn camera recordings. The police know this. That's why they're happy to have us spend a few $1 million on body-worn cameras for them. They know that under the state of Wisconsin law, they'll be able to release only the recordings that make them look good. Now, how can that be? Well, first of all, the law lets them keep secret anything that they say is under investigation. And if someday the investigation is completed, the law lets the police decide whether the public's need to know what's on the recording outweighs the privacy rights of everyone who is recorded. So body-worn camera records are seldom going to ever show us anything that about the police that the police don't want to tell us. So it's important to note now here that we're talking about the Madison Police Department, which, as you know, cites, arrests, and prosecutes Black men and women at 10 times the rate of white people, and more than twice the rate of the racial disparities that are practiced by police in the rest of the country as a whole. So this body-worn camera pilot is going to end up being another tool for a police department that can't or won't stop its practice of racist disparities in arrests and prosecutions. The pilot amounts to an experiment on Madison's north side to see how many additional Black lives can be ruined or set back by a Madison Police Department equipped with body-worn cameras. This proposal for a pilot doesn't even meet the inadequate controls recommended by your review committee. So please don't do it. If you want the public to be able to trust the police, make the police accountable for changing their well-documented practice of racist disparities in arrests and prosecutions. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Benji Ramirez Gomez of District 6, to be followed by Larissa Joanna.
Hello?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm first and foremost, well, thank you to the council for staying up, but I have to ask, is there a better way? And that's not to be patronizing, but it's an invitation to dream of existing and making these collective decisions in a new way, because this is clearly not working. This is clearly not working. I'm here to stand against body cams. I'm here to stand against any substitution. I'm here to stand against more money to the police, for the simple fact that the police are an occupying force in my community. What is an occupation? I point you to something that a lot of primarily white folk might be able to empathize with, and that is the war in Ukraine. There are people with guns entering communities that they were not invited into and attempting to take control. That is an occupation. Now, if you look at where the North and South MPD precincts are, they are in primarily Black and brown neighborhoods. I know this because I work next to the one in the South precinct, and my family lives next to the North precinct. And so I speak with passion tonight. I speak with diligence because this is pressing. This is pressing. There is an occupation of angry, aggressive men with guns in my neighborhood. And I need you to take me seriously. I need you to take me seriously. We don't need to study this violence that these people bring into our community. We don't need to study it. I need you to listen to me. I need you to listen to me and hear that there are people hurting, that there are disparities that this occupation is creating. And it's being reproduced in our schools. It's being reproduced in our economic system. It's being reproduced in every fabric of this society. So we have to dream of something better. I commend the council for beginning to take the steps of imagining a different way and beginning to fund the CARES model, because that is transformative. That is less violence in my community. That is less money and resource that is being dedicated to this occupation. Thank you. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Larissa Joanna of District 2, to be followed by Greg James. Do we have Larissa?
Yeah, Larissa, you should see a prompt to unmute. Again, Larissa, I can't unmute you. There you go.
Hello?
Go ahead.
All right, perfect. Hi, we're here. First and foremost, no body cameras before justice is served. No body cameras before our communities are funded with opportunities, with violence prevention programs and resources, especially for our less privileged communities and our Black and Brown communities. We demand genuine leadership and police accountability, including immediate justice for Tony Robinson. Start the conversation and be the leader we seek during this process as a Dane County judge reviews whether to charge Madison police officer Erin Killer Cop Matt Kenny. And maybe then we can consider footage and body cameras for accountability. Though I assure you there is way more programs to lead in this country, by example, here in Madison on police accountability so that we can together create safer communities. And as an advocate for the undocumented community and for racial justice, I said no body cameras because for the undocumented community, the risk of this technology, it's very high and it's dangerous. Footage could be passed on to federal immigration agencies like ICE to target and arrest community members for things like simple driving without a driver license. A basic document that it's not provided in the state of Wisconsin. And it's also kind of ironic to me that all the words I heard during the Common Council president and vice president appointment process, especially from certain alders, you know who you are, does not ever it has never stand by those values. All those words do not equals the actions that we're seeing, that we continue to see from you. It's even more clear when instead of having a woman of color as a president, a white man gets the vote and the title. It speaks volumes. But we waited for hours to speak. And if this is what it takes tonight, we're still here. Congratulations, President Curry. We demand all alders who spoke about representation and listening to the people to act behind those words and to actually listen to the people. The less privileged, the Black and Brown community screaming for justice, and not those pro-police brutality, white and privileged who do nothing but show up to these meetings to only show the racism and supremacism. Let's heal together. Let's work together to fix these racial disparities that Wisconsin continues to lead in the country. By you either should be shamed or simply stand on the right side of history. No body cameras in our communities, in our Black and Brown predominantly communities that lack of the resources, especially for resources for our youth to prevent the violence that we continue to see and live through in our communities that are not properly funded and not properly represented.
And that's time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Greg James of District 6, to be followed by Greg Gabowski.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. First, I want to say we need to continue to work on defunding the police, but I honestly don't feel that the body cameras are going to help anything because all these officers have body cameras. I know from firsthand experience, everybody knows who I am really. But I know that those don't solve nothing. So really, you're wasting time and money. And I feel it's just just a waste of money, like I just said. So you guys can invest that in something else more productive than wasting money on cameras that don't solve nothing. Because at the end of the day, you're really only putting them in minority like sections of the city. Like I thought every precinct already had body cameras. So what the hell do y'all need more for? But anyways, defund is I vote no. Continue to work on defunding the police and justice for Tony Robinson. That's all I gotta say.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Greg Gabowski of Middleton, to be followed by Bob Schaefer.
Greg, you need to unmute yourself. You should see a prompt. Thank you.
All right, did it work?
Yes.
Yep.
All right. I'm Greg Jaboski. I'm speaking against this proposal. I've done it before, since, as many other people have before, since the last time. Here we go again. In Grand Rapids, Michigan, on April 4th, an unarmed 26-year-old father of two, a black man, was pulled from his car, held to the ground, and shot in the back of the head by police officers. We know this because it was videoed. In fact, there were, after a lot of public pressure, videos were finally released. There was a dash cam video from the officer's cruiser, officer's body cam footage. So body cams are involved here. There was a home surveillance camera from a house across the street. And there was a cell phone video recorded by the passenger in Patrick Yoa's car. This is an account from Huffington Post. This from a week or so ago. Only the cell phone video, and it's reading it directly, only the cell phone video clearly shows the shooting. How about the body camera? The officer's body camera deactivated, they have deactivated in quotes, the officer's body camera deactivated seconds before the shooting, according to police. Now, body cam proponents might be saying, well, I guess something didn't work here. No. Everything worked the way the police and the system wanted to work. This worked exactly the way it's supposed to. Body cams are there as a tool for police and prosecutors to have the police point of view that can, if it so happens, can be used to in court if it's the right kind of footage. And if it's not the right kind of footage, it can be lost, deactivated, disappeared, or whatever. And this is just the way it works. And this doesn't have to be studied. As a previous speaker pointed out, there's not only plenty of studies, there's at this point plenty of real world data that shows you what these things are. If they do nothing to change the behavior of police, if they have any effect at all, it's to allow police and DAs to tip the scales even more than they already are, and use it to construct any narrative they want if they feel like it. And in fact, lots of proponents of police body cameras tonight have.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Bob Schaefer of District 17, to be followed by Erica Bach.
Yes, again, Mayor, Madam Mayor, and council members, that we've talked about this for quite a while now. And really that what we have to do is look at providing our employees and police department are employees of the city with the tools that they feel that they need. And that I know that the majority of Madison police officers are asking to have the body cameras, and that the body cameras can be used for helping them improve themselves and also for documenting from their perspective what was going on. When I hear people talking about defunding the police and about how the misuse would be, I guess I question how they come to those conclusions and what type of activity that they would be in. That's just a question that goes on my mind. We tend to presume the worst, and so I think that what is needed is that we either have to figure out whether we're going to have the police, and if there are people or alders that are opposed to the police, that maybe what needs to happen is that to not have the police work in their district, and that when something goes down, that they get called because they know how to handle it better. So I think that the council needs to approve this and in faith come with their faith in the police department. If they don't have the faith in the police department, then they need to look at doing the job themselves. So it's something that I think we've talked about. The police want them. I think that to deny them a tool that they feel is important for them, I think is not respectful of their job and of actually them as persons. So I think that I hope the council can at least go ahead tonight and approve the test procedure, and let's get an answer one way or another.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Erica Bach of District 7, to be followed by John Milton Jr.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the body. I don't even know where to begin. Please bear with me. So for the folks who are saying we've been doing this for 7 years, just do it already. Please remember that this was already voted down and the sponsors of this bill have just revived it again. Also, 83,000 is not going to do what the sponsors and the supporters think that it will. I'd like to amplify and uplift the most recent article in the Isthmus by Matthew Brongen, who is not only an investigative journalist and critical analyst, but truly Madison owes a great debt of gratitude to for the number of years spent pushing back. Matthew has recently acknowledged that his perspective on this matter has changed. So when I read on Alder Miadze's blog, unfortunately, much similar to the registrants of the previous issue, very poor timing, having just come out yesterday at about 1 p.m., that the transparency that's been being called for since 2015 and evoking that those of us who have been out in the streets and those of us who have been working for justice for Tony Robinson, you can see my profile picture. I don't have a slideshow, but you can see there that we've been taking this very seriously. And Matt Kenney wouldn't have had any different outcome because this body has not held the Madison Police Department accountable. And I just want to highlight y'all, this is public knowledge. It's on the City of Madison's website. In Matt Kenney's MPD employee personnel file, it clearly states that this man left a loaded gun in the bathroom of Manna Cafe. Do you really think he's going to remember to turn on the camera? You all have the power to make and enforce parts that you want to see from MPD, and body cameras are not it. So for those of you that think you're going to get the same perspective, just have someone taller than you or bigger than you or someone with a gun coming at you with their camera while you don't have one, and see how that perspective feels when you watch that video back. So you're saying that you want to give the police what they've asked for. Okay, one, they haven't deserved it. And two, they're asking for body cameras. Like, we want them to be insured. We want them to be of the community. We want them to not kill people. So there needs to be a little quid pro quo here. So I really do want to just point out that this evidence, please excuse me, but Alder, that was very disrespectful for you to invoke Tony Robinson, because what you can do is go and look at the public evidence, and you can encourage the judge and the courts to hold Matt Kenny accountable. You don't need a camera for that. You had the footage in front of you and we still have not seen justice. The other component that you proclaim for the transparency and wanting to have a lack of lawsuits, this is in violation of First and Fourth Amendments. This is data private loss waiting to happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is John Milton Jr. of District 9, to be followed by Emily Merritt.
There is no John, there is no Emily. There's also no Catherine Johnson, who is in opposition. So that brings us to Bonnie Rowe.
Right, so Bonnie Rowe of District 11, to be followed by Megan Spielbauer-Sandate.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the Common Council. Madam Mayor, I respectfully ask you to inform us all during discussion later tonight where you stand on this body camera pilot. We elected you as our mayor, and we want to know if you support it and why, or if you oppose it and why. I think it's fair for the council members to know as well. I'm with the 90% plus of residents who want our police officers equipped with body cameras. How will each of you vote on this pilot? A vote against body cameras is a vote against forward-thinking progressive values. Do you know that Madison is the 80th largest city in the United States? And out of the 79 larger cities, only 3 do not equip their officers with body cameras. El Paso, where they're rolling out department-wide cameras next summer, Portland, which is in the RFP process right now, and Anchorage, where they've been approved, but the police department has been delaying it, and community members are demanding to speed up the process. Will our supposedly progressive city that claims to value increasing equity, accountability, and oversight be dead last on this list? How embarrassingly tone deaf. A vote against body cameras is a vote to deprive city employees, police officers, of the tools they need to meet the demands of accountability placed upon them in the 21st century. Excuse me. A vote no is a vote to deprive the independent monitor and the PCOB of the most detailed and objective evidence available from the scene of an officer-involved incident. Our Office of the IM will have subpoena power. The people saying we have no accountability over our police, we have more than any other city if we deploy body cameras. To Steve's point, body cameras help with accountability and give something to review to see if an officer is making an appropriate disparate arrest, etc. Our police department does not want that happening. A no vote is a vote against narrowing the racial disparity rate in a court of law, where objective evidence can make all the difference in a suspect said, officer said contest. A no vote is a vote to withhold family members of victims of officer-involved shootings the evidence they need for a full and transparent investigation and the closure they may need to move on. A vote against this pilot is a vote against transparency, accountability, and best practices. A vote against healing, a vote against the vital police-community partnership that's necessary for a safer community for all residents. Please vote yes on this pilot. If you vote no, you own it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Megan Spielbauer-Sandate of District 4, to be followed by Shadira Kilfoy-Flores.
There's no Megan. Shadira is here.
Right, then Shadira Kilfoy-Flores of District 6, to be followed by Mia Masak.
Shadira, if you could unmute. Again, Shira, I cannot unmute you. There should be a prompt. Okay, I guess we can go ahead to Mia.
Right, so Mia Masak of District 6, to be followed by Deborah Elsas.
Mia, I see you're on the phone, so *6 to unmute. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, well, it's just about good morning to you all, and thank you for this time. Did you think that we weren't going to hold on until you finally reached agenda item number 114? Countless questions remain in regards to this program that have yet to be answered. To quote something that I heard earlier, we do not protect what we do not care about. Wow, if that don't sum it up. We wasted so much time speaking on preserving our environment because it is clear due to the disconnect between one another, we feel very little to no obligation to our Mother Earth, which may I lovingly remind you is stolen. I find it curious that we spend countless hours discussing land, roads, sidewalks, lakes, etc., the human life and the blood that has been spilled on these very surfaces right here in our own city seemingly continue to be disregarded. So I'm left to wonder, how much do we really care about our neighbors, the dead ones in particular? The possibility of police officers having yet more tools to weaponize against us civilians leaves me feeling the opposite of secure. What good is captured footage when nothing is done about the crimes committed by those in blue? There must be procedures implemented to ensure that tampering with recorded evidence isn't an option for law enforcement. I understand the potential for cameras to be used as a meaningful tool. There have been cases that were only ever addressed as a direct result of recorded footage. However, our systems are not currently designed in such a way that we are able to trust these devices being implemented ethically. For example, captured dashcam footage has yet to lead to any justice for our brother Tony Terrell Robinson Jr. over 7 years ago now. Despite undeniable proof of wrongdoing on behalf of the involved officer, he walked. So please make it make sense how exactly this program is to be in our best interest as civilians when in fact it has been demonstrated that regardless of proof, killer cops continue protecting and serving only themselves. Don't worry, I'll wait. I already have this long. We should ask ourselves why our priority is fixated on more surveillance of the people as opposed to helping and healing them, which these funds could be put toward. There are already enough pre-existing weapons that are used against us that do not assist in rehabilitation or the uplifting of our communities. Our fears come true each time an officer kneels on a neck, fires a bullet in the back of the head, unloads their weapon in a matter of seconds, and that's just what we see with our own eyes. And we're expected to operate on the non-existent honor system, trusting that police-captured footage won't be tampered with or conveniently edited, completely erased, or locked in an evidence room we as the people have no access to. My humble opinion is that what we really need is policing for the police. If anybody is going to be given cameras, it should be us. We know that Mr. Floyd's murderer was only sentenced because there was footage, not from the police, but from the people, just for one example. We keep us safe because your force continues to fail us. Thank you.
Thank you. I've refreshed, and our next registrant is actually Una Mackenzie Green of District 15, and then we'll go back to the folks that couldn't unmute.
Hi, everyone. For years, you have heard people demanding a shift of public funding out of policing and into community services. This body camera pilot program is the opposite of that. Policing is not preventative. It is reactive. It deepens harm and violence. Body cameras are not preventative. They will not stop police brutality. We don't need more footage of police violence. We need to stop police violence. We need to shift funding out of policing and into community services. This is not only a waste of community funds, but a harmful use of funding. We do not need a pilot study. As others have pointed out, we have plenty of data from other communities on body cameras. It shows that the footage is not unbiased or objective. It shows a specific perspective. Cameras are not a solution. It is the entire system of policing that is harmful. Cameras will not address that. They are not effective in guaranteeing accountability or transparency. They are not effective in addressing the racial disparities in policing, in Madison's policing. Please vote against this pilot program.
Thank you. Can we try again then for Alexander Wilburn and/or Shadira Kilfoy Flores?
Alexandra, you need to unmute. Okay, let's try Shadira, who was raising their hand. So there we go.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
We can.
So I had a much happier, much fluffier speech written for tonight, congratulating our Hmong neighbors, congratulating United Way, the Center for Black Women's Wellness. But now, quite honestly, I'm pissed. And here's why. For years and years, I've been able to participate in these meetings because of early comment, because I tend to bring my child with me. And now I will be serving another 6 hours in meetings this week, free, volunteering. While most of these alders are getting paid $20,000 a year, I get paid $1,200. So I want to make that clear. Also, I'd like to go back to this power, entitlement, equity, and justice that was brought up. I also want to acknowledge gatekeeping. There's a lot of gatekeeping that happens there on that body. And the fact that we're going here over and over and over again, that Chief Barnes has now had 6 neighborhood meetings. We continue to waste resources. We have spent the last 7 years, the ad hoc committee, the MPD policies and procedures, the ad hoc committee on body worn cameras, the over and over and over, the EOC, the PSRC have all given input and said that you need to implement policies and procedures. Yet we're going to shove this through. 1, endangering and over criminalizing our neighbors. 2, the images can be distorted and manipulated. 3, what is the cost that we're really talking about? There's no transparency in that. And 5, the fact that we have spent thousands and thousands of people's time, thousands of dollars, hundreds of thousands. We're speaking over $500,000 now to go through policies and develop policies, yet we seem to not be listening as a board, as our chief of police who we have entrusted. Why are these neighborhood conversations not focused around policies and procedures on how that data will be used? We have data of Tony Robinson's feet on the floor. We had excessive use of deadly force used here in Madison, yet there has been no accountability. If it wasn't for that young man being killed 100 yards from my kid's bed, I would not be the vice chair of our Police Civilian Oversight Board. They are directly related. Now I'm speaking as a civilian, but I'm also now speaking as the chair of the hiring task force for hiring our independent monitor. I'm mad that we are not able to communicate effectively and that we continue to waste one another's time.
Thank you. Let me just refresh one more time. We have one more registrant wishing to speak, Dr. Broderick Turner of District 4.
I'm Dr. Broderick Turner. I'm actually the author of a couple of the research articles that have been mentioned about body cams and dash cams. And just want to say real quickly that law enforcement technology is just technology. It's relatively neutral, but you can think of these things on a continuum from things that increase or decrease the power of the police. Body cams is something that tends to sit towards the continuum of reducing power of the police because it does have some effect on increasing accountability, not necessarily amongst the most egregious police incidents, but in general, it increases the veracity of police reporting. Because they're wearing body cams, they're more likely to say everything that happened in an incident in the police reports that they write. The other thing you have to think about here is if we're thinking about implementing any technology, instead of thinking about body cams in particular, we can think about technology from a management perspective. And it's a question of whether or not you have a transactional or a transformative leader. And where on the continuum you believe your current leadership is. If you believe your current leadership is closer to the transformational end, then it tends to be that technologies that are implemented are adopted by the staff normally without incident, and that people use them. Finally, you can think about community technology. And when you're rolling out technology to a community, especially one like Madison, it's a question of is the community involved in the rollout of that technology? And at least from what I've seen from the outside looking in here, is that with Madison, you guys have actually been very involved in the rollout of this technology, right? There's been multiple sessions, and while we can, point to how those things could have been improved, the fact that they exist is very strong evidence that you have with you the opportunity to actually have some say over this judicial technology. So, I'm neither for or against body cams. I am for, communities being empowered. I am for holding police accountable. And again, just from the best evidence we have, at least from the process you have in place, that it's likely that there might be some positive outcomes coming from this. But doing it as a randomized control trial should give you some confidence about whether or not you want that to be, whether or not that is the case. And if you're looking for something to think about in terms of measurement, because I've heard all types of figures thrown out there, one thing you can measure pretty simply is the actual police reports.
And that's time.
Come out.
Thank you. I believe that is everybody who registered wishing to speak. Are there questions for any of our registrants? Oh boy. Alder Abbas.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. I will have a question for Dr. Turner.
Go ahead, Alder. Dr. Turner is still with us.
Yes, thank you very much.
Barely. I'm very sleepy. Good morning. Alder Abbas.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm too cold. So appreciate your perspective while you were giving your public testimony. Because of 3-minute limit, some of the word in the end was cut off, and I'm curious to give you opportunity to finish that, and then I have a follow-up question to that.
I was basically done. It was a question of what could be measured. And I was saying the one thing you could measure is the actual veracity or the language that's used in police reporting, pre and post body cam usage. Again, a lot of the data that we think about in terms of body cam veracity or like effect tends to focus on the most egregious of police incidents, but most things that police deal with aren't murder, right? Most things police deal with aren't shooting. Most police officers never shoot their gun. But they do deal with a lot of people day to day. And like we should know, because they write up everything, what happens when we add these body cams in. And it's an open question that I don't think there's any meta-analysis on yet.
All right. Thank you very much. It's pretty late, so I will not take too much of your time, but I appreciate explaining that.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Carter, questions for registrants?
Yes, for Dr. Turner. Can you elaborate on the research component? I believe that you spoke earlier on the RCT.
Yeah, so let's think about when or why we might do an RCT, right? So a randomized control trial is generally used if we're trying to test some like it came out of medicine, right? So we're trying to test something against a control, right? Some technology against a control, some medicine against a control. And so if you were going to run a randomized control trial, what that does is you randomize officers or groups of officers to either having body cams or not, right? And then you compare the control group to the randomized control group on whatever it is the community has decided is important, right? So maybe the community has decided that police reporting is important. Maybe the community has decided that community trust is important. Whatever it is that you have outlined as important, then you compare your control group that did not have the body cam, your control group that did. And before you run the randomized control trial, you would decide as aldermen, as community members, what matters and what the standard is. And then if it meets the standard, great, roll them out. If it doesn't meet the standard, great, don't roll them out. Right. And so it's a pretty straightforward way of deciding whether or not something will work. Is it perfect? God, no, right? Like, it's not perfect at all. But like, we're talking about matter of degree. And in terms of matter of degree, it's the closest thing we can get to some level of truth, but the truth is hard. So that's how I would think about it. But again, I deal a lot in uncertainty, and I don't like to be. I'm not like a salesperson telling you this is what it is. It could be A, it could be B. I don't know, but you can test that and find out, and you can design a test that answers it pretty well.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Harrington McKinney, questions for registrants?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, my question is to Dr. Turner, and thank you very much for still being with us. Now, you said that let me just make sure that I put you in the place. You are from district where?
So I was actually invited by Chief Barnes. So I think I had no idea how to register. So again, I like to be upfront and transparent with everybody. My name's Dr. Broderick Turner. You can Google me. I don't hide. I'm 6'6". It's very hard to hide. I'm a professor at Virginia Tech. I published a paper a few years ago on the difference between body cams and dash cams and how they made judgments. It's Turner et al. 2019. It's in PNAS, which is, I don't know, top 4 journal in the world. My dissertation was on body cams. And so this is what I care a lot about. And this is not the first time I've been up at 1 a.m. Talking to a city council because, again, I just think it's important when we think about technology, how it impacts communities, especially communities of color, especially Black and Brown communities. And so that's what all my research is about, and this is why I'm here right now. So.
Thank you very much. I love the transparency. And so one of my questions is that since you are a researcher, since you have been investigating a lot in terms of body-worn cameras in Black and Brown communities, you've heard the testimony, and I don't know what time you log in, but you've heard much of the testimony and how the impact is in Black and Brown communities. So my question is that through your research, what have you seen and what have you heard in terms of body cameras and positive, negative things in terms of what has your research developed for you?
So we ran a study a couple months ago. It was a pretty straightforward question, which is basically we recruited a few hundred Black participants, a few hundred white participants, and just asked them, do you want body cams in your communities? And the Black participants had a stronger response. They were more positive on, yes, we want body cams. There's also a new paper out in the Journal of Criminology that looks at community trust of policing. And essentially, Black communities don't trust the police, right? And are fearful of police officers. And I can personally say I've been scared of police officers, even as a middle-aged man that lives in the middle of nowhere. I'm scared, right? And so often, what happens in these types of scenarios is that the voices of our Black people mostly get marginalized, right? Get underheard. And often it is those communities that are asking the loudest for more police accountability. Now, are body cams a panacea? Are they a magic bullet that will hold police accountable? Impossible, right? Let's get rid of qualified immunity, right? I agree with the people that are saying, let's have more justice, 100%. But as a tool, it's a pretty powerful tool that can be used to hold police accountable. There was also questions about, whether or not the video can be doctored. Yes and no. So is it possible to doctor video? Yes. Have companies that work in this space figured that that out? Also, yes. And so you'll look at Panasonic or Axon or whoever you want to use as a vendor for this stuff, and they've all built essentially these evidence portals that track the video the entire time, so that it's really, really, really close to, I don't want to say impossible, it's nothing impossible, but relatively hard to alter the police video. Now, it's a question of who has access to that, and that is a policy decision, right? That's our alderman here deciding who gets access to that video. But are people out here like changing what happened in the videos? Not necessarily. Also, if we're thinking about whether or not the officer had a malfunction with their body cams, generally speaking, that's not true. And so you should always question that when you hear that. What is actually the truth on most of this is that those cameras are almost always recording 30 seconds to 2 minutes before they press the button to start recording, and then it captures that time before. And so officers are trained how to use this, right? They are trained how to use the camera. And again, depending on the type of leadership that is there, if there tends to be a transformational leader on any technology rollout, they will tend to use them correctly. And so again, that's a question to you, as you're voting on this, what is your perception of the leadership? Or do you think that they are transformational? Do you think they're transactional? Do you think that they have tried to get by the community or not? Do you think that their officers respect them enough to follow their lead or not? And those are kind of the questions you should be asking. Not necessarily, is this going to be a magic bullet? Because there is no, pardon that, but there is no magic tool that makes police accountable. It's us as people, it's you as aldermen that make and decide whether or not we're going to hold police accountable.
Thank you. And my final question, and I'll be done, I promise. I've heard and I've talked with Black leaders, and they left me with 3 words: training, transparency, and trust. Is that something that fits within the Black community in terms of body-worn camera? Have you heard those words before, and could you speak around that? And then I'll...
100%, right? So again, I run this lab. It's called the Technology, Race, and Prejudice Lab. And a lot of our research is around these issues of judicial and law enforcement technology. And again, it's not just body cams. In any technology, what matters is training, right? Are they being trained correctly how to use it? Like, we can talk about tasers, for instance. Let's go back to that. Why don't officers use tasers all the time? Do officers want to kill people? I don't fundamentally believe that anybody wants to kill another person. Are there crazy people that want to kill people? 100%. Do we over-index on people that like to shoot into police organizations? Probably. But in general, people don't want to kill other people, but they don't tend to reach for their tasers as much as they reach for their guns. Why is that? The answer is because people don't train on the tasers. You have to train like 100 hours, every 3 months or something in most jurisdictions for your gun, but you have to do 6 hours of training on your taser. And so in a stressful situation, what are you going to reach for? Are you going to reach for the thing that you trained on, or are you going to reach for the thing that you haven't? All right. The other thing is that, again, as a law enforcement technology, tasers are relatively hard to use. If you've ever tried to use one, you got to get 2 prongs to get them to work. That's scary if I'm under stress. All right. Body cams, for the most part, are relatively simple. You touch your chest once or twice, depending on the company, and it records, and then it uploads to the cloud. And that's it. All right. It's not this onerous tech product that's really hard to use. It's not as hard to use as a taser. It's not as hard to use as a gun. Generally, you press a button and it records, and then either you put into a dock back at your desk, or depending on what model or company you're using, it just shoots it up to the cloud. And that's about it. There's some other pieces, and I don't want to oversimplify this, but in terms of training, it's relatively straightforward. And then you said trust and transparency. Transparency is extremely important, right? It becomes on you and the community how much transparency you want from this. How much access to these videos do you want? Push for all of it. the community leaders that are here, I would argue you should be pushing for all the transparency. I want to see all the videos all the time. I think that's generally where we should be heading to. And then in terms of trust, we go back to this question of your leadership. Do you trust your leaders? And if you do, great. If you don't, great. That's on you. I mean, I don't know. But I would imagine that that is kind of the question that you're asking here. Again, it's not magic. It is just technology. And I'm sorry I'm talking pretty quickly or whatever. I'm sleepy. So.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Wahilahi, questions for registrants?
Yeah, thank you. Is Larissa Joanna still here?
Yes. Can we get Larissa back?
Yes.
Go ahead, Alder.
Thank you, Larissa. Can you elaborate on the fear of the camera footage being on the hands of the eyes for those undocumented? And have you had some experience about police being turning the undocumented to ICE?
Yes, absolutely. Are you still able to hear me?
Yes.
All right, thank you. So absolutely, again, as I mentioned, there is the fear and risk of this images being shared with the Homeland Security agencies like ICE, the immigration agency that has attacked our very own city many times, but most especially in 2018 when we seen that huge unnecessary raid in our city and across the state of Wisconsin. This images can be shared, and especially because in the state of Wisconsin, they do not provide with driver licenses for those who are undocumented. I come from an undocumented family who had to live through those fears when Scott Walker and the conservatives took away this ID documentations and driver licenses. So many people continues to get pulled over because when police will run their license plates, it comes up that they don't have a driver license. So therefore, they're pulled over for driving without license and ticketed, and that whole process could be on this body cameras, on this footage. And from there, they will eventually figure it out who this person is because they are now ticketed. So they have all their information, like their home addresses, where most of them are working community members and family members, sometimes providers of their family, not just here in the country, but also in their country. So it is really, really dangerous that this information can land in the hands of ICE, and then they can come to their addresses and target them and arrest them simply for not having documentation. Because when you cannot provide a driver license to the police officer, then you pretty much they will know that you are undocumented. And this is exactly what happened to my dad in Milwaukee. When so this is like some years back, but Milwaukee Police Department was looking for a person at our address, at our former address in Milwaukee, and the person has never lived in the address that we know of, and they asked my dad for documentation. He provided when expired driver license at that point, because he wasn't able to renew it after the privilege was taken away, and therefore they knew automatically that he was undocumented and not able to renew his driver license. So it was a immediate reaction for them to arrest him and put him on order of deportation, which almost separated my family. We fought very hard for him to stay in the United States, and he is still in the United States. He's now a resident and soon to be a citizen. But my point is that this is happening currently. This is 2010 that I am talking about, and it has happened so much because ever since we in solidarity with other families and organizations doing advocacy for the undocumented community, we have met so many families that continue to go through these things. For instance, there was a really big case. I believe he was one of the first folks that got arrested during the 2018 raids. He got pulled over in Waukesha County, but was arrested in Milwaukee. And Milwaukee police or ICE, at that point, they identified themselves as Milwaukee police, knocked on his door, and were looking for him because the only charge that he had was a driving without license. And they automatically knew that this person was undocumented, and he got put in deportation process, having two or three children with special needs and disabilities, being the only provider. So these stories are very, very common, very heard of in my community. I still have family members, friends, neighbors, co-workers. I work in the restaurant industry, food industry here in the city of Madison, and many of my co-workers are undocumented, and they fear when they had to drive home, when they had to drive to work, when they had to pick up their kids from school, because this is already an issue, let alone having to top it up with this surveillance that they will bring into our communities, and footage that will be subject to Freedom of Information Act requests and available to this ICE officials. It is really, really scary for many that I have heard of. And really, there is a lot of information as well that you can easily just Google ICE, so IZE, which is Immigration Customs Enforcement, body cameras, and a lot of articles will come up. There is, for instance, this short message here that says the use of body-worn cameras was mandated as part of the 2021 Congress appropriation bills. But ICE asserts that it's also rolling out the program in the spirit of providing greater transparency, but they are targeting this people who are arrested or just come in contact with police with body cameras through many other technologies like facial recognition. So yeah, it's important that we understand why every community fears of not just only the consequences, but also why it's not something beneficial for some communities that have seek justice, having footage, and still nothing happens. Also, like I know someone mentioned that Milwaukee has body cameras, but also Milwaukee has taken years to release footage to bring justice for many. So body-worn cameras really don't benefit not just the undocumented community, but many, many communities. And they will not technically will be something that we will bring in and say that it's to make our undocumented immigrants and many other folks that fall under the umbrella of this lack of documentations, like dreamers, for instance. So it's a program that we should not bring to our city until we find better solutions to protect and feel our community members welcome into our city and state. So yeah.
Thank you so much, Larissa. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Bennett, questions for registrants?
A question for Dr. Broderick Turner.
Go ahead, Alder.
You have to forgive me. I have the flu and it sucks. So I'm wondering, the research that you referred to, is it Madison specific?
No. Well, it's another reason, if you were thinking about rolling out a pilot, why a randomized control trial might be important, is that context matters, right? And so, like, whenever you run one of these randomized control trials, I would always caution against generalizability to any other place. And instead, there are things that are specific to the location you're in, right? So if you're going to do this, do it as a pilot, do it as a RCT, because Madison is different than other places, right? It's, rated as one of the best places to live, and it's like one of the whitest places on earth. It's a different place, right? Like, it's an interesting place, and that interesting place is going to have interesting dynamics. And so just saying that because it worked here, it'll work here, or because it didn't work here, it won't work here, you don't know, which is, why I kind of applaud you guys for deciding to, if you're going to do this, to do it as this randomized control trial instead of doing some underpowered pilot study that doesn't have a clear definition of success. If anything, you've set yourself up to learn whether or not this will work for you before you decide or not to roll out body cams.
So when you say that, like a majority of residents in your research study, or Black residents, you found were favorable towards body cameras, we shouldn't assume that a majority of Black residents.
Oh God, no. Sorry. That's a great question, Alderman Bennett. I did a representative sample of Americans. So I did not do a representative sample of Madison residents. That's expensive. If y'all want to pay for that, sure. But I didn't do it with my own research budget. So.
Yeah, no, I totally understand. Thank you. I'm also wondering, because Chief Barnes invited you, I know that there also conducted some public information sessions with a company named Axon that sells body-worn cameras. And
Oh, yeah.
Affiliated with Axon.
I am. So I'm on their community advisory board. I'm on the, I get paid by a couple of companies. People pay for my expertise, but they don't pay for me. I make way too much money as a professor. And what Axon pays me is a drop in the bucket. I am there because it is my mission to make these technologies less racist. And I'm trying different methods of doing that, both collaborative and antagonistic to firms, to see what works. I'm unclear yet what will make them less racist, anybody, but that's why I do it.
Definitely. Wait, so you get paid by Axon?
Yep, I get paid, I don't know, a couple $1,000 a year to attend 7 meetings where they show me their new technology, and I tell them like how this can impact communities of color negatively, and then I write nasty emails to them to get them to change stuff before they try to roll stuff out.
I love sending nasty emails.
It works. It works.
People know that too. It's all in love. Thank you. I also have a question for Shady.
Do we have Shadira with us still?
Yes, I'm here.
Go ahead, Alder.
I am so sorry you had to stick around here so long, especially.
Oh, everyone, it's okay.
Well, to everyone here still, I can't believe it's past midnight right now.
We're in it to win it.
Yeah. My question is, because you are the chair, one thing that you mentioned that stuck with me from our from Public Safety Review Committee was that the body-worn camera feasibility committee had 10 preconditions to make before implementing this. And that's something you touched on. So I'm wondering what sort of like systems in place or other things that should be in place before we take on body cameras, or even a pilot were you referring to?
Well, certainly having, benchmarks, having markers in terms of, how we're going to study a pilot, that hasn't been discussed. The real cost, the fact that we have a non-biased doctor being paid by Axon, I don't know. It's starting to make me, become more and more in a way suspicious of the process, where I feel like we've put so much time into our recommendations, the feasibility of of the policies that we need to have in place, what's going to happen to an officer who somehow manipulates the data, or yes, we will have a monitor who is going to have the power of oh gosh, I'm tired here, but they will be able to be involved in how I feel we need to wait. We need to put brakes on in terms of having that independent monitor and having the board versed on what is legal and what is not legal in an arrest, so that they even know what they should and should not be looking at, and how the footage would be used. If it, there's so many things we're really, I feel, not putting our ducks in order here, and we're also not listening to the community both at the same time, where we could put the brakes on, listen to the community, and implement the recommendations. That's what I'm recommending needs to happen.
Definitely.
Just so we're clear here.
I'm sorry, Dr. Turner, you can't respond to the alders unless you're asked a direct question.
Okay, I won't then.
Alder Bennett?
Yeah. Thank you, Shady. And I also want to ask you, in your capacity as chair, because this resolution does ask if what am I trying to say? Asks or calls upon the Civilian Oversight Board and the Independent Monitor to receive this footage and I guess give feedback. I'm wondering, has the board even been reached out to about this pilot?
Well, so yes, there was a presentation given by Professor Keith Finley, and there were some questions. I want to say Assistant Chief Donahue was available to answer questions. We didn't, I think we did also, there were a number of people who attended, myself and the chair, a discussion with Dr. Gellenbeck, and where so many things were learned in terms of, so intent versus impact, right? And this is what we're talking about. Like, if it was a panacea and if these cameras were the answer, then by all means, so many of us would be behind it. However, that is not the reality. And so to continue to put the buggy before the horse and think that we're going to actually move somewhere, we're not. We are like the doctor said, we are living in a very unique place right now. But yeah, it's the best place for white people in the country. And if it's the best place in the country, it must be the best place on earth for white folks. But let me tell you, the dichotomy of that for Black people and the way that these cameras have the potential to affect our neighbors. Intent, if it was going to be used for accountability, when it also came to the police, not just marginalized community, that would be entirely different. But that's not what the data is pointing to. And so we're talking about gaps in policing that should be lessened rather than widened. And we really need to be having more community discussions about how we want for the footage to be used, but also other ways that we could be spending money and investing in the community is really what we have young people being shot in front of the police department. And what we really need is to be making sure that we have viable opportunities for young people so they don't feel they have to resort to violence. Like the fact that we're willing to put more and more money into policing and more and more money into youth, it's exemplary of why we're having the issues in society that we're having, why we have the violence in our schools that we're having, is because we're not remedying the issues. We're not remedying the root causes. And we have to be having those conversations about how we're going to do better as a city, do better as a society. And cameras are not the answer right now. They're just not. Coming out of a pandemic, sure, we'll get, free cameras, but what is the real cost long term is the thing, so
Yeah.
I
totally get what you're saying. And I feel
I believe that we need to stop talking the talk and be walking the walk and stop saying, we want you to implement, and then instead actually implement. Like put your time there, all of you.
Right. What I'm trying to ask is for the
Alder, let me just remind you, we still have another item for public comment.
Yes, I know. I'm saying for the final line of this resolution right now, it says, quote, "Be it finally resolved that upon receipt of said report, the Common Council will refer the report to the Madison Civilian Oversight Board, an independent monitor, for a thorough review of the report to assess the impacts and effects of MPD officers wearing body-worn cameras." What I'm wondering is, does the Civilian Oversight Board and independent monitor that isn't even hired yet have the capacity to complete a thorough report and assessment of body-worn cameras?
Absolutely, especially if we find the right independent monitor. I think it's very possible for us to work together. But we need to be given the chance to do so. So I think we really need to slow down, put the brakes on for now. Again, I understand why people are go, 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 but there are some things that ought not to be rushed, and this is one of them.
Definitely. Thanks, Shady. Thanks
So
for
I wish I
standing up.
could give you a timeline right now in terms of hiring and what the IM will be able to take on. I mean, honestly, I think we need some time, but I think it can absolutely happen. So
thank you, Shady.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alder Bennett.
Alder Miadze, questions for registrants? I'll just remind us, we are still in questions for registrants. We do have one more item with potentially people wishing to speak, and then we will go back to the top of the agenda for motions and discussion. Alder Miadze?
Yeah, I just had a question for Broderick. Just wondering, were you at any of the Exxon presentations?
Yeah, I came to the, what was it? Some voice of something as a guest of Chief Sean, actually.
Okay. And there was no talk. I think they made it pretty clear that they were not doing any sales. It was just a presentation, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And also, I guess my other question was, did you want to elaborate on anything that Joanna said?
I'm not sure who Joanna was. Who was Joanna? I'm sorry.
Did I get her name?
I didn't have anything to elaborate on. I just felt like, again, because I believe in transparency, I'm a business school academic, and so I deal with a lot of companies, right? And generally, my role is to be antagonistic more than collaborative, and it makes it easier for companies for me to see the inside and the inner workings when they contract with me than it is to be on the outside. So again, Virginia Tech, you can look at my salary. And you can compare that. I actually have no idea what Axon pays me because They go through my lawyer. So who knows? But I'm here again because what I really care about at the end of the day is this judicial technology and get it to do less harm to communities. And what I've seen from your process so far is that at the very least, that this work that you're doing up front to decide whether or not you want to roll out anything should be commended, right? The fact that, this entire community is up at 2 a.m. To discuss this is like phenomenal. This is like something you don't really see anywhere else. And I can see some people falling asleep right now on their cameras, but whether or not you believe that body cams are effective or not, what is effective and what should be celebrated is what you're doing right here and doing this, like what's more American and democratic than hashing it out at 2 a.m. So hat tip to you guys. I'm actually amazed by this.
All right. And I have one more question for Dr. Greg Delembic.
Do we have Gregory Glembick with us still? Go ahead, Alder.
Yeah, just one more question. I served with you on the body cam feasibility committee, and I've asked you this question before that we heard from Ruben Anthony from the Urban League. We heard from Judge Everett Mitchell from the NAACP, Greg Jones, and also too, we as alders received a lot of emails from Black Political Action Group, where it had Colleen Clare of One City. I had a whole bunch of other people, Alex G, had a number of African-American people that actually do the study and know a lot about racial justice that goes on in the city. Can you, I remember I saw that you had a meeting recently with PD. I'm just wondering, how many people of color did you have on that meeting? And what do you think about all these community leaders that are actually speaking up against for body cameras and for racial justice?
First of all, I'm not sure which meeting you're referring to.
The Progressive Dane meeting, I think.
Progressive Dane. I actually honestly don't recall how many people of color were at that meeting. And what was your other question?
The other question is, what do you say about all these African-American leaders of our community that actually been doing the work on racial justice? Unless you heard from Dr. Broderick that they have actually heard them actually saying that they do want body cameras. What is yours as a person with the work that you do? Why are you opposing? I don't want to say. So what do you think of that? I guess the community leaders that are advocating for body cameras.
First of all, I cannot speak obviously for the Black community, but it's clear that people are split on this issue. There are also leaders in the Black community who oppose body cameras. That's true in Madison. That's true nationally. As I mentioned, for example, Michelle Alexander, who wrote The New Jim Crow, is adamantly opposed to body cameras and actually invited me to write an op-ed for the New York Times, but I just haven't had the time. The Campaign Zero, which is an offshoot of Black Lives Matter that looks for evidence-based solutions to reduce police violence, used to favor body cameras and now is warning cities against adopting new body cam programs. Movement for Black Lives, which is a pretty omnibus group, is also opposed to body cameras. Locally, you've heard about, you obviously probably have seen the piece by Matthew Brongen. Like there are people on both sides. And I cannot speak for other people, but that's just an observation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Heck, questions for registrants?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. For Dr. Turner, just a couple of questions. Thanks for staying with us, by the way. It's an hour later for you by your biological clock, I assume, if you're from Virginia Tech. You said you were interested in transparency, so I just want to make sure I understand your relationship with Axon. And you mentioned that they pay you a relatively small amount a year to be on a type of advisory board. Did they pay for your trip to come to Madison for this opportunity?
No.
And do you receive any funding for your research through them at your lab or personally?
Personally, or my lab? My lab, no. Personally, I'm not exactly what the dollar figure is, again, because this way it divorces me from money when everything goes to my lawyer. So that way I don't really know. That way you can't buy me. If you could buy me, I'm very expensive.
I'm not sure I understood your answer. I'm sorry.
I'm not sure. What didn't you understand?
If maybe there's funding that's not through your lab that might pay for research that you do.
No.
Okay, thanks. And then just one question. I'm sure you have expertise in this about the randomly controlled studies, and it seems to me that they need to be, well designed to start, and you kind of need to understand how your data is going to be gathered, but even more importantly, what are your statistical significance targets and all of these types of things, especially given police reports and the fact that they're not particularly standard all the times. There's police narrative, all sorts of different kinds of statistics and different ways of coding things. And so don't you feel that a study would need to be very carefully designed and so that your outcomes will be statistically significant and of use?
Sure. So you're asking both a experimental design and a power question, right? So
yeah.
On an experimental design, the randomized control trial of this sort is not super complicated. There are a couple of different ways you could approach it to improve both the power and simplify the design some. So you do some match pairing on demographics of the officers and then randomize them. You could set it up so that it was if you want to improve power, you run it for slightly longer. So you go for 30 days, do it for 90, or do it for 120. In terms of statistical power, depends on which measurement you're referring to. So let's say you were going to say, do body cam prevent homicides, right? There's no way you could ever know in Madison, because I think you guys have had 1 or 2 homicides this year or something, right?
Right.
You would never have enough statistical power to detect that. Thank God, because it means that people aren't getting killed. Good. But if I were going to look at something like, does police reporting change? If I'm doing some type of linguistic analysis, right? You can go with something as simple as Luke, or you could build some machine learning engine, or your own dictionary. You'd have enough power with something like 45 officers where you randomize half of them to a control trial and see if it change their reports. So in terms of are there enough officers to do a randomized control trial? Clearly, yes. Is it possible to design a study that is as close to the gold standard as possible? Yes. Is that difficult? Not necessarily, and probably not that time consuming, right? So let's say you were going to hire somebody to randomized control trial. Let's say, look, we don't want to deal with you, Dr. Turner. Who knows? You might not be neutral. I don't care. And you're going to go get somebody else to do this, go get another professor or something. If they told you it would take longer than 2 weeks to design this, then they're overcharging you. right? Like they're trying to run your pockets. Don't fall for that. Like this is not that difficult. Now, in terms of implementing it and the analysis, like that takes a while, but the actual design of this is not that complicated.
Okay, thank you. I guess I assume there are choices to be made in how you design it, though, about how you perform your randomization, whether you're having independent teams of officers, whether they're paired up with cameras, without cameras, et cetera. There are important decisions to be made, and those can have a great impact on how valuable the results are, I assume. So
100%. My only point is that that is not hard, right? Like in terms of a research design, randomized control trials are actually pretty simplistic in terms of experimental design, right? They're not super complicated.
Sure. All right.
I'm saying that as a PhD, right? Like, you know, that is my bias, but in general, these are relatively straightforward designs.
Perhaps then I can conclude and just say that, and you can agree or not agree, the choices that you make, though, need to be vetted by somebody who knows what they're doing to make sure that the appropriate choices are being made to make the data useful.
Yeah, 100%. I wouldn't just like randomly say, Alderman, I don't know, Harrington, go design the randomized control trial. I'm sorry if you are like a PhD or something in experimental psychology or something. My bad. I don't know. And I wouldn't say, Alderman, heck, tomorrow design this. Like that would be unfair. But can you find somebody to do this? Yes. It's not like I can think of 3 people that would be pretty good. I don't know if they have the time. But you know, it's not an impossible task with the right training, essentially.
Okay. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Carter, questions for registrants?
Yeah, real quickly, because I actually I have a question for the Mendota Street project. Can Shadira come back on?
Is Shadira still with us? Not sure.
Can you unmute? Shadira, you could, there you go.
Sorry, here I am.
Go ahead, Alder.
Yes, Alder.
Yes, I know this has been an issue with COB members in the past. Are you here as your capacity as vice chair and representing the COB?
No, not representing the COB in terms of making an opinion on, body-worn cameras, but offering advice as the COB chair.
Are you here as...
Information, rather.
Alder, I think your question's been answered.
I don't think so. I want to know if she's here independently.
I'm here independently as a civilian.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other Alders in the queue wishing to ask questions of registrants on this item. I would just like to remind us that in order to keep quorum, we do need cameras on and eyes open. Apologies. And I've asked the clerk to help me keep track of that. We have perhaps registrants on one more item, that is agenda item 161, the addendum. If they are still with us, our first registrant is Paul Noldner of Maple Bluff, and our second registrant is Douglas Nelson. Do we have either of them with us?
No, ma'am.
All right, so that, believe it or not, is the end of public comment at 1 a.m. And so, according to our new agenda order, we're going to go back to the top and go through all of the items that were excluded from the consent agenda. I am going to suggest, based on a little bit of art and a little bit of science, that we take the items up in the following order for the sake of staff. And that order would be 16, 17, 25, 35, 96, 97, 111, 161, 93, 114, and 123. I'm trying to spare our staff and allow them to go to bed if the items that they're here for are hopefully relatively short. Is there any objection to taking the items in that order? All right, seeing no objection, we'll go first to Alder Wahilahi.
Can you please repeat?
Yep, 16, and I'll talk us through. 16, 17, 25, 35, 96, 97, 111, 161, 93, 114, and 123. All right, Alder Abbas.
Madam, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Another request for the whole body, perhaps. Is it okay with the whole body if we could only speak once on the agenda item rather than twice?
Thank you, Alder Abbas. That's an excellent suggestion. The request is to, rather than our rules, which allow alders to speak twice on every item for a total of 10 minutes, if we could restrict ourselves to speaking once on every item. I will leave that as a strong suggestion at this point, and I will attempt to remind us when we are coming around for a second time. So if we can then, going to item 16, let's see, Alder Martin, I believe that you wish to make a motion to refer.
Yes, I'd like to move referral to the May, is it the 24th meeting? Is that the next one?
May 10th is our
May
next
10th,
meeting.
Yep, sorry.
Second.
I moved and seconded to refer item 16 to the May 10th meeting. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of referral? Seeing no objection, that item is referred. President Furman, a motion on item 17.
Move adoption.
Second.
Moved and seconded to adopt item 17. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, item 17 is adopted. Takes us to item 25.
Move acceptance.
Is there a second? Moved and seconded to accept item 25. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Alder Halverson?
Just put me no on that one.
We'll record Alder Halverson is voting no on item 25. Is there any further objection?
Put me also no too as well, please.
Alders Halverson and Abbas will be recorded as voting no on item 25. Is there any further objection? Alder Wahilahi as well? All right, 3 noes, 4 noes, Alder Carter? 4 noes and 16 ayes. All right, that's the vote we'll record on item 25. Item 35, President Furman.
Move adoption.
Second.
Moved and seconded to adopt. Alder Wahilahi.
Can I request to mention the item, the title, instead of just the number?
Item 35 is the amending the purchase of service regarding the Imagination Center. The motion is to adopt. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Alder Wahilahi, your hand is still up. No objection. All right. Seeing no objection, item 35 is adopted. We're going next to item 96.
Move adoption.
Second.
Item 96 is approving the selection of 1902 Bertillon Drive as a site for a permanent shelter facility. On item 96, it's been moved and seconded. Alder Harrington McKinney. Alder, you're muted.
I'd like to be added as a sponsor for 3570661.
Alder, what agenda item is that?
35 70661.
All right, we've just flown past that, Alder, but
I know you blew
objection,
past
we'll
it
add you.
You blew past it. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Yeah, I don't see any objection, so I'll ask the clerk to add you to that. Alder Martin.
I would like to ask to be added to item 96 as a sponsor.
Without objection, we'll all add Alder Martin to sponsor on item 96. Alder Benford.
Thank you, Mayor. I too on item 96, please. Thank you.
Yep. Alder Wahilihi.
Me too. Thank you.
All right. Thank you all.
96 and 35.
And Alder Wahilihi without objection also on 35. I'm just going to wait for a nod from the clerk that he's got all of these. Yes, thank you very much. All right, on item 96, it has been moved and seconded. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of item 96. On item 97, which is amending the capital budget for the Economic Development Division to accept a neighborhood investment fund grant to support the Madison public market. President Furman.
Move adoption.
Second.
Moved and seconded to adopt. Is there any objections recording a unanimous vote in favor of item 97? Alder Figueroa Cole. Alder, you're muted.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't notice that one. Can I be added as a sponsor?
We'll add Alder Figueroa Cole as a sponsor on item 97, please. All right. Is there any Alder Halverson?
Put a no on that one for me.
We're going to record Alder Halverson is voting no on item 97. Alder Wahilihi. You're muted, Alder.
Added as a sponsor.
We'll add Alder Wahilihi as a sponsor on item 97. Anything further on item 97? All right, so seeing nothing further, that's a vote of 19-1 in favor of item 97. And that will bring us to, pages. Item 111, for which we have a brief staff presentation from engineering. Jim Wolf is here.
Hey, good evening, everyone. I will keep this very quick here, hopefully. Of course, it's split it into split screen mode, so I'll keep it here. So along Lake Mendota Drive, we have, up until this point, had several public informational meetings. We held 3 PIMs. The very first one was back on January 11th, where we did not have an initial plan to present, and we're seeking information from the neighborhood as to some priorities out there, and similarly went to Transportation Commission. Since then, we have went to Transportation Commission 3 times, and they were very supportive of the project, in particular, including the sidewalks on both sides of the street between Capitol and Spring Court. And they had a separate vote on an amendment to reduce the sidewalks, but voted against that. So in addition, we have made several modifications with the plan to incorporate stormwater treatment areas. That included several intersections around Spring Harbor Drive, at Spring Court and at Merrill Springs. And we have reduced the total impervious area with this project as well. So there has been a lot that we've tried to do with the project to include neighborhood input that's long, including trying to provide a plan that's consistent with our policies and adopted plans. One quick note on impervious areas. We are sitting at about 26,000 square yards of impervious areas right now in the street. And with the plan, we are getting down to around 25,000 square yards. And I think I will end the presentation there since it is getting pretty late.
Thank you. Are there questions for staff on item 111? Alder Abbas.
Thank you very much. Really quick question, 2 questions for you. Number 1 is about, you mentioned about public input. So beside Transportation Commission and the city committees and commission, how many meetings did you guys organize for neighborhood?
We held 3 separate meetings, and we did send out 2 surveys to the neighborhood as well. The first survey was just kind of initial information gathering, and the second one was more specific to some of the more detailed changes that we were proposing as part of the project plan.
Thank you very much, Jim. And then my next question is about, we heard a lot regarding a compromise, creating a one side of the sidewalk. How much that was discussed? What is the staff point of view? Just if you can provide your perspective on this.
So from our point of view, it's always better to have sidewalks on both sides of the street. That's just better for safety and accessibility. And looking at Lake Mendota Drive specifically, in that middle section, we have the park, we have Spring Harbor Middle School, we also have the beach and the parking lot. And then there's these prime connections going back to University Avenue, and that's a transit corridor as well. So we thought it was important to keep sidewalks on both sides of the street, both to serve those destinations and for overall neighborhood connectivity, especially back to University Avenue.
And we also, Alder, let me just point out that we also have Yang Tao and Renee Calloway here from Traffic Engineering, who both turned their cameras on, which makes me think they might have something to add to that answer.
Yeah, this is Renee, and I was just going to say that, also this is included in the comprehensive plan, part of Lake Mendota Drive being a priority for having sidewalks. So we did want to also reflect the planning work that came before we started on this project.
Thank you, Alder.
Yeah,
sorry, Mayor, sorry, Alder. I just want to add quickly that we do get quite a few complaints from the neighborhood on how unsafe it is walk on the street, and also how bad the speeding is. And so we have been working on those complaints as we have been telling those folks sidewalks going to be one of the best solutions for that. I also want to mention that as Transportation Commission regarding sidewalks on both sides, there's some discussion about how important it is for people who have a limited ability to walk, for those who in wheelchairs, and for those who might be visually blind. So just want to bring that up. Thank you.
Thank you, Yang. And Jim, my last question is about communities asking to have, they're asking for more time to review and process the information. There's overwhelmingly, people are in opposition. If this project is referred for future meeting, what will be the impact?
So right now we have Lake Mendota Drive scheduled for 3 reconstruction projects between 2022, 23, and 24. So a delay at this point would mean that a 2022 project is not possible. And we are looking at a street that's got some very poor pavement out there. I think that's pretty consistent amongst everyone. So we do want to start moving forward with taking care of this street.
Okay, so if it gets referred, then it will start in 2023 and finish in 2024, correct? You will do RFP bidding end of the year.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. No further questions.
Alder Carter, questions for staff?
I do have a question. You have done in several places in the city sidewalks on one side, correct?
That is true.
And in this particular area, I think some of the residents have talked about the impact on the lake and also effigy mounds. Have we looked into that to make sure we're not destroying any of those? And then what precautions are we doing regarding the lake?
Certainly. We have looked into that. We have an archaeologist contracted to assist us with any permitting and reporting and review of documents and things. So we are taking that into account with the design. And he'll be on contract to assist with monitoring construction activities as necessary too. With regards to the lake, I may ask Greg Freeze to step in here in a second, but I also want to mention well 14 that we have met with Joe Grande, who's the water quality manager for the water utility. And from their perspective, Lake Mendota Drive has very little impact on the water quality at well 14 in particular. But aside from that, and kind of beyond the scope of just the geometrics resolution here too, we have been working with Streets Division, Water Utility, Metro, to look at ways to reduce the salt route along Lake Mendota Drive anyway. That trying to reduce our salt use is just kind of overall good practice. So that's something that we've been kind of working on in conjunction with the project, even though it's not really project dependent.
And when you did your outreach, did you have a pretty good turnout?
Yes, I would say we probably average close to 100 attendees per meeting.
Okay. And what would the impact be if we delayed this?
Alder, that question's been asked and answered already.
Oh, who asked it? What was the answer?
The person right before you. It pushes it into the next year.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Halverson, questions for staff?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Have we looked at, so I saw the impervious was taken down to about 24,000 square yards. Was that about right? Have we looked at using pervious concrete in this project?
Yes, we do think it's an option in some sidewalk areas in particular. And with some of our staff team, we have explored pervious pavement on the street to see if this would be a good candidate. There's a couple of things working against it. Some is just overall traffic use. Where we've done our pilot study in the past, it's been very low volume streets, and portions of Lake Mendota Drive get up to about 1,500 vehicles a day. Plus we've got school buses running on it. So loading isn't great in a lot of areas. And then we also have a lot of clay, like feet of clay as the underlying soils, which would not work out well in terms of infiltration either. And then we have really steep grades in some portions of the project too. So we didn't think it was a great candidate for pervious pavements, but we do think there might be some select areas where we could try to do some pervious sidewalks and just try to limit some of the impervious areas to the extent possible.
Is that outlined in the plan for the residents to see where those areas might be and how much of this could be part of that? Was that just detailed?
It is not. That was something that would fit into the geometrics. So what's here right now is a geometrics resolution kind of laying out sidewalk and curb limits. And then the particular materials would be coming back again as part of our approving plans and specs resolution when we're actually bidding the project.
Okay, then one more question. Just was there a environmental impact study done on this?
There was not.
Okay.
That with our local street reconstructs, that's not something that we've typically done.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Alder Miadze, questions for staff?
I think you guys said this, but did you guys reach out to the whole chunk nation for a meeting, and how did that turn out?
Yes, so I have had a couple of conversations with Bill Quackenbush at the Whole Chunk. I haven't met him in person yet, but we are planning on meeting this summer because they are coming back for an event for the canoe that was pulled out of Lake Mendota. We do think there are some opportunities, hopefully, where we can continue to work with them on this project. At least with my initial conversations, he didn't have any specific comments on the design specifically. It's mostly looking at educational opportunities and some of those things.
And can you comment too about the issue about people about the parking? I think that was an issue too.
Yes. So with the plan, we are proposing to reduce the street down to parking just on one side of the street. Last fall, we did a parking study along Lake Mendota Drive, and it showed, I think it was about 10% utilization of the on-street parking. Now, granted, that was for a week throughout the year, so there are probably specific days or something like that where people have major events going on. But we wanted to focus our design of the street on the most typical daily use, and we thought there was an opportunity that we could limit some of the on-street parking, which would help us keep the street width narrower and reducing some of those impervious areas that were pretty important.
If you were to pick what side of the street that is more important right now to go ahead with this project, what side of the street would you pick on? I mean, would you pick, just out of curiosity?
Like which portion of the project area?
Yes.
We have the west end planned mostly as it relates to budgeting, because each project is going to have a stormwater component to it that came out of some of our flood study work. So starting on the west end makes the most financial sense for us right now, and also coordinates out well with some of the other projects in the area too. I do understand why there's interest for taking a look at that middle section where there's already some existing sidewalks, in particular as it relates to the final street design. But it works out pretty well for the utility work to start at the west end and kind of work east from there.
So, Madam Mayor, if I was to actually propose a amendment to this or propose that to have the sidewalks be done on one side with the western end as an amendment to it?
Alder, I would very strongly discourage you from doing that. Staff have worked very hard on this design. If you don't like the design that is in front of you, I think you should vote against it or you should move referral. But I would very strongly discourage you from trying to dig into engineering designs at 1:30 in the morning during a council meeting. I think that's an incredibly bad practice and precedent. President Furman, questions for staff?
I do. I have a lot of questions, a lot of things, but I'm just going to ask Jim a very specific question about the sidewalk question. Jim, can you talk a little bit about this issue, how Transportation Commission actually brought up, had an amendment that did look at sidewalks on one side and what the discussion was? I know you alluded to it a little bit, but just, I want people to understand that there actually was a pretty extensive process at Transportation Commission, which Alderman Yahtzee is part of, where doing sidewalks on one side was an amendment that was considered.
Certainly. So there's actually a recommendation from when the project went to the Board of Public Works to consider reducing the sidewalk to one side only, in particular in the stretch between Norman Way and Capitol. And as part of the discussion at the Transportation Commission, there was initially a motion to move approval of the project. And then there was another motion to add an amendment to follow suit with the board's recommendation to remove sidewalks on the southerly side between Capitol and Norman Way. And then Transportation Commission had discussion about that, and they ultimately voted against that amendment and approved the project plan as initially proposed.
Alderman Yahtzee, your hand is still up. Did you have additional questions for staff? No. Are there any further questions for staff on item 111? Seeing none, President Furman, motion, please.
Move adoption.
Second.
Moved and seconded to adopt item 111. Alder Abbas, discussion?
Yes, I would like to make a motion to refer it to June 7th Common Council meeting.
To the, I'm sorry, which?
June 7th.
June 7th?
June 7th, yes.
It's a motion to refer to the June 7th Common Council meeting. Is there a second? Alder Harrington McKinney will second. Right, the motion is to refer to June 7th. Alder Abbas, did you wish to speak to it?
Yeah, very briefly. We heard from many residents or many emails also. Alder Mayerze was asking a question about sidewalk. I think so there might be a possible path forward. I completely acknowledge the work the staff put here, but I think so the residents of the neighborhood, they deserve a chance to have another discussion around, especially around the sidewalk. And if there is a compromise, the council should look into that. So that's the reason I'm referring it to provide that opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. President Furman.
Thank you, Mayor. I am strongly against referral of this item. This project has been through a ton of public process. I sent all alders an email on Friday with extensive detail to let people know what the public process is. Nothing that was presented this evening, including the sidewalk issue, was unknown to staff or unknown to the committees that reviewed it. I very much appreciated the discussion both in Board of Public Works as well as Transportation Commission. Transportation Commission members actually talked about how they came to Lake Mendota Drive when this project was in front of them on their own time and made sure that they looked and very much understood the street. They made it very clear that they actually reviewed all the stuff residents sent in. They made it very clear that they understood that staff actually looked at every suggestion that residents have made throughout the process and explained why it didn't work or what the problems were and why they made the decisions they made. This project has had so much staff work. Staff did an incredibly great job putting this together and also responding to residents. What you heard today, unfortunately, is there are people that do not like the plan. Throughout the process, there have been all sorts of different reasons why they don't like the plan and all sorts of different attempts to delay it. But there certainly was a lot of work put in by staff to make sure that voices were heard. And unfortunately, not everybody got their way. But this has gone through process. The sidewalk idea did not just come up today, came up at Board of Public Works, and it came up at Transportation Commission where they went into extensive discussion about this and the pros and cons of doing it on one side opposed to both, why that particular stretch it made sense based on the layout, et cetera. So this is not a new idea. And the next, if this is delayed 2 months, it obviously pushes the project out, as well as it's not going to change anything. These ideas have been, looked at, and if this council obviously wants to amend it and try to do one sidewalk on one side, we could certainly have that discussion too and go into more detail and actually open up the PowerPoint and we can look at the project plan and talk a little about why sidewalk does work very well on that side and the streets that feed into Lake Mendota Drive and how much that sidewalk helps. But if I honestly believe that more time would help this, I'd be suggesting that. But this has gotten a ton of public process. Nothing's going to change between now and June. We're just delaying the project unnecessarily. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Harrington McKinney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just briefly, the reason I seconded Alder Boss's delay is that so when you have over 100 people showing up at any public meeting and the consensus was that they did not have input. So that's what my listening is for. The alder said that there would be no changes, and I do apologize. I had to leave the transportation meeting in the full discussion. But what I heard consistently is that there was a little notification. I heard that their voices were not heard. And so I'm supporting that. I absolutely understand the amount of work that staff did, but we always talk about encouraging and engaging public comment and input. They may not always get what they want, but they do have a right to be heard. And so that's why I did second that. So I don't have the answer for that, because I wasn't at the transportation meeting and I wasn't in Alder Furman's district. But what I heard over and over again is that constituents asked for a delay. They asked to be heard, and they felt that they were not. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Bennett.
Thank you. I'll try to keep this brief. However, I'm absolutely flabbergasted that we are sitting here at 1:30 in the freaking morning debating this because the majority of residents, for the primary reason of not wanting sidewalks on both sides of the street. They don't want sidewalks on both sides of the streets. That is like absolutely bonkers to me. That we're sitting here at 1:30 in the morning talking about this. And I have to say it's something that's deeply sentimental to me, because I had a motherly figure back in 2015 when my dad had his restaurant actually die by getting hit by a bike outside of our restaurant, hit her head on the pavement. And I know she would still be with us here today if there was adequate sidewalk or pedestrian, bike, and street design. So that's the voice that I'm prioritizing and listening to here. I'm listening to the voice of my disabled sister that has never walked a day in her life and needs a wheelchair to get around. I'm listening to the voice of me at middle school age, terrified walking down the street whenever there wasn't a sidewalk. That's the voices I'm listening to today. And trust me, all of you that spoke, we listened, we heard you. That doesn't mean I have to agree with you. And I have to say I'm stunned by the privilege in this conversation and taking staff time from neighborhoods that really need it. The audacity to use the reasoning of this being on Ho Chunk Nation and Mound when staff has even mentioned that this is not one of their priorities. Have you all gone to the Ho Chunk Nation and asked them what they want if this project is one of their top priorities? If you really cared, I think you would do that. If you really cared, why don't you give up your home where you can walk outside and look at the beautiful lake and watch the birds chirping back to the Ho Chunk Nation? You might be mad at me, but I think we need to check our privilege. And it's a problem in our city where we're taking time and space away from things that actually matter. I want an environmental study on areas that actually have racially and economically been disenfranchised. And I just don't see it here. In one of the most wealthy and most white neighborhoods that you currently live in. So I trust staff. A vote for a referral is a slap in their face to all the time that they have dedicated to this project. Thanks.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Heck on the motion to refer.
Thank you, Mayor. Can I defer to Alder Martin and comment after her?
Yep. Alder Martin.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Alder Heck, for giving me the time. This has been a hard conversation for me to listen to. We've discussed this several times, and or it's come up to the council several times. We've all been reading about it. And looking at both the Legistar file as well as Alder Furman's email that he referenced, you can see all of the engagement plus, ideas that have been worked with the neighborhood. this to me, I don't want to delay this project because it, as Alder Bennett said, is a safety issue. We need to make sure that we have access to sidewalks for our residents that don't have that may have mobility issues. Maybe they use a wheelchair, maybe they broke their ankle and are on crutches. We need to consider that. And I couldn't help but notice that when folks were saying, yeah, people go running down our street all the time, there was no mention of anybody, that might have been in a wheelchair or on crutches or have other, assisted devices or anything else. And that to me shows that is then exclusive and not inclusive of our residents that may have issues with their mobility. I also, I read the emails and one email in particular from a resident who also works for the city, who explained his thoughts as an individual, and mentioned that a lot of the concerns seemed to change as they were addressed. And culminating with the concern about the Ho-Chunk Nation and mounds. I have a really hard time with my heritage being put out to say we don't want sidewalks. And that's what I felt as a Ho-Chunk person who lives here in Madison, who is a policymaker. And I've spoken with Bill Quackenbush. He, again, this is not the point in the process where he would actually come and take a look, but he has assured me that the area where these sidewalks are supposed to be are areas that have been previously disturbed. So the chance that there will be any remains or that there will be disturbing any of our sacred sites is minimal to non-existent. But again, we have the archaeologist on staff or that we've hired to keep an eye on the thing. There is a very, very robust process during construction that involves working with a tribal historic preservation officer. And there are lots and lots of different rules and regulations that pop up in the event that an artifact, an item, or the other end, remains, that construction has to be stopped. And the city has engaged in the government to government relationship between the Ho-Chunk Nation and continues to do so. And, I invite those that are concerned about preservation of Ho-Chunk history and culture to come to more of our events, because I don't think I've seen many of them there. So come learn and learn about what our real impact is around the area. And I think that it would be a really bad idea for us to refer this out. The work has been done. The work has been extensive, and we need to make this go forward so that we've got this sense of equity and our residents are able to go see these lovely views that their neighbors are talking about. Thanks.
Thank you, Alder Heck.
Thank you. I just wanted to reiterate something we heard earlier from Jim Wolf, and Alder Furman has also sent us emails describing the extensive public engagement process for this. I think Jim Wolf said there were on the order of 100 people at the public information meetings, and I do think this is a situation where people's voices have been heard and they've had plenty of opportunity to give input. The problem is that their voices have not changed the project to the degree that they would like. And unfortunately, that's just the situation sometimes because of what's in the comp plan, what city policies are, and what we as a community should strive for, I think. And you've heard about that. So I'm against referral for this. Thanks.
Thank you, Alder. I have no further alders in the queue wishing to speak on the substitute motion. The motion before us is to refer to the June 7th Common Council meeting. I anticipate disagreement, so we'll go to a roll call. All those in favor of referral, aye. Those against referral, no. I'm being very clear because it's late. All those in favor of referral, aye. Those against referral, no. As your name is called, and the clerk will please call the roll.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Alder Vitiver.
No.
Alder Vitiver is no. Alder Wahelia.
Aye.
Alder Wahelia is aye. Alder Abbas.
Aye.
Alder Abbas is aye. Alder Albrus.
Yes.
Alder Burris is aye. Alder Benford.
Aye.
Alder Benford is aye. Alder Bennett.
No.
Alder Bennett is no. Alder Carter.
Aye.
Alder Carter is aye. Alder Conklin.
No.
Alder Conklin is no. Alder Curry.
No.
Alder Curry is no. Alder Evers.
No.
Alder Evers is no. Alder Figueroa Cole.
No.
Alder Figueroa Cole is no. Alder Foster.
Nope.
Alder Foster is no. Alder Furman.
No.
Alder Furman is no. Alder Halverson.
Aye.
Alder Halverson is aye. Alder Harrington McKinney.
Aye.
Alder Harrington McKinney is aye. Alder Heck.
No.
Alder Heck is no. Alder Lemmer.
No.
Alder Lemmer is no. Alder Martin.
No.
Alder Martin is no. Alder Miazzi.
Aye.
Alder Miazzi is aye. Alder Revere.
No.
Alder Revere is no. We have 8 ayes, 12 noes.
With 8 ayes and 12 noes, the motion to refer fails. We're back to the original motion to adopt. Is there any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, is there objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of adoption? We'll note Alders Wahilihe and Halverson and Harrington McKinney is voting against. Also, okay, we'll just do a roll call. All those in favor of adoption, aye. Those opposed, no. As your name is called, and the clerk will please call the roll again.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Alder Viterer.
Aye.
Alder Viterer, aye. Alder Wahelia.
No.
Wahelia, no. Alder Abbas.
No.
Alder Abbas, no. Alder Burris.
No.
Alder Burris, no. Alder Benford.
No.
Alder Benford, no. Alder Bennett.
Yes.
Alder Bennett, aye. Alder Carter.
No.
Alder Carter, no. Alder Conklin.
Aye.
Alder Conklin, aye. Alder Curry.
Aye.
Alder Curry, aye. Alder Evers.
Aye.
Alder Evers, aye. Alder Figueroa Cole.
Aye.
Figueroa Cole, aye. Alder Foster.
Aye.
Alder Foster, aye. Alder Furman.
Aye.
Alder Furman, aye. Alder Halverson.
No.
Alder Halverson, no. Alder Harrington McKinney.
No.
Alder Harrington McKinney, no. Alder Heck.
Aye.
Alder Heck, aye. Alder Lemmer.
Aye.
Alder Lemmer, aye. Alder Martin.
Aye.
Alder Martin, aye. Alder Miazzi.
No.
Alder Miazzi, no. Alder Revere.
Aye.
Alder Revere, aye. 12 ayes, 8 noes.
12 ayes and 8 noes, the item passes. And we will go next to item 161. Give me a minute. Item 161 is the addendum, Legistar 69538, the alternate creating sections of the Madison General Ordinances regarding zoning at 702 Ruskin Street. Alder Abbas, I believe you want to make a motion to refer.
Motion to refer to May 10th.
Second.
Moved and seconded to refer item 161 to May 10th. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of referral? Seeing no objection, that item is referred.
Terribly sorry, Madam Mayor. Could I get the mover and seconder on that again?
That is Abbas and Furman.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right. Just trying to keep all my lists in order here, folks. We're going to go back to item 93. which is Legistar 70344, creating sections of the Madison General Ordinances to create a resource recovery special charge. And if staff are still awake and with us, they do have a short presentation on this. It looks like we're starting with Mr. Schmidtke and then Mr. Romines.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, we'll make it as short as we can. If I can share my screen here. All right, can you see that? All right, so just a reminder that the budget that you adopted back in November was for $360.3 million. It was about a 3.1% spending increase. It relied on a little over 13 million of one-time American Rescue Plan Act funding. It included $1.5 million of revenue from the Resource Recovery Special Charge that is in front of you this evening as an ordinance, including investments in some key priority areas, had a very small increase in the levy, and still had some expenditure restraint room. This is the provision. If you go to the adopted budget book under the Streets Division, that's the write-up on what at the time was called the sorting special charge. And the revenue from that was adopted, and it was included in what is a balanced budget. Again, a reminder, it was one of several strategies to balance the budget, including expenditure reductions. The largest of the revenue increases is this Resource Recovery Special Charge. And then, of course, the major element of balancing the budget is the ARPA funding. Again, as the city has gone through the pandemic, it has had to rely on one-time money, including application of fund balance in the 21 budget, the ARPA money in this budget, and we're looking at a considerable gap moving into the 2023 budget as those one-time funds that have been used to get us through the pandemic are used. Again, the rationale for this special charge is what was described when it was introduced and then adopted by the council in November. Again, a reminder that the city operates under very strict levy limits set by the state legislature. So our revenues do not grow with our cost to maintain current services. We also have very strict limits on other revenue options. The recycling or the Resource Recovery Special Charge is one of those very few options. It is an independent funding source to support the recycling program. It's envisioned to be implemented halfway through the year in 2022. That's $1.5 million, and it would generate the full $3 million for next year's budget. So it does have yet another effect in 2023. If it's not adopted, the budget does have that gap. Just again, a reminder, we've walked through this slide before, in particular in front of the Finance Committee, but because of these strict levy limits, the city has had to turn to a number of different options over these past roughly 12 years. And you can see them listed here. That includes the Urban Forestry Special Charge. That's also on the Municipal Services Bill. It includes the vehicle registration fee. It includes reductions as we've moved into the economic effects of the pandemic, as well as benefiting from the various federal economic recovery legislation, particularly the American Rescue Plan Act. I'll turn over to Charlie now to walk through the recycling service.
Thank you, Dave. So our recycling service delivery model, we collect recycling every other week from the curb, primarily focused on residential units, single family up to 8 units. There are some that are larger than that, and we do provide at some businesses. From there, we take the recycling material to the MRF. That locally, that's Pelletieri, where we do bear expense there as they sort the single stream recycling that we provide them, and then we pay a fee based on tonnage there. That in the past, up until this January, was $50 a ton, and then there was a revenue sharing model, a split, and that changed a bit here in January. In order to continue the revenue share model, they were looking at increasing our tip fee up to about $100 to $110 a ton, which would have brought about $1 million of guaranteed new expense into the system. So instead, we have a new model with them, and we'll get into that in just a minute. Go ahead and advance the slide. So here are some of our breakdown of our costs to provide the recycling program. Over the last few years, we've had conversations, or you hear different things come up: is recycling expensive? Do we make money on recycling, et cetera? It really depends on how you look at that. I would point out one thing here, that in the streets division, we're pretty proud of. Our costs from an personnel standpoint have actually gone down over the past 5 or 6 years through some efficiency gains we've made in partnership with our staff in 236. But you can see we've also had some gains in fleet charges, primarily based on cost of fuel, cost of equipment, as well as how allocation of equipment costs over time are charged. So the rationale for the new Pelletieri agreement, again, was to stay away from that guaranteed new expense, and also allow us a better opportunity. If you think about recycling, there's kind of 3 buckets of cost. There's the cost of us to go get it from the curb. There's the cost for Pelletieri to sort it, and those are costs that we understand, pretty well, even when they're escalating a bit as they are now. Those are things we budget pretty well with, and can understand pretty well and forecast reasonably well. The struggle is that third bucket, and that's really the volatility in the recycling markets that have really gone bonkers in the last 3 years. That's why, depending on, for quite a while, in which month you asked, is recycling very expensive or not very expensive, the answer was changing. There was a period of about 2 years there where we were cutting checks to Pelletieri to make up for the lack of, for negative revenue, really, for their ability to sell recycling in the markets. And so you can see there in 2021, we went from 2 years, the worst years in Madison recycling history, to the best year in revenue in Madison history. And all that took was a once every 30-year freeze snap in Texas, and a once, hopefully, in 100-year pandemic. But unfortunately for us to play in this crazy game, we were going to have to take on $1 million in new expenses, and that just didn't seem to make much sense. Thus, that, like I said, that new agreement, which took our tipping fees from $50 a ton down to $32, and in fact, that $32 includes residual trash. So the all-in cost is $32 a ton. The tipping fee technically is a little bit lower than that. So we essentially took the revenue and took a guarantee of a fixed cost that we can budget around, and something that lowered our costs. Go ahead, Dave. And here kind of spells out what I was referring to a few minutes ago. Really what it does is the agreement stabilizes our costs. It lets us know during the budget process what we're going to need to budget for, regardless of what happens with the special charge. It gives us an opportunity to set a budget for recycling, which we really haven't been able to effectively do for really 6 or 7 years because of the volatility in the recycling markets, whether that there were shortages that had to be covered from other funds in the streets budget, or from the, I'm sorry, it's late, I'm forgetting the technical name. Sorry, Dave, the rainy day fund, wherever those funds had to come from. Or like last year, we wound up with tremendously additional revenue that again, we couldn't plan and budget around. So essentially what this does is it saves the city, it guarantees us about $425,000 less costs than we would have otherwise had for this year. And then, so the estimated resource recovery cost for this year, then we're looking at the cost to get it from the curb, about $2.3 million. We're coming in looking more in the $630,000 to $650,000 range for our tipping fees at Pelletieri. Again, because of those revenues holding the cost down, that $1 to $1.2 million range is where we would have been under the old agreement. And then there's about $100,000 a year we get in recycling cart costs that we're not reimbursed for. So damaged, disappeared, things of that nature. So why is this a resource recovery cost and not a recycling special charge? It's not semantics. There are reasons for it. There are other things that in the future could be considered if that becomes desirable at a later date. You can see those there at the bottom of the slide. I won't read those to you. So where we are tonight then is to talk about getting the ordinance passed. If the ordinance does pass, then we'll be coming with a separately to introduce the policy and discuss that. I believe that has been, I believe I sent that out to the alders several days ago. I believe it might be included here in the packet. So hopefully you've all have had a chance to at least review that. The special charge rather is a flat charge. The rationale for that is special charges are based on costs to provide service and not on income for those whom those services are provided. And so to be able to get into a progressive style charge does not work in the world of special charges. I know Dorn Visti has looked at that and weighed in. I don't know if he's still here tonight, if there's a desire to have some conversation around that. But again, essentially, the other question I would want to address is, so when this was introduced, the thought originally this might be a $3 to $3.50 a month charge. It's going to be more probably around the $4 to $4.10. Why the difference? Really, that came down to the streets division had never had a customer list before because, quite frankly, didn't need one. And so the estimated number of customers had always been around 70 to 75,000. When we actually got out and beat on the pavement, it winds up right about 63,000 customers. And so that's the difference in the estimated, when we put this together over the winter versus where we are today. Otherwise, I won't read this slide tonight. It's pretty well included in the policy document you guys would have got, the proposed draft. Let's see here. This is a new one. Okay, so the draft policy and FAQs, you guys have you've all had a chance to review those. Again, that draft policy is something should be working its way through in May. And we'll be back to discuss that policy in due course, probably around the May 24th meeting, I believe is when that would be back. We've also published an FAQ on our website. We went as far as we could while trying to be respectful and not make assumptions on what adjustments you all or those who you may refer this to might make. So not every bit of possible information is there. Again, trying to be informative without making assumptions on where the policy may go between the draft that I've provided and the final document.
All right, thanks, Charlie. So these next few slides or final slides just put the proposed special charge into context. Get my slides to advance. So again, just a reminder on the property tax bill that property owners receive. The city's portion of that tax bill is just one element of it, the school district being the largest share, and the city being the next largest share, a little over a third of the bill, with the county and the technical college district also on the bill. Again, that reminder that the budget that you adopted back in November had the lowest increase in property taxes in over 20 years. That's still pretty much maxed out what was allowable under state law for the increase in the property tax levy. It was the lowest increase in taxes on the average value home at about 1.25%. And then just a reminder on the property tax bill, special charges can be placed on the property tax bill instead of on the municipal services bill. They will then be paid as a lump sum rather than monthly, as you're able to pay under the municipal services bill. Putting them on the tax bill do not make them deductible under federal income taxes. They are not deductible, only property taxes are. And then under sort of state law for special charges that are not paid, so those that aren't paid by or any remaining unpaid bills after October 31st are moved to the property tax bill at that time. And again, to put this, when we look at the entire municipal services bill, you can see water and sewer are the largest elements of that, followed by the stormwater charge, then the urban forestry. There's a small landfill amount that's really a part of the sewer charge, and then the resource recovery charge would be about $25 or so a year for this year, because it's a half year. Annualized be $50 a year. And then if we put that together with the taxes on the average value home and the vehicle registration fee and those sort of fees and charges and taxes that are paid by probably most property owners in the city, residents, either directly or indirectly, you can see that overall cost per household or residence went up, is expected to go up a little less than 3%. And that is a quick run through of some of the background on the what's before you this evening on the resource recovery special charge.
Thank you. Are there questions for staff? Alder Vitever.
I so hate to ask questions at this hour. I'm super confused about one thing, and that is this charge included in the levy limit? That is, if we add this charge, will we then be restricted by how much we can increase property taxes by that amount next year?
Alder Vitever, that is precisely the reason why this charge was chosen as opposed to some other charge. There are 5 what are called covered services under state law that if you implement a charge or fee in those 5 areas, you have to reduce the levy limit commensurately. The costs associated with this resource recovery special charge are not one of those covered services, so this will not affect the levy limit. It actually adds revenues to the city budget, and the city's budget for 2022 reflects that increased revenue.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Carter, questions for staff?
Yeah, I have gotten many emails regarding this, and a couple things. One is why are we charging the same amount for units up to 8, apartment buildings up to 8 units? And the second one is there a freeze on the $4.10? Can we freeze that amount and make that standard for the next 4 years? A lot of my constituents are on fixed income, and this is going to be a burden regardless of how we do it.
So, Alder Carter, I'll answer the second question first, and then I'll have Charlie answer that first question you had. The $4 is the monthly amount. So, and that's what's expected to raise on an annual basis $3 million. The council would have to change that in a future budget if it wanted to go to a higher amount. So that's It is the $4. Now, it may vary slightly because it is a charge of what the costs are, but that's how the charge would be set up at that roughly $4 a month. Charlie?
Thanks, Dave. Yeah, council sets the rate each year, just like for forestry. As far as their first question, Alder Carter, so it would be that $4 or $4.10 per residential unit. So an 8-unit apartment complex, if that's being paid by, say, a management company or the owner, it would actually be $32.80 if it's $4.10. So it's $4, whatever that rate is going to be, times the number of residential units. Does that answer your question?
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Carter. I have no other alders in the queue wishing to ask questions. So President Furman, a motion on item 93.
Move adoption.
Second.
Moved and seconded to adopt item 93. Discussion, Alder Abbas.
I would like to propose an amendment. And I said that amendment around 9:30 p.m. to all alders, including clerk office and the mayor. And the amendment is a sunset clause, and it is added in a subsection 9 to 4.097. And the sunset clause says, no resource recovery special charge shall be imposed under this section for services performed by the city after December 31st, 2024. So it put sunset clause of December 31st, 2024.
There's a motion on the Abbas amendment. Is there a second? Alder Benford will second. All right, on the Abbas amendment, are there questions or is there discussion, Alder Abbas?
Yes, thank you very much for the opportunity. I know it's late, so I will be brief. It's not unprecedented to have sunset clause. We have already sunset clause on forestry charge. I think so. There are a couple of things with and finance meeting I already mentioned about negatively impact fixed income and low income people. But beside that, another aspect of the city government is to do outreach and educate our community. I think so we should take responsibility as a whole, as a city. We did not do a good job on this, educating people. And during finance committee meeting, and there was a lot of my constituents reach out to me and they ask about many questions. And I think so we could done better by putting this. I also acknowledge the budget challenges we are facing. So with that keeping in mind, I really want to give us a chance and also our resident a chance to have another shot to put a sunset clause. And when we come to that time, perhaps next future council and the leadership of the city can do a better job at communicating at that stage. And perhaps I want to be optimistic. Perhaps we might have some other opportunities to decrease or reevaluate where we are with this charge. So that's number one. And number second is I fundamentally against regressive tax. I understand the city need. We as a city need to prioritize things, and especially with the low-income resident, which is quite a bit of low-income residents are in my neighborhood too. I'm also concerned about naturally offering affordable housing where people live on a really tight budget, but they are not part of affordable housing. These type of taxes also really negatively impact them as well. So, so I do have those concerns, and I think so this particular amendment is suitable considering where we are right now. Thanks.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Foster on the Abbas amendment.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I do not support this amendment. I think everybody that was paying attention at finance and understands the long-term issues we have. All we're going to do is cause a problem for a future council. If things change, if the state changes its approach to how municipalities can fund ourselves, we can always change it. We can get rid of it, et cetera. But I will not support putting a sunset on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Is there any further discussion on the Abbas amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment, aye. Those opposed, no. As your name is called, and I'll ask the clerk to please call the roll.
On the amendment, Alder Vidver.
No.
Alder Vidver, no. Alder Wahilia.
Aye.
Alder Wahilia, aye. Alder Abbas.
Aye.
Abbas, aye. Alder Burris.
Yes.
Alder Burris, aye. Alder Benford.
Aye.
Alder Benford, aye. Alder Bennett.
No.
Alder Bennett, no. Alder Carter.
Aye.
Alder Carter, aye. Alder Conklin. Sorry, Alder Conklin. We'll get back. Alder Curry.
I'm sorry. Repeat again.
On the amendment to add a sunset clause, are you in favor or opposed to the amendment?
No.
Well, Alder Curry, no. Alder Evers.
No.
Alder Evers, no. Alder Figueroa Cole.
No.
Alder Figueroa Cole, no. Alder Foster.
No.
Alder Foster, no. Alder Furman.
No.
Alder Furman, no. Alder Halverson.
Aye.
Alder Halverson, aye. Alder Harrington McKinney.
Aye.
Alder Harrington McKinney, aye. Alder Heck.
No.
Alder Heck, no. Alder Lemmer.
No.
Alder Lemmer, no. Alder Martin.
No.
Alder Martin, no. Alder Miadze.
Aye.
Alder Miadze, aye. Alder Revere.
No.
Alder Revere, no. Alder Conklin.
Sorry, that's a no.
No? Thank you. I have 8 ayes, 12 noes.
With 8 ayes and 12 noes, the amendment fails. That takes us back to the main motion, which is adoption. Is there further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, Alder Halverson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would just say this is another regressive fee. I will not be supporting this.
Thank you, Alder Halverson. Alder Harrington McKinney.
Requested a roll call, please.
We'll have a roll call. I have no other alders in the queue, so all those in favor of adoption of item 93, aye. Those opposed, no. As your name is called, then I'll ask the clerk to call the roll again.
Thank you. Alder Vidver.
Aye.
Alder Vidver, aye. Alder Wahilia.
No.
Alder Wahilia, no. Alder Abbas.
No.
Alder Abbas, no. Alder O'Brus.
No.
Alder Burris, no. Alder Benford.
No.
Alder Benford, no. Alder Bennett.
Yes.
Alder Bennett, aye. Alder Carter.
No.
Alder Carter, no. Alder Conklin.
Aye.
Alder Conklin, aye. Alder Curry.
Aye.
Alder Curry, aye. Alder Evers.
Aye.
Alder Evers, aye. Alder Figueroa Cole.
Aye.
Alder Figueroa Cole, aye. Alder Foster.
Aye.
Alder Foster, aye. Alder Furman.
Aye.
Alder Furman, aye. Alder Halverson.
No.
Alder Halverson, no. Alder Harrington McKinney.
No.
Alder Harrington McKinney, no. Alder Heck.
Aye.
Alder Heck, aye. Alder Lemmer.
Aye.
Alder Lemmer, aye. Alder Martin.
Aye.
Alder Martin, aye. Alder Miadze.
No.
Miadze, no. Alder Revere.
Aye.
Revere, aye. 12 ayes, 8 noes.
With 12 ayes and 8 noes, item 93 passes. And my apologies, folks. I have to be on a plane in less than 2 hours. So I'm going to hand the chair over to President Furman and wish you all Godspeed and good luck. And I will see you next week.
Thank you, Mayor, for leaving me with the easy item. I appreciate that. The next item on our agenda is item number 114, which is passing a body cam proposal. Alder Evers, would you like to make a motion?
Move to adopt the second substitute, please.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Is there questions for staff? Discussion. Alder Boss.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Things move so fast. On question for staff, do you mind we can quickly go back on question for staff? Just really a couple of really good questions for Chief Sean Bonds. Chief.
Morning, sir.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you for being here, and thanks all the people who are still listening at this hour of the night. Chief, I know we had body worn camera meetings, and there's a lot of outreach has been done. But hearing some public comments, also looking at some of the emails, I think it's important to ask this question for clarity for the public. So my first question to you is, would this body worn camera will use to surveillance the resident of City of Madison? Could you make some clarification on that?
Yes, if I heard you correctly, you were asking would the body worn camera pilot constitute surveillance of community members? Is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay. No, I don't believe so. There is some confusion regarding our stance on immigration. We do not participate in those types of activities. We don't turn over video and or information with ICE. If it would have to be a life or death situation in order to do that. I don't think we've done that in the past, and certainly we haven't done it during my administration. We also do not have facial recognition software. We don't run names of persons, and if they are undocumented, we don't turn those names over to people. We do not do that.
Thank you, Chief. My second question is about the cost. There are a lot of emails floating out and misinformation out. It will cost $22 million. Some will say the pilot will cost $1 million, $400,000. Could you please speak to the cost for the pilot?
Yes, the cost of the pilot, as far as the actual equipment, can be on loan. Most companies will give you the product on loan. It really doesn't make a lot of sense to purchase them unless we're purchasing a brand that we already have, and we can use those for our SWAT team or for our officers who are on the motorcycles, because the motorcycles cannot be equipped with dash cams. There's been a lot of conversation about what full implementation would cost. And I know that I'm the only person that I've talked to who has implemented body-worn cameras in 2 police agencies. And that cost is contingent on a myriad of things. There are some companies who will take old equipment and give you credit for that old equipment. There are some companies who also make other equipment that we need, like the electronic control devices and other pieces of technology. There's storage costs as to if we're going to use our own storage or if we're going to use a cloud. So no one can really make that determination until we do a pilot and ask those questions. How would we want to proceed in a way that is most economical for our city, if that's the way we want to go.
Thank you, Chief. My next question is, as a head of the department, on this particular topic of body-worn camera, we also heard in the community the body-worn camera basically help police officer bring their perspective on a situation. It does not help community. Would you speak on overall body-worn camera?
Well, certainly if someone is committing a crime and it's caught on body-worn camera, that footage would be used to ensure a successful prosecution. It also ensures that the wrong person is not prosecuted, which has happened far too often in policing, in my judgment and expert opinion. In addition to that, I think the perspective helps not only the officer, but it also helps the citizen as well. When I first came here, there were many people, and still do, who are African American, who are older, who remembers a time when they were not believed in their action and their interaction with law enforcement. In this community, this part of the community, in my opinion, cannot or should not be ignored, because they have real life experiences that they have lived. And they asked me, Chief, will you pursue this matter for us? and they tell me their stories, and I believe them. And so that's why we're here.
Thank you, Chief. I appreciate your answer.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Abbas. Vice President Curry.
Thank you. Good morning, evening, Chief. Thanks for being here with us. I think just alluding on some of the comments that we've heard and have been sent in writing, this obviously has been a conversation happening in our community for a long time. I know that you are newer and within your first year, but I guess after a 3-month delay, public input meeting, I'm still a little shocked at how little information there is. And I also remember from other meetings where you've talked about procedure and system, you're very big on SOPs. So can you share if there is an SOP for the body-worn camera pilot to answer a lot of the questions about who has access, some of those questions?
Absolutely. And good morning, Alder Curry. You're right. That is a very important point. So myself and Chief Austin, who's on the call now, we've been working on the policy along with Julie Laundrie, who's our public records custodian, and Tom Dole, who may be on the call as well from IT. The policy is a combination beginning at its basis core. It's the recommendation policy. So we did use that as a basis. We also used IACP policy. We also used our current structure, or how we structure policy. In other words, there's a definition section, there's a purpose section. That's the same thing as in the other policies. And it does include when an officer can or cannot turn the body-worn camera on. Some of the recommendations from the 10 recommendations from page 9, I believe, are included as well. So yes, one of the things about this resolution is that in order to move forward, we would have to present that for examination, and only upon examination will we be able to move forward with the pilot.
Thank you. That was my only question.
Thank you, Vice President Curry. Alder Bennett, questions?
Oh, I didn't lower my hand. I don't have questions, but I have a motion when it's time.
Okay, I'll remember that. Alder Carter, questions for staff?
Can you go to Alder McKinney and come back to me?
Sure. Alder McKinney, questions for staff?
Okay. Yes. Chief, there has been a lot of conversation about the Axon presentation, and could you say exactly what was the purpose of that community gathering? What happened in that space, and who was really in that space, and what was happening at those tables? Because I was there, so I'm kind of confused as to how the messaging got that it was salespeople there. So could you really reconstruct what really happened in those evenings? To be
sure. So I wanted to do some informationals, and the best way to do that is by using persons who know the technology better than I do. I could certainly speak to the technology that I have been involved with, but we do business with Axon. They make the TASER products that we use. We do business with Panasonic. They make the body-worn cameras that we use. So naturally, I reached out to them and asked if they would be willing to come and talk about what has your product meant for community. It was a community impact informational meeting. I thought the meeting went very well. I found out that one of the persons working with Axon was a UW graduate, and she was very excited about the opportunity to have a presentation on her campus. And so we allowed them to do that. They said, hey, it's dinner time. We want to do refreshments. I said, that's fine, but obviously our officers didn't. I purchased pizza out of my own pocket for police officers who were there who wanted to learn as well. So there will be no confusion about that. But they had their community impact team. They're not salespersons, but they were able to answer questions about the body-worn cameras, which quite frankly, I probably could have answered those questions as well. But I thought it was a good meeting. I thought the meeting that Panasonic had on Zoom was good. And, when I left that meeting, I thought to myself that, one of the things that I heard when I first came to Madison was how difficult it is to actually have a conversation about an idea. And we had a conversation that night. We broke out in groups and tables. We looked at case studies. We talked about our fears. And I thought that the conversation went very, very well. And I was very proud of the entire group.
Okay, thank you very much. And so just to clarify, and I heard over and over that they were not salespeople of Axon, but people talking about how the operation worked and people asked questions. So I didn't hear salespersons. I mean, they were very clear on that. And so I wanted to make sure that I heard that. My second question is that and I don't even know where to go, and so I'm really in an exhausted conversation about body-worn cameras, and the three words that always come up is training, transparency, and trust. Would you speak to that? And so there's been great conversation about the eroding of trust with the Madison Police Department prior to you coming here. And so as you sit in this space of being new in this community, what does training mean to you? What does transparency mean to you? And what does trust mean to you as you lead this organization, Madison Police Department?
Certainly, training. The Body-Worn Camera Feasibility Committee in their model policy has a section on training. I adopted that section and I added to it as well to be specific that no person could wear or use a body-worn camera for the purposes of the pilot study unless they're trained on it. And that's every aspect of it as well. I also included a body-worn camera administrator, someone specifically responsible for ensuring training and ensuring that not only do they know the technology, but they also know the technology, but they also know how to use it, I should say, or when the policy, When it comes to transparency and trust, I think the two are certainly linked together. But this is what I will say about trust. The way you think is the way it's going to be. My favorite book says, "So shall a man thinketh, that's what he's going to be." And I'm just going to tell you now that in this community, if you do not want to trust, you're not going to trust. If you do not believe something is good, that's what you're going to find. I have certainly lived my life, if I live to see Sunday, 48 years on this planet, and I've had my fair share of run-ins with the police. And I choose to do this job because I believe that it's my responsibility to make things better from my position that I sit in right now. That's my definition of transparency and trust. I refuse to live in a community that has to have police. We have to have it. We're not going to go anywhere. But I refuse to live in a community where people don't want to trust the police, because I have to work on that absolutely every single day. I think we have a very good police department. I think they work very hard for our community. And certainly we're not perfect, but I will tell you the work that I've seen in the 14 months that I've been here, I've been very, very proud of. And yes, there are historical issues, but some of those historical issues are not relegated simply to police. Some of those trust issues are government in general. We just happen to be the most visible form of government because we wear a uniform, and the things that we do are often shown. And some of those things truly shock the conscience of America, and we can certainly do better. But I'm committed to doing that. I know Assistant Chief Austin is committed. I know Julie's committed. Tom Dole is committed. And there are many, many more just like us. And so if you believe that trust is eroded, that's what you're going to find. If you believe that things won't get better, then things won't get better. But I don't think our council actually believes that. I think we have a council that's very forward thinking, that put forth a resolution that I would have done if I had been here. I would have said in 2020 or 2015 or whenever it was written, let's do some experimentation before we move forward with such a big policy. I'm hoping that if we do experimentation, what we will find is that we do not need body-worn cameras because we have a high level of trust, because our officers are doing the right thing. Because if we do have a critical incident, our community will give us the benefit of explaining what happened. That's what I hope will happen. Because to me, that's a success. That's a huge success. And then we start to achieve our vision, my vision, our vision of being a national model for exceptional policing.
Thank you. That concludes my question. Just as a sad, I have been tased by request, and so I will share more during the vote. Thank you very much, Chief.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder McKinney. Alder Carter.
Thank you, President Furman. Chief, well, when I look at the pilot program, and many people are constantly referring to the North District and where the pilot was set up, can you talk about how the North District came to be for this pilot? Because you just got here. And I think that a lot of people feel that you chose that location, and can you address that?
Yes, I can. So I did not choose the North Patrol District, but just in looking at the demographics and the way it's set up, I think it would be appropriate for a pilot compared to some of the other districts. I don't think, obviously when it comes to randomization and statistical significance, they're all kind of tests that you can run in order to look at different variables. And so if you're looking at variables like race, sex, gender, or economic status, you can always adjust that to make it comparable. And so I think the North District certainly works. I don't think it's any worse than any other district. I probably wouldn't have wrote it that way if I had been here, and it's just from a researcher standpoint, because I just think that, the larger the sample size, the more you're able to generalize your findings.
And Alder Carter, I'll just add, I think part of it was North is one of our smaller police districts, and it was felt at the time, and that predates my involvement in it, but I think it was felt at the time it'd be an easier pilot program to administer, working in one of our smaller districts. And I know that the captain at the time of the district was kind of heavily invested in a lot of the research into the body camera issue. And so there were just a lot of, I think, factors at the time that made sense to write it for the North District.
Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you, Alder Carter. Alder Benford, go ahead.
Thank you, President Furman. Chief, I want to wish you, I think I heard you say your birthday's coming up Sunday, so I want to wish you a happy birthday, and thank you. I just had a couple questions, and I know it's late. Can you tell me, Chief, why nationally police changed sentiments around body-worn cameras when initially opposed?
I think the question is why community or why police?
Why police? When it was initially brought forth, it appeared that initially police were opposed to body-worn cameras.
Yeah, I can certainly talk about that. So Mike Brown in Ferguson happened, I believe, in 2014, if my memory serves correct. 2012, I was in Greensboro, North Carolina, when we had a chief come in who basically said, listen, I think that we should adopt body-worn cameras, and he put together a group. And I was like, after the meeting, I didn't say it in the meeting, but after the meeting, I said, no way, I'm not wearing a body-worn camera. I do not want to wear it. I'm the police. You should trust what I got to say. I put my life on the line. I wear a bulletproof vest. I'm not wearing a body-worn camera at all. And I began to do a little bit of research about it. And I talked with a friend of mine who is a defense attorney. And he started talking to me about wrongful convictions. He started talking to me about evidence. He started talking to me about the how slow the justice system sometimes moves, especially for people who may be sitting in jail and can't afford to get out, and how pieces of evidence can either move things forward quickly for resolution if someone is to be held accountable, or absolve someone. And I'd never thought about it that way. And so I moved forward with the committee, and we reached out to a couple of companies. We really did not do a pilot in the sense that I'm trying to do. We essentially did what some police departments do. They say this is a pilot, which means let's just do it. And if it doesn't work, we'll say it's a pilot. If it does work, we'll say it was great. And we did that. And essentially, we did adopt the cameras. They were the very first generation. They were on a pair of Oakley sunglasses that attached to your face. They kept falling off. There was a wire you had to run up through your uniform. It took forever to get dressed. And so what happened was officers who were in small or frivolous complaints, the officer did not give me my driver's license back, type complaints that were in people's files, not uncommon. We were able to adjudicate those quickly. We found out a lot. We found out that with the independent piece of evidence, if I can use that term, it helps to move things quickly, which saves on time. And the officers begin to like them and not really want to work without them, because whether good or bad, they know that there was some representation of what may or may not have happened. I think part of the problem, and I spoke about this topic all over the country, and I think one of the problems, Alder Benford, is early on, we started measuring things that the body-worn cameras were not supposed to do, right? And so we started measuring, whether it changes someone's behavior that's really associated with their training, their upbringing, what they have in their heart. And I don't think that was the right thing to do. And I've often said that for me, the overall purpose is if there's an unfortunate critical incident, whatever that may be, we need to have an account for that. And if there's a piece of technology that can help us do that, I think we owe it to our community to at least explore it. And I think that's what we're doing here today.
Thank you, Chief. And Chief, I wanted to say that throughout the conversations tonight and in the past, that the buzzwords are trust, accountability, and transparency are reasons some say that body-worn cameras are needed. I know you've been here, I think, just on a year now. I know you came, I think, after we were elected last April. So in your time here, can you tell me what systemic changes or reviews are underway from your leadership to address issues of trust, accountability, and transparency outside of body-worn cameras while we figure out whether we're going to do this pilot or not? What measures are you and your leadership taking to create that trust, accountability, and transparency?
Well, one of the first things that we did, and I speak in terms of when I came here, was we started the ICAT program, that stands for Integrating Communications Assessment and Tactics. It's a nationally recognized training module that is a really great complement to what we already do, but it teaches officers how to deal with critical incidents as a team. It changes our mindset that we don't always have to be the one to take charge, that we can move back, that we can ask for help, that we can intervene with each other. And so that ICAT training, I think, was extremely important. And there have been some examples. One example that comes to mind is a gentleman who assaulted his wife. He took us on a vehicle chase. Once we found his car, he got out with the weapon, and we used the ICAT training module. We were able to take him into custody using a K9, and there was no weapon fired at all. We get weapons all the time, but in this case, this person was dangerous, and we were able to take him into custody just by taking our time, moving back, using our communications and tactics. We've looked at the way we do search warrants, and we'll be talking about that a little bit later on next week. But we've looked at how we do search warrants, and what we do is best practices. I've had calls from people in Minneapolis wanting to know about our procedure and our breach and hold method of doing search warrants. Every Monday, I have a review with our professional standards and internal affairs section. I get a briefing on everything that people are involved in. I believe we've held people accountable. That there's rules in place and there's systems in place that will not allow me to take immediate action if there's something that I think that needs to be terminated. But there are processes in place, and I've used those. I've hired a PIO. People may not realize this, but my first 8 months, I was without a PIO. And so I was using Julie to help me craft things, and she's doing her regular job. It was a lot of work. And so trying to get that information out was definitely difficult for me. There were a number of critical incidences where I didn't have a PIO, but we have one now. I really like the work that she's doing, and we're trying to get information out because I think transparency and trust, I think it really kind of goes together. I think you develop trust by voluntarily giving information. And I think that's part of what we're trying to create. It's going to take some time. It's not a microwave. It's probably a crock pot. And for those of you who may know what that is. And so we're going to try to get there. And I think we're certainly committed to doing that.
One last question. Thank you, Chief. Chief, I think I asked you this question before, but I think it's really germane. Could you achieve trust, accountability, and transparency without body-worn cameras, or do you think that's impossible at this stage? And I know the pilot might give you more information, but outside of the pilot, can you achieve that without the body-worn cameras?
It's a tough question to answer, Alder Benford. I come from a police department that had or has had body-worn cameras since 2012. In 2020, the same thing that we all saw, the George Floyd incident, coupled with down south Confederate statue protests. We had that in my home city of Greensboro. Same thing was going on here in Madison. Madison had 180 straight days of protests. We had 3.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Alder Benford. Alder Foster, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. So, there's been a lot of discussion around like body-worn cameras, yes or no, pros and cons. I'm really still trying to focus on this actual resolution, which has been challenging because it's been a bit of a shapeshifter. Like the first version I understood was basically we authorize a pilot. The first substitute was, I think, acknowledging the need to do some budget amendments to make that work and adding some other requirements to it. And as I'm rereading the second substitute, it looks to me like now at this point, this would sort of tentatively approve a pilot, but would require essentially compliance with the recommendations from the report that would go through the attorney's office, would come back to council. Council would have to vote separately to say, yes, we think now that we actually see what's being proposed, we think this meets generally or largely those recommendations. And then this is also shifting to 2023 and will require appropriations in the 23 budget instead of the 22 budget. So I guess maybe this is for Attorney Haas, because I'm not sure, like, I want to know, what's the interpretation of what this is actually doing?
Yeah, I think maybe Chief Austin may jump in here, but I think you're correct. I think the first draft was similar to what was done in 2020. but you're correct. This has some very significant steps. And it's kind of like, one of the criticisms were kind of moving forward without having some ABC 1, 2, 3 things in place. And I think this resolution really speaks to that. It is a lot of work, and we have done a lot of work. But I think the resolution as it's written kind of put things in the correct order. The 2023 question that you talked about speaks to overtime. There was some concern that how will we pay persons, for overtime and how important, appropriations are at the end of the year, and not to misuse that. And I think that makes sense to me from the standpoint of trying to be fiscally responsible. I don't think that, it's anything unusual to have special projects. But I think if we're going to truly measure everything, as some of the alders would like, I would probably need to set up some type of structure to measure that time, and then give an estimate to council for 2023 and ask for the 2023 budget, that is, and request that I have the money for the overtime that could be used for this. I don't know, to be honest with you, what that looks like. I think it would take a little bit of work just to make sure that I'm not over or underestimating what that may take. I did hear that originally in 2020, there was a $50,000 amount. I don't know where that number came from or how that math was done. But if Chief Austin helped with understanding the draft, so I will turn it over to him. He may have some comments.
Yeah, the fiscal part aside, I think the recognition was the original resolution a couple of years ago appropriated that money for very specific purposes, and that was equipment and training primarily, and it specifically did not reference operational costs. So I think there was a recognition that was problematic in terms of the department using any of that money for staff costs outside of training. And so I think that's probably what led to the recognition that we would have to go back in 23 and try to hash that out. As far as the recommendations, I sat on the feasibility committee as a staff person. I personally am committed to implementing the recommendations that are feasible. I can tell you, and I think even Professor Finley will acknowledge that he knew going in that some of those recommendations weren't feasible. There were a couple that were in contradiction of our open records schedule and open records laws. And there were some recommendations that were frankly completely outside of the control of the department, which would be impossible for us to implement. So I think there was some compromise in that language to get at the spirit of it, which is substantial compliance with those recommendations, where they're actually doable.
And I would also add, Alder Foster, that doesn't mean that some of those recommendations were bad or that we don't agree with them, but they may have been out of the scope of our responsibility.
Well, I'm just going to leave that aside for now, because that raises a whole bunch of more questions of why we got a report with recommendations that the author knew weren't feasible. But I'll leave that aside. But I'm still trying to get a handle on what this resolution does. So this has at this point changed to be we're talking about 2023 at this point.
Alder, who's that question for? Who would you like to answer that?
I guess Chief Barnes or Assistant Chief Brian Austin. I mean, it sounded like that, but I want to be crystal clear on this, because I saw Alder Evers, one of the sponsors, nodding his head, but if we're not all on the same page here, it's almost 3 a.m, but we should all know what we're voting on.
Chief Austin, you take that, please.
Sure. I think the first part of the resolution is frankly a asking the council to approve our implementation of the pilot program, but with the recognition that due to the way the original resolution was written, that we will have to wait to secure operating costs until the 2023 budget process. So
then what is this? I mean, what is this even doing then? If we're going to have to vote on an appropriation for this for 2023, so this resolution is kind of turned into nothing then? I mean, so if we say yes or no, y'all going to work on a proposal that has the detail we've been asking for, and we will vote up or down on it as part of the 23 budget. So this is basically nothing anymore.
No, I mean, I think if the council votes in favor of this, that gives us the opportunity to really start preparing for this in anticipation of the 2023 budget process. And if the council votes no, then we know that this issue has been put to rest, and that we'll abide by the will of the council. So I think it gives us certainly clear direction of what we need to be doing in the next few months ahead of the budget process. And I'll let Attorney Haas step in and speak to this.
Attorney Haas, go ahead.
Thank you. Just quickly, I think the other thing that the resolution accomplishes is, as you recall, the council originally referred this, I think, back in January sometime because of concerns that it did not comply with the surveillance technology ordinance. And so this resolution does have the language that complies with the surveillance technology ordinance. It covers the items that are required to be covered by that ordinance. And then as Assistant Chief Austin mentioned, it sort of lays out a roadmap for implementation should the funds be approved in the 2023 budget. So coming up with policies, having our office review them, some of that work could be done in anticipation or prior to the budget vote. And frankly, I think, puts the council on record as to whether or not they would support the pilot, subject, of course, to the funding being available in the budget.
Okay, so it's sort of turned into not so much anymore approval of a pilot at this point, but approving work towards defining a pilot that would then come back and we would vote on that at a later time along with appropriations for next year.
Who's that question for, Alder Foster?
That's Attorney Haas. Is that?
I think that's a fair characterization. It's definitely not final approval of the pilot because the funds have to be approved, but there can be some work done in the meantime. And this was, referred and scheduled for this council meeting. So I think that was the intent of the sponsors, although they can also speak for themselves if they wish.
Well, I mean, I think your interpretation is perhaps the most critical because obviously you're going to be weighing in on what it does or doesn't say, regardless of the intent of the sponsor. So I appreciate you clarifying that, and I think that answers my questions. Thank you.
Thank you both. Alder Heck, go ahead.
Thank you. This is probably for the city attorney, and it's just a kind of a small follow up to what Alder Foster was asking about. I'm looking at the next to last clause that does refer to I think it's an aspiration that in the budgeting process for 2023 that there would be operating funds potentially set aside for this in 2023, but it's a little confusing because it's still referring to the original capital appropriation, and it seems odd to me that we're almost committing to something in the 2023 budget without having the whole budget context. But is it really a wish, or if what is that?
Well, I'll give you, I guess, my understanding, and Finance Director Schmidt can certainly chime in. The reason that language is in there is because the original appropriation through the capital budget, that has to be continually carried forward, is my understanding, in order for it to be, included in the 2023 budget. It was carried forward last year through the budget process. Now we put in, the reason that we drafted capital and or operating is because there are some capital projects where staffing is approved as part of the capital expenditure. This happens in the IT department and other departments where there's a program, but capital funds are dedicated to assist in paying for staffing. So that would be one option, or it could be done through the operating budget. And so that's kind of my understanding of the financial aspect of it. And Dave can certainly correct me if I misstated anything.
Oh, I think you covered it well. I mean, in effect, the council will appropriate these funds in the 2023 budget. That's what I think this resolution is talking about.
And also, Alder, just I guess to answer one of your questions, it certainly is not a commitment. You're not committing right now to approve those funds in the budget process.
Yeah, you can't at this point. So.
And I suppose it's even possible that the amount is a little bit irrelevant also, because that was the amount of the capital set aside, but we're now talking about operating costs that have nothing to do with the cost of the cameras if they're going to be loaned. So it's just, I guess I'll stick with aspirational. It seems it's a little confusing, but
and possibly by this fall, it may not be $83,000. It may be a different figure than what was originally approved if more information is known.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Any other questions for staff? Okay, we have a motion. Is there discussion? Alder Evers, go ahead.
Thank you, President Furman. Before I speak to the motion, I'd like to offer an amendment, and I hesitate to do it because of the hour. I sent it out to the clerk's office, to the mayor, and to all of you, and it speaks in the fiscal note to the scope of the randomized controlled trial. Before we had our meeting tonight, I had a conversation with Keith Bentley, who said, if I could change one thing about this, is that I would not limit the randomized controlled trial to the North District.
Point of order. We need a second. There was a motion. There was no second.
Sure. Sure. Thank you, Alder Boss. Can I get a second for can you actually read the motion, read the actual amendment, and then see if we can get a second, and then you can explain it.
Oh, yeah. Sorry about that. Let me find it. I sent it out to everybody. The amendment is to strike a sentence, and the sentence to be struck is the project funds the one-year pilot program in the North District for patrol officers, sergeants, and the community policing team.
Okay. So actually, before we get a second, Attorney Haas, I'm realizing this is a motion to amend the physical note, not the actual resolution. So I don't know if I don't recall us actually doing that, because that's normally generated by the finance department. I don't know if this is the appropriate way of handling that. So before I ask for a second, you probably don't have a copy of this, do you?
Karen just sent it to me.
Okay.
Right. And I think the fiscal note is probably Director Schmidtke's territory. I don't think you amend. The fiscal note is simply the finance department's estimate or opinion about the fiscal impact. It's not binding. It's not part of the ordinance.
it's also not like the drafter's analysis, which may be a little bit more of an issue, I would assume.
Well, the drafter's analysis is likewise our opinion of what the ordinance would accomplish.
Director Schmidt, do you have an interest in modifying this without the Alder making this amendment?
I think just to reinforce what Attorney Haas said, the fiscal note is not binding. I think that's sort of legacy language from the original proposal, which did envision the North District. So,
well, if that's the case, excuse me, I'm sorry.
No, I was going to ask you your thoughts, so go ahead.
Yeah, if that's the case, I withdraw the amendment that I would. The purpose is to allow for the scope of the randomized controlled trial to be a part of the design and not necessarily limited to the North District, because we just heard the chief said that if he had a chance to design a trial, he would have done it differently, implying that he would have wanted a larger sample size. So as long as that's not binding, then if it pleases the body, I will go on to speak to the motion itself.
Go ahead, Alder. Thank you.
Thank you. My thoughts about body-worn cameras in general have evolved over time as well, as along with many. As the chief mentioned, I think police departments throughout the country initially were resistant to body-worn cameras and the level of accountability that were implied by them. The activist community originally was what was pushing for them, but things changed over time. There's the concern that body-worn cameras would be used more for over-policing of marginalized groups. And then the police began to see that the body-worn cameras, among the things that they could do, could reduce frivolous complaints against the police department. I had sided with those who thought that body-worn cameras were an unnecessary expense. But then I learned that an individual that I respect in our community, Judge Everett Mitchell, was in favor of them, as is recorded in the final report of the body-worn camera feasibility committee. I have a great deal of respect for Judge Everett Mitchell, and so I gave him a call and discussed it with him. And true to form, as was indicated in his statement, and it kind of was quoted in the report itself, that officers don't need body cams to get people convicted, and that he stressed the importance of body-worn cameras for creating a record that can be used to contest police officer accounts of incidents, and that without this evidence, courts would generally side on the side of police officers. So it seems to me that the judge was looking for a level playing field, and that the juvenile kids, the juveniles that he works with, wouldn't really stand a chance if it was just the cop's word against the kid. Then I had a resident in District 13 who got a hold of me and complained that he had been unfairly arrested for resisting and for disorderly conduct, and bemoaned the fact that there was no body-worn camera to provide some kind of independent, objective evidence. And then we just heard tonight from Dr. Turner that body-worn cameras increase the veracity of police reporting. And for all those reasons, I began to think that perhaps a trial was really necessary. And I spent a lot of time actually digesting the 18-page final report of the feasibility committee. And it's interesting, if you read that in detail, the committee did not look at, they explicitly stated that body-worn cameras were no panacea. And they identified that while they had the potential to capture benefits in terms of this increased accountability and more evidence to be able to get to the facts of the matter, there was also the potential for unintended consequences. And as a result, they identified 10 recommendations that they also called strict preconditions. And the original resolution didn't really acknowledge that. And I felt it was necessary, and Alder Haas agreed with me. And so we worked on, initially, I worked on what I thought could be amendments to the resolution, but then we agreed to come up with a substitute. And then the reason for the second substitute is that I had shared it with a few individuals in the community, and it was evident to me that we needed to make it stronger. And the reason for making it stronger is really the report. It says, and I quote, if the city, MPD, and the DA's office fail to fulfill these preconditions, then the committee unanimously agrees that body-worn cameras should not be implemented in Madison. So this is a serious matter. So I wanted to make sure that there was substantial compliance with these recommendations. And in talking further with Keith Finley, he acknowledged that substantial compliance would recognize the importance that there may be some of the recommendations that would be in conflict with state or federal law or would not be applicable in a given instance. But we had to have a mechanism to determine substantial compliance. And then a part of the second substitute was also dealing with requiring MPD to handle the data, particularly the data that would help council and policymakers make an informed decision regarding the cost, estimating what those costs would be for body-worn camera utilization if we were to adopt this technology citywide. So I added the clause, and I'll read this as follows. This is in particular new to the second substitute. Be it further resolved that officer time for tasks related to body-worn cameras during the pilot shall be recorded in work logs in order to gain a better understanding of the complete and true costs of body-worn camera utilization, and that this requirement shall be stipulated in Madison Police Department's standard operating procedures during this extent of the pilot. So, and then lastly, this is part of the 2023 budget, and I think that's actually helpful because it'll give the police department and an opportunity to do more work on the actual design and scope of the study, not limiting it to the North District if it's decided that it should be broader. And one of the issues that I think that troubled my colleagues here is that there's no estimate right now for how much this is going to cost. And if we could come up with some range of numbers, that's better public accounting rather than saying we just take care of it out of existing overtime funds. So in a sense, this second substitute provides a roadmap to implementation. Alder Foster is correct. We are not implementing a body-worn camera pilot here, but it creates a roadmap for us to be able to move forward. It may be that we don't move forward if it's determined that the recommendations are that there's no substantial compliance. That's one check. It may be that we don't move forward if it's decided that we're not going to put it in the budget. But here, by voting for this, we create a roadmap for moving forward that I think satisfies many of the objections, not all, that I've heard tonight from some of my colleagues. So I would ask that you would vote for this. I believe that for a controversial topic in our community, this is the best path forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Renford, go ahead.
Thank you, President Furman. Wow. Oh gosh, where do I start? I guess I deeply appreciate the conversations and insights that are offered by others and my colleagues. And like many issues that we face, this is truly complicated. So maybe I share the sentiments of Dr. Turner. I really don't mind that we are here discussing this issue. Maybe not at 3:12 in the morning, but I think it's vitally important. And I know that you have been discussing this issue long before I joined the council the second time around. So, like many, until I took a deeper dive on the issue of body-worn cameras, like many BIPOC people and others, I had thought that body-worn cameras were needed to protect mostly marginalized BIPOC people that look like me from police brutality or from getting killed. As I considered the report from the Body-Worn Camera Committee and exploring research on my own, and just as these conversations have shown, it's become abundantly clear that there is so much to debate on the merits of body-worn cameras and considering the pilot at this time. I wasn't on the council when these conversations were first discussed and considered. I suspect that, like so many people, the council at the time was mostly motivated by witnessing police brutalities and injustices throughout the country and thought that body-worn cameras could be a remedy here locally. So you form this body-worn camera committee, and the process has been going on for a while. So this process was started before the pandemic, right? When perhaps resources were scarce, but not as scarce as they are now, with the last thing we consider a recovery charge and worrying how $50 a year is going to hit some people in our community. But we can say, and I can tell you, that our community was not in dire needs as it has become because of the pandemic, and truthfully for decades by inaction by policymakers at all levels. While we ultimately do not know the total cost to implement the pilot or expansion citywide, we do know that there are far too many community-based organizations and collaborations that could use more funding. We know that. I believe that this money could go, let's say, to the Northside Early Childhood Zone rather than continue to build on our police budget. Proponents say that body-worn cameras would save the city money in the long run. But right now, our priorities need to be focused on the tremendous need right now. When might our community services or community development budgets equal or surpass the police budget in this city? Until it does, we will never be able to police our way out of societal woes. So as we all read the report from the Body-Worn Committee, we can all see that despite the uncertainties around body-worn cameras, the committee thoughtfully recommended that crucial policies ought to be put in place for body-worn cameras. And I applaud all their efforts in doing this. It is as though, and it's been said before, that we put the cart before the horse as these policies have not been vested and implemented. And this, I don't want to say mad rush for body-worn cameras, because once again, I know it's been taking a long time and I appreciate the intentional conversations. But I believe that we need to pump the brakes to allow, and it was talked about before, for the Civilian Oversight Board and the Independent Monitor to come online to shepherd and facilitate future conversations around body-worn cameras and all the things, the policies that we think are needed before we explore this in the future. I would like to learn more about the potential systemic changes within Madison Police Department to assure that we have the best in public safety. And I asked the chief about that, but I'd like to hear more about those efforts outside of body-worn cameras before I can consider this. I have to say this from my heart. Sadly, if our police department has fallen to the point where if we all feel as a council that we absolutely need body-worn cameras, then perhaps we have bigger issues as a city to consider. So, like many, because of centuries of police brutality, racial discrimination within our criminal justice system, and how they are both linked, like many, I have almost given up on believing that policing as we know it now in the United States could ever be just. I had to say, until Tony Robinson's and Paulie Heenan's murders, I had this almost nostalgic pride that the Madison Police Department was a model police department. I say this, yet after decades of living in Madison, I have the honor of meeting many amazing women and men that epitomize all that we would want in public safety who serve in the Madison Police Department. This gives me a slight glimmer of hope that with the right leadership from us, and others, we can reimagine public safety that offers trust, accountability, and transparency without having to resort to technology at this time. So I will not be supporting this. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Alder Benford. Alder Boss, go ahead.
Thank you very much. So in last couple of years, as I heard public comments today, I would like to mention in last couple of years, especially last year, we invested in CARES. We are still, council is committed to invest in violence reduction, and also invest in other programs wherever we can fiscally possible. So there is a commitment from council, I can say that, and from the community. So it's not like investing in body-worn camera mean we are not going to invest in other programs, or we're going to, it's not either or option. Second thing I would like to mention that with body-worn camera, I can go on and on with many examples, but the biggest thing I want to mention is example of Milwaukee Bucks. So it's pretty late at night, so I'm having a hard time getting my thoughts together. The Sterling Brown case in 2018, a BIPOC community member, and Milwaukee police, that case is very popular. And there was body-worn camera. Because of body-worn camera footage, his civil right was protected. He was a Black man. And the Milwaukee police apologized in that particular case. I can bring many other cases as well. I do think so. I also want to reiterate, I understand money and financial stuff. I also want to say another thing. A bad police department will cost you more than a good police department. And good police department need tools for accountability, transparency. And we as a council, we know this is our department, this is part of our city, this is our chief who want to do good stuff. And I trust him. And I trust our community. That's why we want to do pilot. We want to see the data, how the data look like. And if chief and all of us as community feel like our police is doing a phenomenal job, and there is a trust on the police reporting, people are okay the way the police is reporting the cases, then we don't need pilot. That's the best case scenario. So I think so. There is a confusion here in the community. Sometimes it's all bundle up everything together, and people say it's going to cost $22 million for body-worn camera project. This is a pilot where we need those scientific study done, and I think so. This particular resolution, coming back to resolution itself, it really show our commitment. Do we as a city want this to move forward or not? Do we want our staff to put a lot of hours? I remember last whole 1 and 2 years on various issues in this council, we all being reminded again and again, staff put hundreds of hours, Why we are asking staff to do A, B, Z? Well, police is the same staff group. We are part of City of Madison employees too. So if we're going to ask them to do more work, we're going to express our intention. Are we serious to move forward with body-worn camera or not? And this resolution put us at a path. And if we approve this, it gives enough time, as Alder Evers mentioned, so the police can create that design, and then we can have knowledgeable discussion how much actually that design is going to cost us, rather than creating some guesses. So just looking at the time, I can speak more, but I highly encourage, if you guys are not interested, period, because ideological thinking, or if you feel really like, and I appreciate really Alder and for your comments as well, it's very clear and transparent. If you really feel like this is not something you can support, regardless it's attached with fiscal or not, then let's vote it down now. Let's not ask our police to do more and more and more work, another study, another program, another task. We should make the decision now. And this is the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Boris, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Alder Martin, I think I need to learn from you to pick up knitting at 3 a.m. when we have these meetings. I'll keep my comments pretty brief here. It's super late, and I'm hoping that each of us haven't necessarily come into this conversation like not open to the idea of changing their mind on this. So I'm hoping that if somebody's on the fence, maybe what I can share will be a helpful perspective. But I firmly believe that Madison is committed to police reform and sort of creating the values like transparency, accountability, and really a criminal justice system that's equitable. And when I think of Everett Mitchell, and just in full transparency, Everett Mitchell actually married my wife and I, so I have just a huge respect for that gentleman in general. And so just a great man. He really is. And when you think of Judge Everett Mitchell, that's somebody who has, like, I would say, that's like a moral authority within our community. He really, really has the most marginalized folks in mind. I mean, he brings dignity to the bench that I don't think we've ever seen in general. You know, he's sort of a person that's bringing dignity to that work that I think is like sort of a national motto, I would say. But that said, I think what he says about, and what Alder Evers was trying to articulate, is that when you have body-worn cameras, there is a record of what occurred, right? It's not just this is what law enforcement is saying, and now there's, you know, somebody's into the criminal justice system, and it's only based on, you know, what law enforcement can say and prove, or what, you know, a DA can take to court, and what an individual can maybe have legal representation, et cetera. Like, I think this creates a record of true objective footage of what happened. And it's not just for critical incidents, right? We're just talking about everyday life, like somebody getting pulled over, for example, and was an individual treated fairly and objectively in that encounter with law enforcement. So, you know, my point there is that body-worn cameras do bring a level of transparency, do bring a level of opportunity for change and reform. I'm saying opportunity because I'm not saying that this is the end-all be-all solution, right? Like, I think Madison has done great things recently with the independent, or I should say pursuing the independent monitor position, as well as the civilian oversight board. You know, I saw Chief Barnes, it was like maybe 2 weeks ago. I was downtown for work, and I think he was going into the Rotary meeting, and he was in a suit, like he was in plain clothes. I've never seen a chief walking around the community in plain clothes, right? There's something to be said about that. I'll just be honest, you know, at the noon hour in plain clothes. That says something about his leadership and the culture he's creating as it pertains to law enforcement. So there's much more for me to say, but I think in closing is I don't see a downside to this action tonight. Again, right, this is one step towards, you know, saying we're going to allow the MPD and other internal stakeholders to start this process. It's still contingent upon action at the budget this coming year. So, and hopefully that contingency is is met and that a pilot could occur, I think the pilot will be a good step to see, does this make sense for our community? Is it going to help our community? And again, I think that when we're talking about police reform, it's not just like a couple of things, it's a lot of different things. And I think that this could be one piece of that puzzle. So I'd encourage you folks to vote yes on this tonight. And I apologize that it's so late, but I felt like I just had to say that. So I appreciate it.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Bennett, go ahead.
Thanks. I am not going to force you to listen to my thoughts about body-worn cameras once again, because you already know my thoughts. And as my previous colleague said, if we don't support it, we don't support it. And I can tell you right now, I don't support body cameras. Mine's not changing. So you had plenty of time to get off the fence about this. Make up your mind. But I do find it important to note some things that I find questionable and problematic. I find it questionable that some of my colleagues that are strongly in support of body-worn cameras literally just voted against a revenue source for our city that would allow us to provide the same services that we have been for years. And yet somehow we're going to come up with the money to pay for body-worn cameras. And secondly, this idea of trust keeps coming up again and again in this conversation of body-worn cameras. And what I want to point out is, who are we trying to gain the trust of? Because I can guarantee you, all the folks that spoke in favor of body-worn cameras today, we don't need to gain the trust of them. All the folks that go to coffee with the
Point of order.
Go ahead, Alder. Alder Miyasi, go ahead. What's your point of order?
I think we're addressing you as a chair. We're not really supposed to be attacking anybody, no matter what people vote on or how their opinion is their opinion, and we cannot attack each other. We have to have people are entitled to their own opinion here.
Alder Miyatsi, I think the Alder is entitled to talk about what she heard this evening, but I will say, Alder Bennett, it is late. I prefer not to argue about this. If we can figure out a way to move forward, I would appreciate that.
Thanks, and I would appreciate if my voice can be heard like everyone else was on this floor.
Go ahead and continue, Alder Bennett.
Jeez. Trust that is so easily lost, especially by those in the activist community. I have to say that I have found it, and I find it a bit problematic to name one Black man as the reason why you're voting in one way. I understand that Judge Everett Mitchell is important to this community. And please do not misconstrue my words as a slight on him or his character. However, I do believe that it's problematic to value one voice over others. Because when I think of a moral high ground or standing for this community, I personally think of all the folks at Freedom Inc. I personally think of all the folks that I was out there on the streets with, the people that come to these council meetings. I think of Skateboard, I think of Cherry, I think of AM, all the people in the BIPOC Coalition, all the Black and brown folks that have come in time and time again that don't have trust in the police, that have come in time and time again asking not to have body-worn cameras. I do understand how we are somehow going to build trust with these people by having public meetings with Axon, a body-worn camera company, then having someone paid that gets paid by Axon to come here and talk to us to help us gain more trust. I don't understand how We're supposed to build trust with folks that don't have trust in the police by not listening to what they're asking for, and that's not to have body-worn cameras. The logic does not line up. If you want to build trust with those communities, why don't you reach out to them? Their voices weren't even included in the Quattrome report. If you want to build trust, maybe just talk to these folks. And we don't need body-worn cameras to do so. I completely agree with what Alder Benford said earlier today, and that is we have plenty of other things that need our time and money for that. And I appreciate this council for listening to me. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Bennett. Alder Miyatsi, go ahead.
You know, before I was elected alder, you know, I wanted to have so much involved in reforming police that I served on the Public Safety Review Committee. I was even on the NAACP doing the community coordinator and also with the criminal justice. And also before that, then after that, of course, I served on the Body Cam Feasibility Committee. But what I'd like to say more is that while running for alder, I knocked hundreds of doors in District 18. And when I knocked hundreds of doors, I talked about body cameras. And we have to really start listening to our constituents of the city. A lot of people were in favor and are in favor of body-worn cameras. You know, it's just not Everett Mitchell, which is my pastor, which I have a lot of respect for him. But it's also NAACP that I served on, which Greg Jones, who supports it nationally and locally. Not only that, we're talking about Ruben Anthony spoke on a body cam feasibility. Everybody knows about the Urban League, so he supports it. Alex G that's asking for the Black Excellent Hub, how we respect him. But yet we're going to, and he's for a body cam. I can go on and on with lists. Colleen Claire, Black Political Action Group, they're in favor of it. I can go hundreds of names of leaders in Madison. We cannot sit here and continue to patronize African-American community that wants something that affects them. We cannot continue to sit back and say that and have people have meetings at PD, which we heard earlier, where there was nobody Black that actually was on that meeting to be able to vouch for something that affects them. We have to stand up and do what's right. Right now, we're trying to raise a generational cycle of kids that will stop hating the police and view them as a part of our community so that when they call out for help, they don't say, well, we're not going to call the police because we hate them. We're having shots right in front of the courthouse. We must think about repairing this city, not damaging it anymore. Nobody said that the body cam is a panacea to solve police brutality or misconduct. Nobody said that. What they said is, if you looked at my blog, the 3 T's, which I said, trust, transparency, and training purposes. You cannot believe what you don't see. So therefore, having a camera on an officer so you can see what has transpired through all the most cases that we've seen in Madison. We want to see what has happened for the transparency to start that trust building. You cannot start a trust building if you cannot see what has happened. That's all the body camera is. If you guys care to look about the footage that I sent to you guys, the letter I sent you guys with the footage of all the body cam videos that have been captured on tape. Right now, we have a chief that people are personally attacking, but you realize something that about this chief, the research that he has done, and people don't realize when he takes off that uniform, he's subjected to the same systemic systems that every other Black person is that goes through. He wants to change the dynamic. A lot of things he's done, he said, we have to give him a chance. He has a record of making change. If we say that we're listening to our community, this is a chance to listen to our community. Listen to the people that are most affected. When we talk about diversity, equity, and inclusive, this city has a worse system right now as far as reaching people of color. The worst state in the whole nation. Let's change the dynamic of having the worst state for raising African-American men. How can we give this chief a chance if we won't give him the tools? One of the jobs of the independent monitor is actually to subpoena records. And they cannot even subpoena a record of seeing what a footage that is that they would need for their investigation. Listen, I'm begging y'all, have respect for a lot of our community leaders in the city that have actually advocated for body cameras. We have about 90% of our letters was people that were in support. The district that this is supposed to come in is a district that I represent that want body cameras. I had people coming out, putting signs, putting flyers out in opposition. But guess what? The 18th district still wants body cameras, regardless of that. So you know what? I've said my piece. I put blogs up. Let's get this done. Like I said, we still have to go through the other, if like Alder even said, if it doesn't get to the point where the funding or the criteria, then we can talk about it. We're just voting on a pilot, just like the CARES program. Let's get this done. It's like 3:30 in the morning. I'm not speaking from notes, I'm speaking from what experience, lived experience is what brought people to this common council. That the city of Madison, the most diverse common council, was elected to get the job done, to stop all this divisiveness. Let's get this done. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder McKinney, go ahead.
Thank you very much. And I raised my hand because I need to speak my voice. I've been supporting body-worn cameras since 2015. And it was 2015 that Michael Brown was shot in my neighborhood in a street where I used to live and raising my child. And the seeing the spot, and I'm going to say my piece at 3 o'clock in the morning, but I have to say this because other alders have been so adamant about what they don't want to hear, but I need my voice heard as well. I came back to Madison and ran for Alder because I still saw the blood that was in the street from Michael Brown in Ferguson, Missouri. And that is when I came back to Madison and decided to run for Alder. I came back on March the 6th. And on March the 6th, as I was coming back into Madison, I heard on the radio down on Williamson Street, there was a shooting of a black male. And I drove my car down there. And that is when Honey Brown was killed. And I parked my car. And I every time I pass by there, I see the steps in the place where he was killed. I also, because of my position with the church, have helped to bury young black men, young black boys, young black boys, young black boys. And their mothers have said to me, even though their child was killed, or they had said, I just wished that I knew what happened the last few minutes of my child's life. I've talked with mothers who support body-worn cameras. It's not a panacea. it is an opportunity to see what happens in those moments, those critical moments. I also was involved with when Jeanette Laird was accosted over in, I think, the East Town Mall. And what I saw was a police officer, and I thought he kept tasing her. I said, why is he tasing her? And we had just left a common council meeting, and we were all leaving, and we heard this, and all the alders, went over to the police department. We were enraged. And what we found out is that the policeman was trying to make a point of contact. In order for the taser to work, he had to have 2 points of contact. But because Janelle was moving so, he couldn't make the 2 points of contact. I went to the police academy to see exactly what their training was. And I wanted to know about being tased. And so I asked to be tased. And literally, they didn't get the full taser amount, but at least it brought me to my knees. And so I've been supporting body-worn cameras because in my community, and I don't know, maybe I'm older, in my community, I am tired of Black young men being killed by police, and there is no record of what happened. And that's what we're facing. When I talked about training, transparency, and trust, that came straight from Everett Mitchell. And I respect Everett Mitchell because in his courtroom, when he said that they were bringing in young 8, 10-year-old Black children into his courtroom, shackled and handcuffed, and he asked the bailiffs, why are these children, shackled and handcuffed? They had no reason. They had no explanation. And it was because of him and his commitment that young boys, or mostly young Black boys, come into his courtroom not shackled and not handicapped. And so when I have someone of that integrity, and Charles mentioned the other Black leaders who are supporting that, I absolutely support what Everett Mitchell said. It's not a panacea, but in terms of having documentation of what happened is critically important. And let's just fast forward to this, what's before us now. When I read it, I was like, I'm done. I'm really very tired of trying to move something forward in a community where we need to have some kind of transparency. And I asked that my name be removed as sponsor. But then I realized is that, you know what, I have to stand because I don't have any children right now, but all the children are my children. We are talking about a pilot that will be led by a police officer, a chief of police who's a Black male who has gone through so much. He has been in communities where body-worn cameras have been on officers. He has the know-it-all to do training, transparency, and trust. And in my community, when mothers say that I trust Sean Barnes, when I'm in communities where Black mothers who have lost their children, it says, I believe what he's saying. I'm in line with that. And so if you're not going to do it, I would say, stop playing around with it. Let's get it done. And if it's not going to be a right fit for Madison, it's not going to be a right fit for Madison. We have tried everything. We have adjusted it and massaged it and amendment after amendment. But I am really tired of going to funerals. And if you have not sat in a funeral where a mother and a family are crying because their child got killed or shot, and not by even police. Many of them have been, it's black on black crime. So we do have an issue. I don't even know if my voice is being heard anymore. But I just know this, my heart is paining because we have the opportunity to make some changes. We don't all have to agree, but Madison is the only police department within the circle that's not even tried it. And I don't understand it. And help me to understand why we are not willing to have something in place that can make our lives better. So I'm asking you, and I will be supporting this amendment. I was not going to support it before, but I am going to be supporting this amendment. And I'm hoping that we can move this finally forward.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Carter, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm going to be extremely short because of the time. And I hate to tell you what time my meeting is this morning, because you guys will be sleeping. I will be at the meeting. I am going to support this. I hope that all of you will join me. I call the question.
Alder, would you, we have one more person in the queue. And would you like us to take a vote about calling the question?
No, go ahead. I didn't see Alder Foster's hand up.
Alder Foster, go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Alder Carter. I will be brief. I think there were some really great points made tonight, lots of strong emotions, a lot of passion. I do respect folks' beliefs. I wanted to state clearly my thoughts on this at this moment in time. And that is, I have reread the final report over and over again. I think it's actually really great information in there. And one thing that it makes very clear to me, and the issue that I've had with this resolution the entire time, is that to me, the fundamental question that we need to answer before we're even talking about a pilot is the precondition number 10 in the report that says the Common Council should engage in informed deliberation on whether resources required for body-worn camera implementation would best be allocated to body-worn camera implementation or other competing needs. There is one place that informed deliberation can happen, and that's during our budget cycle. It did not happen during our budget discussions last year. I do not know why. I didn't bring it up because this is not on my priority list. Clearly, other folks are very passionate about this. I have no idea why we did not talk about this then, and why this resolution for a pilot came up right after we finalized the budget. Well, we didn't even talk about this carryover appropriation that was approved the year before. So we did not have this informed deliberation. We didn't have it tonight. We just spent 3 or 4 hours talking about body-worn cameras, and we still don't know the dollars on this. I will not vote to support a pilot program until we decide, until we have informed deliberation, know what the costs are going to be, and as a council decide this is where we want to put our money. So that's where I'm at. And the resolution in front of us, for all the additions, all the subtractions, all the underlines and cross outs, what this resolution says right now is, now therefore be it resolved that the Common Council authorizes the Madison Police Department to implement a pilot program for body-worn cameras. All kinds of stuff after that, all kinds of things, if this, then that. If we pass this tonight without having that informed deliberation, the entire community is going to say, but you already approved this. You approved it. You know, everybody on this call knows we're going to hear that, and that's going to be the thing. So now we are one step closer, still without having the informed deliberation on where we want to put our money. And that's what this is really about. And I've kept an open mind. I've wanted to keep the door open. I am super skeptical that this is the place that we want to put our money. I don't believe it right now, but I am open to being convinced. I have respect for a lot of the people that really believe that this could bring some value. I hear it. I believe it. I also do really think there are some unintended harms that I'm not convinced that we can avoid, but I'm open-minded to it. But let's have that conversation and let's not put the horse before the cart, because that is what this is. So I will not support this. I really encourage you all to not support this because it's a setup. We say no tonight. Let's have this conversation during budget, and let's have the conversation that we're supposed to have, that the report asks us to have, which is where we want to put our resources. And if we decide we want to put our resources into it, then we go down a pilot. And I think we've had plenty of discussion about how to get there. So I'm voting no on this. I really hope others join me in that.
Thank you, Alder Foster. Alder Miazzi, before you go, I just wanted to remind you and I guess the body, it is 8 minutes to 4. Alder Abbas did suggest a non-binding suggestion a few hours ago when it was getting late that we weren't going to have Alder speak twice. I can't stop you from speaking twice. I guess I can make the body vote on that if we really wanted to. But I just wanted to throw that out before I recognize you, is that we were going to try to keep people to one time. It's really, really, really late. Would you like to speak for a moment?
I have Vice President go before I go.
Vice President Curry, go ahead.
Thank you. I share a lot of sentiments, like you all being early in the morning, and we've been talking about this for a long time. But I just wanted to go public with kind of the transferation of my thoughts on this. Policing, law enforcement, accountability, trust, transparency, those things don't go hand in hand to me with law enforcement. And I know there's been recent talks about truth and reconciliation. To me, the body-worn camera pilot is not about a Black man being in the chief's role and supporting his leadership. I think truth and reconciliation comes with the fact that specifically the Black community has received little to no reconciliation of the abusive and violent past, and some would say current history of law enforcement, which includes our very own Madison Police Department. This isn't an anti-police sentiment. This isn't a defund the police sentiment. I actually was open-minded to saying, let's give something a try. But if we're going to do something that is so vulnerable, that is so important and crucial, we got to do it right. And this isn't it. The other point is we're all thinking about egregious things, people being shot, being tased. Let me tell you, I'm still traumatized from a moment seeing my father get handcuffed and given a disorderly conduct citation when I was 7 years old. I'm 34 and I still remember that incident to the day. It does not matter if you grab a weapon. We've heard a trained expert or a trainer in terms of holding technology companies accountable for doing the right thing with these tools. He said, a doctor that has written books, police training, they are not trained to grab for their taser. They are trained to grab for their firearm. So I think we need to be real about the history and the system and the real trauma and harms that people are carrying. Other alders on the council have talked about this evening about families in our community being victims of gun violence and seeing that generational harm. You all know I'm a social worker. I'm always going to say, let's put money towards services so we can heal our communities that have been grieving for hundreds of years. But this body-worn camera pilot is not it. It's not done right. I think in the words of a staff and activist at Freedom Inc., Ananda Deacon, we all know Freedom Inc., we all know that there's this stereotype that they are just anti all this. She said, unlike many of my activist counterparts, I'm not completely closed to body-worn cameras. We have to do it right, and this is not it. Let's stick to facts. Let's stick to what we can do within our power, and I believe that is looking at the system and building trust and accountability through relationships. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Curry. Alder Miazzi, go ahead.
I don't want to be long at all, but I tell you what, after today, if somebody says, we say this almost every day, what happened? Almost everybody says that almost day. When you tell them a story, they say, what happened? So after today, if something happens in this city and we don't have any footage for it, and people want to know what happened, this is what happened. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Alder. I'm going to probably make the correct assumption that we probably want a roll call for this. So Alder Carter for the second time.
No, I was just going to call the question before someone else put their hand up.
Appreciate that. I assume there's no objections to calling the question. We'll go ahead and have staff call the roll. Thank you.
Thank you. On the second substitute, I believe is what we're looking at. Alder Vitiver.
Aye.
Alder Vitiver, aye. Alder Wahilia.
Aye.
Alder Wahilia, aye. Alder Abbas.
Aye.
Alder Abbas, aye. Alder Alburas.
Yes.
Alburas, aye. Alder Benford.
No.
Alder Benford, no. Alder Bennett.
No.
Alder Bennett, no. Alder Carter.
Aye.
Alder Carter, aye. Alder Conklin.
No.
Alder Conklin, no. Alder Curry.
No.
Alder Curry, no. Alder Evers.
Aye.
Alder Evers, aye. Alder Figueroa Cole.
No.
Alder Figueroa Cole, no. Alder Foster.
Nope.
Alder Foster, no. Alder Furman.
No.
Alder Furman, no. Alder Halverson.
Aye.
Alder Halverson, aye. Alder Harrington McKinney.
Aye.
Alder Harrington McKinney, aye. Alder Heck.
No.
Alder Heck, no. Alder Lemmer.
Aye.
Alder Lemmer, aye. Alder Martin.
No.
Alder Martin, no. Alder Miazzi.
Yes.
Miazzi, aye. Alder Verveer. I'm sorry, say again?
Aye.
Aye. 11 ayes, 9 noes.
Okay, motion passes. We'll move on to our last item on the agenda, which is item number 123, which is introduction item for our new Chief of Staff's contract. Vice President Curry, can I get a motion?
Move to approve. Introduce.
Yep, with so I can help. It's late. With referrals to finance on April 25th, 2022, CCEC on May 24th, and the Common Council on May 24th. I assume that's what you meant to say.
Second.
And we've got a second. If there's no objections, I'll assume a unanimous consent. Alder Vitiver, you get to put us to bed. So go ahead and make the motion.
Move to adjourn.
Thank you.
Right. Seeing no objection, have a good night, everybody. Thank you.